Hey guys, welcome to the channel. As you see in the thumbnail, what if Ichigo got copy Zanpakuto and Harem Part 2. Before I start, please do support for more awesome content and subscribe my channel and like this video. Go support and follow the Lord Wolfe for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. Let's start this video. Such great power in such a small object, Aizen commented, holding the Hijoku he just removed from within Rukia Kichiki. Renji laid heavily bleeding across the Sajoku hill, struggling to stay conscious. He had been intercepted by Captain Towson while he was attempting to flee with Rukia, and both of them were brought back here. Aizen said he needed to burrow her, and when Renji refused attempting to fight back, he was cut down where he stood, and the captain was free to extract some sort of glowing object from inside Rukia's dot. To think Kisuke Urara believed he could hide it from me. I think it's time we left, Captain Aizen, Jin said with his eerie smirk. Of course, now let us wash our hands of the Gate 13, Aizen stopped when the sound of someone clearing their caught his attention. I don't think you three are getting away that easily, Ichigo said from behind them with a cherry-flavored lollipop in his mouth. Not if I have anything to say about it. Ichigo Kurosaki, I don't believe we've been properly introduced, Aizen said with his smile still in place. You mean the fake you I met 6 months ago at the captain's meeting, or the real you I'm meeting now? Ichigo said, biting down on the candy with a loud crunch before spitting it out. You weren't fooled by my rows then? Aizen looked at him curiously. Oh please, I knew you were evil from the moment I laid eyes on you, Ichigo scoffed. He was never fooled by the whole nice guy act. And yet you never mentioned this to anyone? Aizen asked skeptically. If you recall, my opinion of the Shinigami is very low, so I figured they must have known you were a monster. Maybe that's what it takes to be a captain, but the whole facade was easy to see through. Like a pretty rose distracting you from the poison thorns, your nice guy act was only superficial, Ichigo said, clutching the hilt of his gold angel-winged sword. Is that so? I guess even the best actors can't fool everybody, but then again a liar can always spot another liar from afar, Aizen said accusingly. Ichigo was not fazed and just chuckled dryly. Plus I noticed your glasses were not prescription. I mean, what type of psycho wears non-prescription glasses? Ichigo tossed back with his own jab. How do you plan on stopping us? You're outnumbered 3-1 and still injured from your fight with Byakuya. He was actually a little curious to see what Ichigo would do. The boy had already exceeded many of his expectations. But I can stall for time and I can do this. Ichigo held his sword upside down, flicking open the bottom of the hilt open, revealing a red button. Just then a bunch of blades slid out of the ground all around them, each one flashed red simultaneously. All those swords are rigged to blow, are standing comfortably now. When did he set this up? Towson asked aloud. I believe he left them here after his fight with Captain Kichiki, Aizen said. I had a gut feeling that I would have to come back here, so I left the blades of my Shikai here hidden under the surface of the ground. Ichigo grinned, holding his thumb over the detonation button. Now no sudden movements or boom. How terrifying, Jin said, sounding more amused than scared. Rukia, stand up, Ichigo ordered. Rukia stood up on shaky legs. Good, now move towards me, she did as he told her and slowly walked towards Ichigo. When she was halfway to him, she gasped, seeing a sword impale her orange-haired friend. What the hell? Ichigo looked down at the blade running through his stomach and followed it all the way to Captain Ichimaru from across the area. Okay, no one told me he could do that. Ichigo collapsed when the sword retracted all the way back to Jin. Good work, Jin, now dispose of Miss Kichiki, Aizen ordered. Rukia watched horrified as the extended blade came rushing towards her. The sword never pierced her, instead Byakuya appeared and shielded her body with his own. Before Aizen could make a remark, he found himself surrounded by the other captains and lieutenants at sword point. It appears Kurosaki was successful in stalling us, Aizen said, not even flinching at the sight of such dangerous opponents around him. No matter, beams of light came down and shielded Aizen and his accomplices. A garganta filled with Jillians appeared directly above the traitors and pulled them protectively inside. Before he left, Aizen took off his glasses and slicked his hair back and took one last look at the orange-haired boy who lay on the ground. Farewell, Ichigo Kurosaki, I look forward to seeing how much you evolve, and with that the portal to Hueco Muendo closed shut. Creep, Ichigo mumbled, rolling over on his back, grimacing in pain. Relax, a voice said soothingly. He looked over to see Captain Unohana kneeling next to him. Orihime, bring me Orihime, he asked between breaths. At some point he passed out, but eventually he felt the warm glow of his girl's powers covering him and healing his body. Ichigo drifted off into a deeper sleep with a smile on his face. 2 days later. Chocolate River. Ichigo yelled, sitting up, startling Aizen. Damn it, someday, he rubbed the sleep from his eyes. You should lay back down, Aizen said with a bright red blush on her face. The reason for that was that Ichigo was currently shirtless, sitting there with messy tossed hair that made him look even more attractive. I feel fine. He was about to get out of the bed when the captain of Squad 4 herself slid the door open rather loudly and walked in. That may be true, but I must perform one last checkup to make sure you fully healed, and it would be easier for both of us if you laid back down, Anohana said with a cheerful smile that would have unnerved most, however Ichigo was one of the few it seemed to have no effect on. Luckily he was at the very least reasonable and laid back down. Alright, hurry up, I got people to find, Ichigo grumbled waiting for her to finish. Anohana placed a hand on his and used a medical keto that allowed her to scan his body for any injury that she did, and when she was finished she helped heal many others who were injured in the conflict. That girl doesn't like to see people suffer. You're a very lucky man to have her, Anohana said praising his girl. I need to put a baby in her, Ichigo said bluntly with a chuckle while the captain finished her checkup. You're fine, but I recommend you take it easy for a while. Ichigo gave her a thumbs up and jumped out of the bed, removing the sheet that covered the lower half of his body. Isane gasped, blushed and covered her eyes, in that order. What? Ichigo looked at while standing in the middle of the room in only a pair of black boxer briefs. You're a medic, you see this all the time. He looked around for something to wear. Hey doc, where are my clothes? They should be on table, Anohana said pointing at the nightstand. Ichigo didn't see his clothes, but he did see a note. Dear Kurosaki. You shouldn't wear such ragged clothes. They will be repaired, cleaned and returned to you soon. Nearly free of charge. Ariwa Shida. Thanks Ishida, he said sarcastically while crumpling the note up. Hey doc, you got anything I can wear for now? There are some spare clothes that sometimes get left behind and stored for other patients. I'll go see what I can find. Anohana left, followed by her lieutenant who Ichigo couldn't help but wink at on her way out. Isane returned shoving a folded wad of clothing in his arms and running out before he could say anything flirtatious. Ichigo put the clothes on, from the waist down it was normal Shinigami attire, the typical black hakama pants, however the top was a black long coat with red lining the inside that fit a little snug around the arms, not that he minded, and was frayed and torn along the ends. It actually reminded him of his black cloak he used to wear only without the hood. He grabbed his Zanpakuto and left the 4th Division in search of Orihime and possibly some food. Captain's meeting. Ichigo Kurosaki has awakened and went in search of his friends, Anohana reported falling in line with her fellow captains. Why is he allowed to walk around freely after what he did? Questioned Soifon. If it wasn't for him Aizen wouldn't have had to expose himself like he did, Rukia Kichiki would have been unjustly killed and we'd be none the wiser, Yuki Take said a little harshly towards the captain of the 2nd Division. It was thanks to the boys' interference that Aizen had to change his plans and openly betray them, and for that he had earned most of their respects. I think the real issue here is his strength finally being revealed. Kurosaki defeated 2 captains, should we really allow someone with that kind of power roam free? Hitsugaya asked, he was still recovering from what Aizen did to him, but was well enough to attend the meeting unlike Captain Kichiki. He may not like us, but he doesn't want to kill us. I say that's good enough for me, Kairaku chimed in. But is he our ally? Kamamura questioned aloud, making everyone stop and think. Maybe not, at least not yet. Perhaps we could make him our ally, Yuki Take said. Not by force though. With the right chemicals, his compliance doesn't need to be a factor, Kuretsuchi said creepily. Let's not drug or experiment on the kid, I think that would do more harm than good, Kairaku brought up quickly shooting down Mayuri's suggestion. Head captain, I may have a solution to this, or at least a way to get in his good graces and maybe a step towards getting his alliance, Yuki Take said, proposing an honest solution to this problem. Explain, Yamamoto said. Later. You want me to do what? Ichigo asked. He had successfully found Orihime and Tatsuki eating in a nice restaurant, so he decided to join them. However before he could even start he was suddenly approached by the lieutenant of Squad 8 Nanao, who practically ordered him to come with her to the captain's meeting. Ichigo of course refused much to the woman's frustration, and she went to go tattle to her captain. Next thing he knew all the captains excluding the 3 traitors and the hospitalized Kichiki marched right into the establishment. At first he thought he was being arrested again, but they quickly had a long table set up and decided to join him for lunch while they discussed things. We would like you to move into the Sirte, Yuki Take repeated. Well I can't see that happening since I protect the Rukin district therefore I need to live there, Ichigo explained putting emphasis on each word. Exactly, the Sirte is in the center of Soul Society. If you lived here it would be easier for you to sense and hunt down the hollows that enter our world, Hitsugaya brought up. That does sound appealing, but I don't want to deal with all that paperwork bullshit, that will just slow me down like it slowed your whole organization down, Ichigo said not bothering to hold back the jab at their incompetence again. You wouldn't have to deal with that, you'd be free to act on your own, Kairaku added. What do you think, Haim? Ichigo asked looking over at his girlfriend. It does sound convenient, but what about my job? Could I still do that here? She asked. What job is that? If I may ask, Anohana said, curious about what she did. Orihime explained that started a counseling service with a group of others like her to help people deal with their own death and also help them find their loved ones. That's brilliant, why haven't we thought of that? Yukitake said aloud. I don't know, a better question would be when did you stop caring for the people you sent to the Soul Society? Ichigo said accusingly. A few of the captains actually looked a little ashamed knowing he was right. Alright, you asked me to move in with you all here, so what's the catch? That was a question they all knew was coming. To put in the simplest terms, we would like your assistance, Yukitake said solemnly. We have an idea of what Aizen is planning and we would like to count on your help in the upcoming war against him. He's one of yours, why don't you deal with him? Ichigo said dismissively. I don't see why I should care about your mess. You should care. Soifan yelled. I don't though, I don't have beef with the guy, Ichigo shrugged. It was him who framed Rukia and had her sentenced to be executed, Kamamura brought up. Ichigo noticed the man looked to be some hybrid with a man and a wolf, but held his tongue, remembering how the captain hid his face before this. He must be sensitive about it and Ichigo didn't like picking on people's appearance towards those who were too sensitive. Water under the bridge. Rukia was cleared of all charges when Aizen revealed himself as the perpetrator, plus she's still alive, the orange teenager argued. Aizen's associate Jinichimaru stabbed you, do you not care? Anohana asked. No, who else stabbed me a bunch of times, Kenpachi and Byakuya, so should I hunt down them? Ichigo fired back. He murdered the entire Central 46, Soifan said furiously. You mean the government that tries to keep the Soul Society exactly the way it is instead of advancing? Hey Kuritsuchi. What was it like trying to get your new science and technology sanctioned by Central? He asked a face-painted captain who sat down at the other end of the table. Was it like pulling teeth? He chuckled while Mayuri grumbled something about backwards fools. I'm not happy that they're dead nor am I sad, but you have to see the point Aizen was making when he killed the governing body and impersonated them for who knows how long. And what point is that? The head captain asked, sitting there at the head of the table, eyes closed in thought. That you guys would blindly do anything your government tells you without question. Had anyone taken a good long look at the forged reports and falsified documents, they might have actually seen through the lies, but you didn't. So let's try this again, why should I help you? Ichigo asked, resting his chin on his knuckles. If Aizen is allowed to carry out his plan, it will mean the death and destruction of countless souls in both the world of the living and Soul Society, Hitsugaya added in. It irritated how little Kurosaki seemed to care, so he decided to play on his compassion and obvious desire to protect the weak. You guys drive a hard bargain, Ichigo said, finishing his lunch and popping a piece of minty gum in his mouth. And what about you, Grandpa, what do you think of all this? He asked, addressing the head captain. Whether we like it or not, your power simply can't be ignored at this point, but I'm not going to jump through hoops over you, the old Shinigami said, sternly, leaving no room for argument. Fair enough, alright, I'll live here, but I have conditions. Ichigo began by listing all that would be required for him to live here. First and foremost, Orihime would be allowed to live here with him, secondly she would be given full support for building more of her counseling centers in the Rukan district, and lastly Ichigo wanted a job. Something for him to do in between hunting hollows and investigating crimes in the Rukan. That seems reasonable, we can work with those terms, Kairaku said. Most seemed to nod in agreement, while Kenpachi just grinned, happy that his new favorite opponent would be closer to him. So where am I gonna crash? Everyone looked at each other in confusion, apparently they didn't think that far ahead. The next day. Thanks for the help, Chad, Ichigo said. The big guy helped Ichigo and Orihime pack up their stuff and move into their new home in the Sirte. It's no problem, Sato said quietly. For a big guy you sure don't talk much, Ichigo joked, sliding the door open. The Shinigami had provided him with a nice house that was close to the Shino Academy, since it used to belong to one of the teachers. It had much more space than the shack they lived in before, he knew they would be better off here. As much as he didn't care for the Gate 13 as a whole, putting up with their incompetence was worth it, as long as he got to take care of Orihime. Kurosaki, Uryu appeared holding a bag. Here's your clothes back. Wow, it's like new, who sewed it back together? Ichigo asked, examining his now repaired white long-sleeve shirt and jeans. I sewed it back together, the Quincy said, pushing his glasses up. Oh. Thanks, you know you're certainly going to make some lucky guy very happy one day, he snickered while Ishida just glared at him. Seriously, thanks Quincy dude. Later that day the humans had to return to the world of the living where they belonged. Rukia, Ichigo and Orihime went to see them off. Bye Tatsuki, Orihime hugged her friend. I'll come visit if they let me, she said back. She then turned to Ichigo, giving him a serious look. You better take care of her, you don't know how lucky you are, she threatened. Luck has nothing to do with it if you're really good in bed, Rukia elbowed him in the ribs hard for that. Ow. Abusive much, Ichigo then and looked at her with his rare maturity. "Hey Tatsuki, can you do me a favor? Tell my family that I'm doing fine here, tell them not to worry about me, and tell my dad I got a girlfriend and I'm trying very hard to get him a grandchild," he snickered. Luckily he managed dodge the kick to the shin that he knew was coming. Orihime blushed and laughed her embarrassment off. The group of former invaders said their goodbyes and parted ways at the gateway to the world of the living. When they were gone, Ichigo hugged Orihime from behind. "How about we go break in our new house?" he whispered seductively. He looked over at Rukia grinning wickedly. "You're welcome to come join us, shrimp, or just watch, I can get into that too." Orihime ducked as her boyfriend was kicked in the face by an angry Shinigami girl. 1 week later. Ichigo hammered away at a red-hot metal blade vigorously. He was currently in his inner world in the white star-cross-shaped city in the sky. The battles against 2 captain-level opponents made him realize where his limits were and see his own weaknesses. "You've spent a lot time here, Ichigo, you made 10 new swords this week," his Zanpakuto spirit said as Ichigo continued to hammer away in the workshop throne room of the palace. "Yeah, it's just I let myself get too cocky, too arrogant. I barely won my fight against Kenpachi, and with Byakuya I had no choice but to use my Bankai and call on his help," Ichigo said, dipping the heated blade into a vat of water to cool it. He took of the old man's sunglasses and handed them back to their owner before taking off the work gloves and sitting up on the slab. "I need to get stronger, I need more swords. You were the one who said our Shikai was unbeatable." "No, I said eventually it could become unbeatable," the old man said, walking over to the newly finished sword, his black cape flowing behind him. "There's no need to rush, Ichigo, just like all great works it will take time." He picked up the blade and held his other hand up to it, adding his component to it before Ichigo added the power to it. "You might be right, but it doesn't hurt to be prepared." Ichigo smiled as his new sword levitated over to his outstretched hand. He looked at his reflection in the blade. He had special idea for this one. Maybe his Shikai did have room to improve in some areas. "He's getting restless, you know, you should talk to him again," the old man said, referring to the other dominant being in this realm, the one that inhabited the barren wasteland below the city. "I have nothing to say to him," Ichigo said sternly. "You must eventually, otherwise we'll never reach a balance of power unless we learn to compromise," the Zanpakuto warned. "It's just I haven't spoken to him face to face since I achieved Bankai," Ichigo said, putting his tools away and removing his gloves. He walked over to the center of the throne room carrying the new blade. Holding it out he watched as a knight in silver armor like all the others in the palace materialized out of light kneeling before him. Ichigo used the sword to tap both shoulders of his new knight and dubbed him. "Push and pull," he declared, handing the knight the sword. "That is your power." "Your Majesty," the knight said gratefully, taking the new blade. "Alright, that makes 11 new swords," Ichigo said proudly. "You should go, I sense someone outside is attempting to gain your attention," the old man warned. "See you next time." Ichigo closed his eyes, and when he opened them again, he was sitting on the wooden porch of his new home in the Sarate with Yukitake and Kairaku standing before him. "Oh hey, how long have you two been there?" he asked, stretching his stiff joints. He had been in a meditative state for a little over an hour. Recently hollow activity had slowed down considerably, most believed Aizen had something to do with that, almost like he was purposely giving them all time to spare so they could train. Ichigo scoffed at the arrogance behind that. It was like Aizen was telling them it didn't matter how ready they were when things came to head. "About 5 minutes, we thought you were sleeping until Kairaku pointed out you were meditating." Kairaku nodded and sat down on the porch next to him, pouring himself and Ichigo a cup of sake. "So I take it you guys have finally found me a job to do around here?" Ichigo asked, taking a drink. Both captains smiled and looked at each other knowingly. "Yes, found a position you might enjoy," Kairaku said mischievously. "I think I'm going to like this," Ichigo grinned. The next day at the Shino Academy. The large classroom filled with students sat idle and chatted with their friends and fellow Shinigami in training. This new course that was invented this week was optional for every student no matter the year. While it was optional, many students were taking it for the new and interesting subject, also the marks in the class would look good on their record for when they graduate. A lot of the gossip was about the teacher that had yet to arrive. Apparently he was famous for not only protecting the Rukan district from hollows single-handedly. There were also rumors going around that he broke into the Sarate and defeated not only Captain Kichiki, but the much-feared Kenpachi Zaraki. "Sorry I'm late folks," said a voice from the entrance. The door slid open, revealing a tall 17-year-old with a slim-toned body, a handsome face that was making all the girls instantly fantasize about him, and spiking orange hair that just went past his shoulders. He didn't wear the normal Shinigami attire, nor the attire of a teacher. Instead he wore a deep V-white long-sleeved t-shirt, blue jeans and red Converse shoes, with his old and rusted-looking Zanpakuto strapped to his belt loops. "Wow, I didn't expect this big a turnout," Ichigo commented, walking to the front of the classroom, clearing his "Good morning everyone, and welcome to Current World of Living Studies, I'll be your teacher." The name is Ichigo Kurosaki, but you lot will refer to me as Professor Ichigo, he grinned creepy the students out. He was looking forward to all the fun he could have teaching these ignorant future Shinigami the current trends and affairs of the world of the living. The head captain realized how little they all knew of the humans' world, and prior knowledge of said world would certainly help with missions in Patro. Alright class, can anybody identify what I'm wearing? Ichigo asked his students. Everyone looked at him confused and remained silent. Really no one? A shirt, someone said. Correct, but in the modern human world it's often referred to as a top. Now what about the pants, can anybody tell what they are? Nobody seemed to know, so he went on to explain what jeans were and the different variety. Then Ichigo explained to them the shoes, which to his humor he noticed that the men boys seemed disinterested while the women were captivated. Next Ichigo explained what fashion trends were in and what were needed to blend in. Excuse me Kurosaki? A male student asked, raising his hand. Ichigo ignored him as he continued his lesson. Sorry, Professor Ichigo, he corrected himself. Yes. Ichigo drawled out cheekily. Why do we need to learn about fashion trends in the human world? The boy asked. To better prepare you for missions to the human world and help you blend in, Ichigo explained. You don't want to end up like Lieutenant Renji Abarai. I heard he went on a mission a few years back that required him to use a gigai, however his clothing choice was a few decades off. Ichigo chuckled from the story Renji told him months ago when he was drunk. The idiot dressed like some disco king in modern-day America. Remember, that's Renji Abarai, lieutenant of Squad 6, he told them all to write that down and mentally patted himself on the back for the gossip he helped start. At the end of the lesson Ichigo gave them all an after-class assignment to be turned in the next time they met. They must come up with a sketch and list of what they would wear if they wanted to fit into the modern world of the living during a mission. Over the next few weeks the class would meet every 3 days to discuss more trends and pop culture of the human world. Ichigo may have been an odd eccentric instructor, but he did teach them well. One day he walked into his class to see an interesting surprise. Several high-ranking members of the Gate 13 were sitting in the front row. All the students were shocked that Captain Hitsugaya, his Lieutenant Matsumoto, Lieutenant Abarai, Ikaku and Yumichika of the 11th Division, and Rukia Kichiki all attending the class. Well, this is an interesting development, Ichigo grinned. We are simply here under orders. The head captain will be stationing us in the world of the living soon and told us to attend this class to better prepare ourselves, Toshiro explained dryly. It sounded like he'd rather be anywhere but here. He didn't tell Ichigo that the head captain was hoping to send him along with them to be stationed in Karakura town, the place they knew Aizen would be targeting. All of you? He pointed to the rest with his pen. Rukia, you're here? Yes, she said, drawing on the Kichiki mask of indifference, acting like she didn't need to be there. That's good, because I heard from Tatsuki that you couldn't even figure out a juice box, he snickered, taking the wind out of her sails. Renji openly chuckled at that, earning a glare from Miss Kichiki. What are you laughing at, Disco King? That shut Renji up and the students started laughing at him. Can we just get this over with, Kurosaki? Ikaku grumbled. He was suddenly startled when Ichigo smacked his desk with a yardstick that appeared out of nowhere. That's Professor Ichigo to you, student, and while you're in my class you will refer to me as such, Ichigo scolded him. That's 10 points from Gryffindor, the students giggled amongst themselves. Due to Ichigo's lessons they got that reference. The orange-haired instructor spent the next few hours destroying the group of Shinigami psychologically. He constantly picked on them, used them as examples. When asked why by Ranjiku, he told them some humility would build character, plus he couldn't resist taking the high and mighty Shinigami down a peg. Oh, if only I could get that noble prick by Akuya in here, Ichigo thought as he watched the class fill out. His new Shinigami students glared hatefully at him as they walked out. Ichigo stayed after grading a few assignments that were turned in late. The Shino Academy graded things on a simple 3-point system that he appreciated. 1 was mediocre, 2 was average, and 3 was exceptional. After he was done and out the door of the academy, a black butterfly landed on his shoulder. Apparently he was being called ordered to attend a captain's meeting. I must be early, Ichigo commented as he flashed into the meeting hall, seeing the only other person here was Soifon. Hi, he tried to get her attention. She just ignored him as he walked in and took up the empty spot that Captain Aizen left. I get the feeling you don't like me very much. What gave it away? Soifon growled out. Ichigo chuckled at her witty comment. That's the spirit, I knew you had a sense of humor in there, he smirked. Yoruichi said you didn't like nonsense. Lady Yoruichi talked about me? Soifon blushed with a nervous swallow. What did she say? Well, she spoke very highly of you a lot. He decided not to mention that Yoruichi talked about Urahara a lot too. He was told that would be a dangerous subject to bring up around Soifon. She said you were her favorite, not sure what she meant by that now that I think about. Is that so? Soifon stopped glaring hatefully at him for once. She told me that she trained you too, is that right? Yup, Ichigo wasn't sure where she was going with this. Then maybe we should see who the better student of Lady Uruchi is, Soifan smirked competitively at him. You're on, just name the when and where, he smirked back at her, accepting the challenge. The rest of the captains filed in right after their conversation. Ichigo just quietly hummed while popping a bubblegum lollipop in his mouth. The head captain walked in and the meeting began. They basically just talked about preparations for Aizen and what he might be planning to do with the Hijoku. Ichigo perked up his ears when he heard the Karakura town was his target. That place was important to him. Not only was it where he lived when he was alive, but his family and friends still resided there. We will be stationing Captain of the 10th Division Hitsugaya, Lieutenant Ranjiku Matsumoto, Lieutenant Renji Abarai, 3rd and 4th seats of Squad 11 Madara Mikaku and Asagawa Yumichika, and Rukia Kichiki in the world of the living, as a first response team to protect the city from any possible threats Aizen may send there, Yamamoto explained the mission. I propose we send Ichigo Kurosaki with the team as well, Yukitake announced. What was that now? Ichigo asked, snapping to attention. I agree, I heard he lived there, so he would know the place best, Kairaku added. I knew the place as a child, it could be different from I remember, Ichigo argued back. I'm not going. I agree, Kurosaki should go to Karakura, Byakuya said. Honestly, he just wanted to get Ichigo away from the Sarate for a while. The boy was a nuisance and a complete rebel to their traditional ways. I'm not going and that's final. Ichigo bit down hard on his lollipop, letting it crunch in his mouth. He attempted to leave, but was stopped by the heavy, terrifying weight of the head captain's Ryatsu. It stunned him for a moment, but he quickly shook it off with his own Ryatsu and walked out of the meeting hall rather rudely. Ichigo furiously stormed his way back to his home. How dare they, he fumed, sliding the door open violently. He stood in his home wanting to just scream in rage at the audacity they showed. Yeah, that's good, my king, give me some more of that delicious anger, the sinister voice said from the back of his mind. The voice actually made Ichigo calm down a bit and think for a moment. Ichigo, are you okay? Orihime asked. She had just got off work at the new counseling center when she felt Ichigo's anger through his spiritual pressure. Rushing to their house, she found him standing in the entry shaking with rage. I'm fine, Ichigo calmed himself again, this time forcefully. He didn't want Orihime to see him like this. He took a deep breath and sat down. The captains actually had the balls to suggest sending me to Karakura as some sort of bullshit first response team. Oh, Orihime sat down with him, looking away sadly. She knew why he wanted to avoid that place. It was connected with his past, something he tried desperately to avoid dealing with. They have no right, just cause they're gods of death doesn't give them the right to torment me. The truth was that there was still so much about his own death he didn't fully understand. Just thinking about it brought painful memories of what happened and everything he left behind. The fact that the captains wanted to send him to the very place he left behind, the place where his remaining family still resided, was nothing short of cruel. While he stewed in anger, Orihime glanced at the ring on her middle finger, a gold ring with a diamond shaped like a six-pointed snowflake pressed into it. She thought about the conversation she recently had with the Shinigami Women's Association, which she was practically strong-armed into joining, the other day. Flashback. He made you that, that's so romantic, Ranjiku said, examining the ring on Orihime's finger. I used to have these hair C-shaped like this, but when I died they didn't come with my soul, Orihime said sadly. Those hair C were given to her by her brother Sora, and she was extremely saddened when they didn't come with her to the Soul Society. Ichigo had secretly procured some materials and fashioned her a ring. He said his Zanpakuto spirit taught him a lot about craftsmanship. This ring helps me focus my power. So tell us about Ichigo, Anohana wanted to know more about the mysterious orange-haired teenager. I don't know much about how died, I'm afraid. It happened when I was very young, but from what he told me he said he was killed by a hollow, she explained. The women listened and were sorry to hear that. He told me he doesn't remember how he ended up in the Soul Society. Ichigo said he ended up outside the districts. Anohana visibly paled at that. She knew the Rukin districts got worse the further you got out, but outside past all those districts was another matter entirely. What does that mean? What's outside the districts? Nanao asked. Not many know, the land outside the districts are completely lawless and unmanageable. The few poor souls that end up there never come out. The fact that Ichigo is a boy made out of the Badlands is nothing short of a miracle, Anohana explained. There were still many more questions she had. How did Ichigo survive? Why did he end up there? Was that where he got his Zanpakuto? You really do care about him, don't you? Ranjiku asked. Of course, he protected me, he helped me, and he always supports me no matter what, Orihime said. Well, that's a bummer. I was hoping he wasn't in a serious relationship. The lieutenant of Squad 10 sighed dramatically. The good men were always taken. You sure you're that committed to him? I would never leave him no matter what, the auburn-haired girl exclaimed. The women giggled and murmured something about young love. Then flashback. You're right, they don't have the right, but they are asking you for help, Orihime said, hugging him from behind. Wasn't it you that said help should always be given to those who can swallow their pride and ask for it? Ichigo let out a dry chuckle at that. You're right, I did say that, Ichigo laughed for a bit. I'm still not going though. If that's what you wish, then I'll support you, she said, giving him a peck on the cheek. Thanks, he kissed her back. A week passed since he stormed out of the captain's meeting, and Ichigo made a point to avoid them as much as possible, except for the Shinigami that attended his class in preparation for their mission. Hitsugaya didn't mention anything about it during or after the class, which Ichigo appreciated. However, the last day of the week he received another interesting surprise. There, sitting in the seat at the end of the first row next to the other high-ranking Shinigami, was the captain of Squad 6 himself, Byakuya Kichiki. Well, Ichigo said, with an almost evil grin, taking steps toward Byakuya's seat. Dreams do come true, he said, placing his hands on the desk in front of him. Kurosaki, Byakuya began, but was cut off when Ichigo smacked the table in front of him with his yardstick. Professor Ichigo, that's what you'll be calling me in my class, he smirked, seeing the Kichiki clan head giving him a blank death glare. Isn't that right, class? Right, Professor Ichigo. The students shouted simultaneously. Say it, Ichigo hissed, pointing his yardstick at the Kichiki. I refuse, Byakuya said stoically. Well then, I guess I'll have to take points from you. Look like a Slytherin, so I'm taking 20 points from Slytherin, Ichigo said threateningly, even though the joke was lost on the captain. I'm only here because Rukia asked me to, he glanced over at his sister who sat next to him. That's fascinating, Mr. Headpiece, Ichigo mocked. Captain Kichiki just continued to glare at him emotionlessly for making fun of his traditional family headwear. The rest of the class period was spent tormenting the captain of Squad 6. Ichigo of course wanted him to suffer for letting his sister almost get executed. It got to the point where Ichigo moved Byakuya's desk and forced him to sit in front of the whole classroom, public humiliation for the win. After class, the captain stayed behind to have a word with him. Was that all really necessary? Byakuya asked, referring to the way he was treated. Being a noble, he had never been treated so poorly before. Think of it as payback for what you did, so as long as you treat Rukia properly, I'd say we are even now. Ichigo leaned back on his desk and crossed his arms. So why are you really here? The other captains wanted to persuade you into joining Captain Hitsugaya's team, he explained. I'm surprised they sent you of all the captains to convince me. Ichigo was expecting someone like Yukitake or Kairaku to come try and sweet-talk him into going. Yukitake would have been too nice about it. I'm here to tell you the truth, Byakuya said seriously. Aizen is planning to wipe out that entire town, which means the death and destruction of thousands of people. Can you live with yourself knowing your family died in all the chaos? Who told you I had family? Unohana said you lived and died in Karakura and that you still have family there. The captain actually scoffed at him. After all that talk about me abandoning my family, you would abandon yours so easily as well. Let's not forget it's your fellow captains that are behind this, Ichigo said accusingly. I agreed to help fight against Aizen when the time came, but I have no interest in facing everything I was forced to leave behind. Ichigo's voice was raising with each sentence. How would you feel if you had to return to the place you lost everything, your life, your family, everything you had gone in an instant? It wouldn't be fun, would it, to have to come face to face with all you lost? So it's your past you're afraid of? Byakuya asked a little condescendingly. I'm not afraid of anything, Ichigo argued back. Then go to Karakura. Byakuya turned to leave, but stopped when he heard Ichigo's next question. You once told me that I was wrong to assume you knew nothing of the conditions of the Rukan district. What did you mean by that? Ichigo asked, changing the subject. Byakuya remained silent for a few minutes before finally answering him. My late wife Asana, she was from one of the poorest districts in the Rukan, the older Shinigami explained. She left me with a request that I find and adopt her sister who you've already met. You mean Rukia? Ichigo figured out that's who he was talking about. I see, he understood what all this meant. You know, people would like you more if you didn't pretend that you don't have a heart, was the last thing Ichigo said to the noble before Kichiki walked out of the classroom. Tell the old man I'll think about it, he shouted down the hall. The next day Ichigo didn't have a class to teach and Orihime was busy working, so he decided to train on his front lawn. Setting up a few targets with smiley faces painted on, he was just about to start when two captains intruded on his downtime. Ichigo, care for a drink? Kairaku asked, holding a bottle of sake. Yukitake stood next to him, not surprising really, those two always came to talk to him together. Sorry, need my wits about me right now, Ichigo said, not turning away from the targets. Pointing his hand at the first smiley face, 4 red beams shot out of his fingers, blowing the target to smoldering pieces. What sort of keto is that? Yukitake asked. It's something I made up, it doesn't have a name yet. Rukia tried to teach me Kido, but I just can't wrap my head around. All the incantations, names and numbers is total bullshit if you ask me. Ichigo grabbed his hair in frustration. So I figured it would be easier to just shoot Raishi from my fingers. The two captains gave him a funny look. What? Can't all of you do that? No, we can't. The Shinigami had no such technique like that without the focus of the demon arts. In fact, Ichigo's technique almost looked like it belonged to a zap. Ichigo shot out more beams that blasted apart the other targets. I know why you're both here. Is that so? Kairaku said. Byakuya, I'm sure told you that I'm thinking about going. Ichigo blasted another target with his red finger beams. Well, I've decided to go, but I have conditions. Perhaps we should discuss this with the head captain. If you'll come with us. Yukitake and Kairaku disappeared with flash step followed by Ichigo. They quickly arrived in the old man's office. Yamamoto looked unsurprised like he was expecting them to come here. Alright old man, I'll join Hitsugaya's team, but I need a few things first. Ichigo grinned. And what do you need? The old Shinigami grumbled, not liking that he would have to bend to the needs of this brat. First of all, Orihime comes with me. I don't trust you all enough to leave her here alone, plus you'll find that I'll be more motivated when I have a beautiful girl to keep me company. Shunsui couldn't help but chuckle at that. He could definitely respect Ichigo's appreciation of lovely women. Is that all? Yamamoto asked. Oh no, we're just getting started. Ichigo laughed seeing the sour look the old man's face. He stuck a cherry-flavored lollipop in his mouth and began to list off his conditions. In the end, what the orange teenager asked for was somewhat agreeable. He would help defend Karakura along with Hitsugaya's team, but he was free to act on his own if he saw fit to do so. Even though hollow attacks in the Rukin have almost stopped, he wanted regular patrols and a quick response team to protect it while he was gone. There were also several people who he needed assurances would be given protection, mainly Tatsuki Chad, Uryu and his former family in the world of the living. Yukitake assured him that those people would be given special care for when the war took place, and just like that Ichigo was all set to go to Karakura. Just in time too, the team was supposed to leave tomorrow morning. The next morning. I am not a morning person, Ichigo yawned while standing before the main gateway to the human world. He carried a small suitcase with him packed with a few essentials. He also wore the black long coat that Unohana gave him over his white long-sleeve shirt and jeans. He kept it because he felt it made him look badass. Welcome to my world, Renji grumbled while yawning himself. Get up you two, Rukia scolded them both. Is everyone ready? Captain Hitsugaya asked. His team nodded their heads as the large gateway opened that led through the precipice realm and to their destination. The trip only took a few minutes. The group ended up in ironically a graveyard. Well, call me if you need me, Ichigo said, grabbing Orihime's hand and walking away with a wave to the rest. Wait, where do you think you're going? Toshiro asked, seeing them just leave. We're going to find a place to crash, you all should probably do the same. Ichigo chuckled seeing the realization that they had no place to stay dawn on all their faces. While walking down the street with Orihime, he glanced around at all the humans that remained oblivious to their presence. Ichigo pulled a piece of paper that Yurichi gave him out of his pocket when he last saw her in the Soul Society. She said to go to this address if he ever found himself in Karakura town. Where are we going to stay, Ichigo? Orihime asked. Wherever this address is, hold on, let me get my bearings, he said, licking his finger to test the wind. While the two of them were paying no mind to the humans who couldn't see them, they didn't seem to notice a young dark-haired girl who could. Parent Kurosaki stared disbelievingly at the tall orange-haired teenager that walked by her. He looked just like an older version of her deceased brother. That woman with him even called him Ichigo, the same name as her late older brother. Karen decided to follow those two and find out just what the hell is going. So this must be the Urahara Shoten, Ichigo said aloud, staring at the quaint little shop that just oozed suspicion. Yurichi said he was an exiled criminal in hiding, if so this wasn't much of a hiding place. Hello, anybody home, Ichigo said, knocking on the front door. No answer. Girl Scout cookies. That got some results. A boy with short red hair and big eyes opened the door. Show me the cookies, the boy ordered. Show me the money, Ichigo shot back. The child attempted to slam the sliding door closed, but Ichigo stuck his foot in the way and walked right in. Alright, let's not pussyfoot around, I'm looking for Kisuke Urahara. And it looks like you found him, a voice from behind him said, making his eyes widen. Ichigo spun around to an unkempt blonde guy wearing green robes, wooden sandals and a green and white striped hat, hiding the top half of his face. Trying to sneak up on me there? Ichigo grinned, stepping between him and Orihime, just in case this guy wasn't as trustworthy as Yurichi made him out to be. I presume you're Kisuke then? Yes, I am Kisuke Urahara, manager and owner of the Urahara Shoten, the one-stop shop for all your Shinigami needs, he bragged, holding his hand out. Charmed, Ichigo shook his hand politely. Me and my lovely girlfriend Orihime here were looking for a place to stay for our assignment here in the world of the living. I'm sure we can arrange something here, I can set you up with a few rooms, the shopkeeper said, pulling out a fan and using it to hide the rest of his face. Actually, we'll just need one room, Orihime blurted out without thinking. Oh, you two are an item. Yorichi didn't mention that, Urahara said from behind his fan. Well, I'll get you a room here, but I have a few conditions that have to be met first. I'm not gonna like this, am I? Ichigo sighed. Yorichi told me she was training you, and I would like to see how far you've progressed, he said, snapping his fan shut. Really, that's it? Okay, yeah, bring it on, Ichigo laughed. This way please, Kisuke pointed with cane leading them down a hall. You and me are going to fight, if I think you've done well under Yorichi's guidance, then I'll let you stay here, mostly free of charge. Mostly? Ichigo rolled his eyes at that, following the strange man down a trap. Are you a Time Lord? Ichigo asked, looking around at the huge landscape that was located underneath the shop. No, I am not, Urahara chuckled. Are you sure you're not a Time Lord or some kind of wizard at least? Ichigo asked again, looking at him skeptically. Shall we proceed with this little test, Mr. Kurosaki? Kisuke grinned, drawing a sword from his cane. Mr. Kurosaki is my father, call me Ichigo please. The boy didn't seem to be taking this very seriously. Well, Ichigo, you better draw your sword, or, he disappeared and reappeared behind Ichigo. You'll get hurt, a small cut appeared on the shoulder of his black coat. What the hell, man, I like this jacket. Ichigo ranted, pulling his coat off and tossing it over for Orihime to hold. Faster than anyone could blink, he drew his old antique-looking sword and charged Kisuke, locking blades and pushing him far away from their spectators. The two of them slashed and parried blows. Ichigo pointed two fingers at him and shot two red beams that burned a hole in Kisuke's robe, payback for his jacket. You're doing quite well, Ichigo, Urahara commented, blocking another slash. Funny, I was about to say the same thing to you. Ichigo jumped back to get some distance. Perhaps we should use our Zanpakuto powers now. Kisuke asked, trying to be coy about it. I'll show you mine if you show me yours, Ichigo smirked. We're talking about our Shikai, right? Kisuke smirked back at him. Oh, I like you, the orange teenager laughed, holding his sword up. Lead us into the light, oh no Kishi. Ichigo's blade glowed as he tossed it high into the air. A moment later, dozens of identical gold-hilted with gilded angel-winged swords rained down around them, lodging into the earth. Ichigo grabbed the one closest to him and held it at the ready. What an interesting Zanpakuto oh no Kishi is. I take it this is not some illusion. Urahara asked, thinking about Aizen and his sword's abilities. You tell me, Ichigo's grin almost turned crazy as he pointed the sword at the blonde man. Pull. At his command, Kisuke suddenly found himself being yanked forward by an invisible force. In moments he'd be impaled by the boy's sword. Awaken. Benahim. There was an explosion of red just before he reached Ichigo's blade. Kisuke used his Shikai to repel himself away from the sword just before he was stuck with it. That pulling felt very real, so it's not an illusion then. Correct, each of these swords is as real as you and me. To emphasize his point, Ichigo grabbed another sword from the ground with his left hand. This blade ignited into flames, which Ichigo swung towards the shop owner, sending a wave of searing fire at him. Kisuke dodged, however the area was now filled with smoke, obscuring his view of the teenager. That appeared to be his plan, because a few moments later Urahara was forced to dodge a large and loud chainsaw, cutting through the smoke, aiming for his head. Ichigo leaped out holding the razor-toothed weapon with a terrifying grin on his face. Groovy, Ichigo attempted to cut away at him with his chainsaw. Kisuke was having difficulty blocking the chain blades, as they would apply a vibratory pressure every time he collided with it. Koho. Kisuke sent a powerful Hado at the boy, who just frowned as he attempted to cut Throaty Blast. Ichigo succeeded, but the saw was knocked far from his hand, turning it back into a sword as it lodged back into the ground. Ichigo ran over to grab another sword, but was hit by a red wave, knocking him away from his precious swords. Don't think I'll let you grab another sword, Ichigo, the shop owner smirked. It seems he spotted a weak point in Ichigo's fighting strategy. If he couldn't pick up one of his swords, then they were no threat to Kisuke. Then I'll use my hands, Ichigo ran towards him, fist drawn. He efficiently dodged Urahara's blade while delivering a few punches and kicks. Unfortunately, Kisuke simply used his other hand to block each blow. Thought that didn't frustrate Ichigo, it actually excited him that he found another worthy opponent. After a few more failed strikes, he finally found an opening in the blonde man's defense. Akuma Yubi, Ichigo jabbed two fingers to Kisuke's midsection with his Ryatsu enhanced hand. However, Urahara created a red shield with his Zanpakuto that cracked upon getting hit by Ichigo's technique. Sorry, but Yorichi told me about that nasty technique of yours. Ichigo just smirked despite his attack being thwarted. Just trying to get a good angel. Kisuke's confusion quickly turned to realization as Ichigo jumped back and grabbed one of his swords, raising it high in the air. Jutsuga Tensho. He swung the blade down, sending a wave of raw power at the shopkeeper. The attack created a huge gash in the ground, obliterating half of Urahara's shield and knocking his hat clean off his head. Phew. Good thing I strengthened my shield at the last minute, Kisuke said, walking over to where his hat landed. I think you killed my hat. But it's tacky and ridiculous, Ichigo said. The sound of clapping stopped them from clashing again. Yoruichi appeared alongside a worried-looking Orihime. Alright you two, I think that's enough, she said. Hey Yoruichi, your boy toy here has some moves. Ichigo said with a laugh. The woman rolled her eyes at that and flashed forward, punching Ichigo square in the cheek, sending him flying into a boulder. Sorry Kisuke. I should have mentioned the kid has a mouth on him, Yoruichi said, dusting her hands off. Orihime ran over to the rubble. Luckily she was used to this, having watched Miss Yoruichi and Ichigo train together before. Oh ow, that really hurt, Ichigo said almost sarcastically while pulling himself to his feet, cracking his neck. I'm fine Haim, don't worry, she used to hit harder. Orihime smiled, seeing her boyfriend was okay. That can be corrected if you want. Yoruichi threatened, shaking her fist at him. No ma'am. Ichigo laughed, smacking some of the dirt off his jeans. This Zanpakuto of yours is very impressive, Kisuke complimented him, looking around at the numerous identical blades still stuck in the ground. How does it work? The magician never reveals his secrets, Ichigo said back. Please, I promise not to tell anyone, Urahara begged. Fine, but I want a job here, so I can make some money, Ichigo said, grabbing a nearby sword. Deal, Kisuke watched fascinated as Ichigo grabbed 2 more swords and placed all 3 of them in the ground in a row. Alright, this stays between the 4 of us, Ichigo said, glancing at everyone. Orihime, Yoruichi and Kisuke all nodded their heads, curious to know what his Zanpakuto's power was. Let's play a game, Ichigo pointed at the first sword on the right and the blade set on fire. That's the fire sword. He pointed at the one in the middle and the blade turned wide and icy. That's the ice sword. He pointed at the last sword on the left and the blade became electrified, and that's the lightning sword. Now watch closer, I'm going to take the lightning sword and switch it with the ice sword. He did just that, switching the 2 swords positions. They all watched him, looking for whatever trick he was trying to pull. Now where is the lightning sword? Right there, they all pointed at the one in the middle where it obviously was. Are you sure about that? Ichigo pointed at the middle sword and the blade ignited in flames. It was not the lightning sword. Or is it here? He pointed at where the fire sword was, except it was wide and iced over, or maybe it's there. He pointed where the ice sword was, except it was electrified. What is going on here? Yoruichi asked. The powers of the sword appeared to have switched seamlessly. What indeed? Even Kisuke Urahara was stumped here. Is it the ground? Each sword's abilities depend on the spot that they are in. Think simpler, much simpler than that. Seeing they were all still confused, he decided to spell it out for them. The power of my Zanpakuto allows me to bestow power onto others and then move those powers around as I see fit. He picked up the sword and shifted through all the elements, even different weapon forms. The blade morphed and changed into all of them. Basically, it doesn't matter which sword I grab when I fight, I can rotate and move the powers around and use the one I need. Their jaws dropped at that, like he just described an impossible thing. That's Orihime began. So Yoruichi continued. Incredible. Kisuke exclaimed. He immediately began asking more questions than Ichigo could keep up with. Can you bestow power on other things besides swords? What about people? Yes, actually I can, but that's pathetic and stupid. Why would I bestow power on someone who can't achieve the power themselves? If you can't get strong on your own, then what's the point of someone else giving power to you? It still makes you weak, Ichigo grumbled. He had a long talk with his Zanpakuto about this, especially when he found out the repercussions of his power. But I still don't understand how this works. How do you bestow power? Urahara asked. Okay, you know how his Zanpakuto is like an extension of your soul, a piece of it. The 3 of them nodded. Well, I divided my soul into smaller pieces and used them as the core for each ability and put them into the swords that act as conduits. Me and my Ono Kishi make them in my inner world, Ichigo explained in the simplest way possible. That sounds almost godlike, Kisuke commented. Ah. Don't say the G word, la 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 la. Ichigo covered his ears childishly. I don't want to be compared to something like a god, it's a slippery slope. His mind wandered back to a few years ago when he discovered the downside of his ability. At that time he only had 15 swords to his shikai. The newest of the swords, a blade that could bend and twist itself like it was made of rubber, an ability he called the wind. However, unlike the other swords, he got lazy when he made it and cut some corners. He was young and foolish back then. That all came back to bite him one day when he was fighting a small pack of hollows that were hiding out in a forest of the Rukin district. He had no choice but to use his shikai. Not realizing the wind sword was poorly made, he used it in battle. Well, it did cut straight through the hollow's head. It shattered in his hand after the blow. Ichigo had never had one of his swords break before, so he wasn't sure what it meant. It wasn't until later when he went to his inner world and found one of his knights bleeding to death on the steps of the palace that he realized the horror of what happened. Ichigo looked down on the knight as it lay on the steps holding the broken sword in his hands, blood pouring from the cracks in his armor. "I'm so sorry, your majesty," the knight chalked out. Ichigo sat down next to him and took off the knight's helmet, revealing what looked like a young teenage version of the old man who he left in charge of his inner world when he was not here. Seeing the state the knight was in, Ichigo knew there was nothing he could do but hold his armored hand as he faded away. "You did well, you can die with honor," was the last thing Ichigo told the knight before it disappeared into nothingness with a peaceful smile on his face. It was in that moment that Ichigo Kurosaki felt a large rush of more power as the bit of his soul he used to make that sword returned to him stronger than when it originally left him. He felt disgusted and horrible afterward when he realized that if any of his swords died he would grow stronger like some kind of parasitic monster. From that day forward he gave each new sword the same care and time when he made them and never got lazy or cut corners again. After all, they were his comrades, and comrades don't let each other die. "I'm not a god, I'm just Ichigo Kurosaki," he told Kisuke. "If you say so, I still think this power is incredible," the shop owner said. "So did I pass this little test or what?" Ichigo asked, walking next to Orihime and putting his arm around her waist. "Yup, I don't think there's anything more you need to be taught. Unless you want to learn Bankai," he asked slyly, thinking he could win Ichigo's favor if he helped the teen achieve Bankai quickly. "No thanks, I already have that," he stated nonchalantly, sealing his Shikai back into the withered katana. "Wait, what?" Yoruichi exclaimed. "If that's your Shikai, then what's your Bankai?" Urahara asked eagerly. "Some things are best left not knowing," Ichigo said darkly. "Now what room will we be staying in? And where is the shower?" he asked, picking a blushing Orihime up bridal style. "Back upstairs," Kisuke said, a little disappointed that he wouldn't be getting a chance to see Ichigo's Bankai today. "You're welcome to join us in the shower, Yoruichi," Ichigo winked at the matcha-skinned woman. "I'll pass, I don't do threesomes," she waved at him dismissively. "You never know what you might like if try it," Ichigo said in a sing-song voice while carrying Orihime back up to the shop. "First Rukia, now Yoruichi. Why do you keep trying to get other women involved, Ichigo? Aren't I enough?" Orihime asked. "Of course you are. I always thought a threesome was what you wanted." Ichigo actually looked at her shocked red face seriously. "All those times you were like, oh Rukia, you should spend more time with us, or Yoruichi, you can stay the night anytime you want," Ichigo said in a fake breathy girl voice, like some sort of phone operator. "I didn't mean it like that." Orihime flushed, embarrassed. "So that all wasn't implications. Alright, I'm sorry, no more trying to invite Rukia, Yoruichi, Ranjiku, or Soifan to our lovemaking," he apologized, listing all the women he enjoyed teasing. Soifan. Of all the women in the Sarate, she seemed like the last woman to Orihime that Ichigo would try to invite. "But she's kind of cute, but I think she's in love with Yoruichi." They reached the top of the steps back to the shop where they found the bathroom and took a much needed shower together. It was still midday, giving them plenty of time to get comfortable in their temporary home. Meanwhile, after hearing the orange-haired teenager speak his full name, Karen was now fully convinced that he was her long-dead older brother Ichigo. She ran out of the weird underground rocky field hidden under the shop and all the way back home to the Kurosaki clinic. She bypassed her crazy father and worried sister and ran straight to her room. A few years after Ichigo died, Karen moved into his old room. There were so many questions she had. If that really is Ichigo, then why has he come back from the dead, she wondered. Only her family knew this. Karen could actually see the souls of the departed. She had been able to since she was 9. Her dad and sister Yuzu knew she could see them, but they unfortunately lacked the same ability. "I don't know what's going on here, but I'm going to find out," was her last thoughts on the matter. Later. "So tell me about this job you got for me," Ichigo asked, sitting at the table in a black tank top and a matching pair of sweatpants while eating a chocolate bar. Yoruichi took Orihime to go shopping for some decent clothes, leaving the men at the Shoten. "Well, I need someone to run a few errands for me. When the war against Aizen picks up I'll probably be very busy," Urahara explained. "Just help me out when I need it and I'll throw some money your way." "Deal," the two men shook hands. "Now explain to me why you did something so stupid as to hide this so-called Hijoku inside Rukia." Ichigo's smirk dropped into a frown. "Well, honestly, it was to keep it out of Aizen's hands. I had hoped Miss Kichiki's Ryatsu would burn up the Hijoku and render it destroyed while leaving her powerless." Ichigo's frown deepened at that. "That's very cruel, you know. Do you have any idea how much danger you put her in?" Ichigo asked. Something didn't seem right about Kisuke's explanation. Maybe he was just being too suspicious, but it almost seemed like the former captain purposely dangled the Hijoku in front of Aizen by putting it within his reach. "And when I see her I plan on apologizing from the bottom of my heart," Urahara said, sounding honestly remorseful, but that could all just be an act for all Ichigo knew. You better, or you'll never get to see my Bankai, Ichigo threatened, while Kisuke mumbled about how unfair life was. A knocking at the front door interrupted any further conversation they could have. Maybe you should get that, being the new employee, Urahara said with a cheeky grin. Yes master, Ichigo said in a Cockney British, walking to the front door with a fake limp and hunchback. Opening the door, he was not surprised to see the Shinigami company he came with, but they were surprised to see him. Kurosaki, must you always hide your spiritual pressure? Hitsugaya asked, clearly annoyed. The head captain asked him to keep an eye on their new comrade, and so far he was doing terribly at that. Hello to you too, Ichigo said, continuing with the accent for his own amusement. I think you should come inside. Why are you talking like that, Ichigo? Rukia asked, getting a little irritated with the accent. The group walked inside, letting Kurosaki close the door behind. Where's Kisuke Urahara? Captain Hitsugaya asked. The master's having won his affairs, Ichigo said in his British accent. He's in the other room, you're all no fun, he said, talking normally with a pout. Ah. Captain Hitsugaya, what a distinct pleasure to meet the youngest captain to ever be inducted into the Gate 13's elite, Kisuke praised. Let's cut to the chase, we each need a gigai and a place to stay, Toshiro said, sounding all official and stern about it. Well, unfortunately Ichigo and Miss Orihime arrived here first and will be sharing a room, so I only have one more vacant room available, Kisuke said, hiding his amusement at their expense behind his fan. So where are we supposed to stay? Ikaku asked. Well, I would suggest Itsuki or Chad, I bet they have extra room to spare, Ichigo said aloud. I would avoid Uriwashita though, unless you want a Quincy arrow up the ass. It took some time, but they were able to work out an arrangement. Rukia and Ranjiku would try for Tatsuki's place, Ikaku and Yumichika would go for Chad, and Hitsugaya and Renji would have to share the room right next to Ichigo and Orihime's room in the Urahara Shoten. Don't worry, we won't be too loud, Ichigo winked at the short captain and red-haired lieutenant. If you have to, just plug your ears. I'm not looking forward to this, Renji grumbled. Later the two absent women came home, each carrying a bag of new clothes. Orihime was nice enough to make them all dinner that night, and afterwards they drank and played cards late into the night. Ichigo sighed as he lay on his back with Orihime curled up next to him, staring up at the dark ceiling. In a way, it felt good to be back in the world of the living, almost like he was alive again. He was also glad he opted to not get a gigai, since he knew his family could never see him like this. Maybe he would pop in as an invisible ghost and see how they were doing. Maybe, he sighed, pulling his girl closer to his body before drifting off to sleep himself. Dream. A small orange-haired child wearing only a pair of raggedy brown pants and covered in bloody makeshift bandages limped through the forest. The child was careful to stick to the shadows, having learned that was the best way to survive in his first week here. The poor boy had yet to find a single human settlement in this hellish jungle, only monsters and killers. He recently escaped a group of what at first looked like people, but when he got close enough for them to notice him, he realized they were a group of gaunt hairless cannibals that acted more beast than human. Ichigo just barely got away with a few scratches and bites that he had to use what was left of his shirt to bandage up. Is this hell? If it is, then why did I end up here? He thought to himself. He didn't dare speak aloud lest he attract the monsters that lurked in the dark. He couldn't really remember much of how he died, all he did know was that his mother was with him, but did she live or did she perish with him? If she did die, then why wasn't she here to protect him from this nightmare? Why? That was a question that kept repeating day after day as he was forced to survive the best he could. Ichigo in his wandering eventually found an empty cave to hide in. He didn't bother with hiding in trees anymore, since the monsters would just knock them down or climb them, and some could even fly. Walking further into the dark cave, he spotted a light in the darkness. Ichigo, out of sheer curiosity, decided to investigate. He ended up in a small cavern with an unnatural hole in the ceiling. The light from the hole was shining down on a large boulder in the middle of a pool of water. On top of the boulder, Ichigo could see a sword jammed into the rock. The boy didn't know what compelled him to make his way over to the sword, but he did. Trudging through the water and climbing on top of the rock, he stood before what looked like an old antique blade that has been here for a very long time. "Take it," a voice in his head suddenly said. Ichigo followed the strange voice's advice and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He figured having a crappy old weapon would be better than having no weapon at all in this awful place. The small orange-haired boy pulled hard on the blade, but it wouldn't come out of the rock. "You don't have resolve, Ichigo," the same voice said, making Ichigo frown. "I do have resolve," the boy said, dignified. "I have resolve to survive." "Then pull the sword out," the voice said, almost sternly, like a father talking to his child. Ichigo aimed to show that voice, whoever it was, that he did have resolve, so he grabbed the hilt with both hands instead of one and pulled hard. This time the sword came out easily with a click, and Ichigo fell back on his bottom, holding what was now and would always be his weapon. "Well done, Ichigo," the voice praised. "When you need me, call my name." Wait, what is your name? Ichigo asked. Oh no, Kishi, the voice sounded louder, almost like it was right behind him, but there was no one there. Just like all his other dreams, this one ended right then. The Ichigo spent his time running errands for Urahara. Apparently the shopkeeper was working on some secret projects and needed him to pick up and deliver some things. In his free time he wandered around Karakura. He was basically a ghost and couldn't be seen, so he poked fun at normal oblivious humans and slayed any hollows that dared enter. Itsugaya and his team each got a gigai and enrolled in school to keep busy. Toshiro wanted Ichigo to do the same so he could keep an eye on him, but the orange-haired teenager refused. He didn't want to risk running into his still-living family, which would be awkward and depressing. Sometimes Ichigo would walk by the river where he and his mother died, still he couldn't remember much. It was like the memories were there, he just couldn't seem to grasp onto them. So tell me about yourself, Toshiro. Ichigo started the conversation as he followed next him while they walked down the street. The young captain didn't want to talk, mainly because he was in a gigai and Ichigo still refused one. That's Captain Hitsugaya, you'd be wise to use my formal title, he chastised the teenage. That's just not going to happen, Ichigo chuckled, blowing a pink bubble with his chewing gum. How about I call you Captain Hitsugaya if you agree to dance at my wedding? Not a chance. When do you even plan on marrying Orihime? Hitsugaya asked. Oh, I don't know, I'm waiting for the right moment, Ichigo said, floating alongside the Shinigami in disguise. What about you? When are you and the Hinamori girl getting married? Toshiro blushed for a moment and turned away. What makes you think we have that kind of relationship? The captain wouldn't meet high eyes. She's cute and you tried to kill me when you thought I killed her. I just thought you and her were a couple, Ichigo shrugged. We're not, I do care about her, but I can't ask for that kind of relationship. Not now at least, he said, staring forward sadly. Yeah, I heard about what Aizen did to her, freaking sicko, Ichigo spat. Ichigo didn't like manipulating people's emotions. Teasing people is one thing, but to toy with someone's heart, that was disgusting. If I ever get a chance to fight Aizen, I'll deck him one for you both. That seemed to finally bring a smile to his Hitsugaya's face. Unless I get to him first, there won't be anything left for you to fight, Toshiro said rather darkly, making Ichigo chuckle. Come on, I'll treat you to some ice cream, Ichigo said, heading to a local ice cream parlor that he discovered with Orihime a few days ago. He handed Hitsugaya some money that Urahara gave him and let him order for both of them since he couldn't be seen by humans. Even so, a floating ice cream cone following next to the captain was sure to turn some heads, much to Ichigo's amusement. Later that night, Ichigo was patrolling the empty streets of Karakura, bored out of his mind. No hollows were showing up to ease his boredom. He almost felt like just going back to Urahara's shop and go to bed, but it wasn't the same without Orihime in his arms. Ranjiku took Rukia, Orihime and Totsuki for a girls' night without telling Captain Hitsugaya, leaving Ichigo alone with nothing to do. Should have stayed to see what Renji was up to, he said aloud. Apparently the redhead was busy training with his recently acquired Bankai and didn't have time to hang out. Ichigo thought about who might not be busy right now when a loud thud halted his train of thought. He tilted his head back to see a giant hollow looming over him. Oh yes. Ichigo exclaimed, happy that he found an outlet for his boredom. So to whom do I owe this pleasure? He asked. This hollow looked different than the others. It looked like some large man wearing a bunch of furs with a mask on its face and a big sword on its back. The only thing that told him it was indeed a hollow was the unmistakable gaping hole on its torso and the fact that his sixth sense was screaming at him, telling him that this creature was a hollow, but no ordinary hollow. Surely you recognize me, although I have changed a lot, just like you've grown, boy, the hollow spat with a sickening grin. Do I know you? Ichigo asked, tilting his head curiously. You don't remember me, boy. You don't remember the hollow that took your life and… The hollow that killed my mother, Ichigo's eyes widened in realization. Grand Fisher, he said with a growl. He remembered that hollow, but it didn't look anything like this behemoth standing before him. That's right, I didn't get a chance to feast on your tasty soul and had to settle for the woman, but now that you've grown stronger, I can devour you and become even more powerful. Grand Fisher laughed as he explained his evil plan. Ichigo chuckled humorously as he held up his hands to launch 10 red beams from all his fingers, putting as much power into as he could. Ah! Grand Fisher yelled in pain as he was pushed back, receiving 10 large scorch marks on the front of his body. I kill you just like everyone else. The hollow grabbed his giant sword and attempted to crush the brat, who wouldn't stop smirking at him. Do you have any idea how long I've been looking forward to this day? Ichigo said calmly as he drew his sword and easily blocked the hollows. The street cracked from the force, but Ichigo remained still standing unharmed while holding off Grand Fisher's sword with his own. What the hell is this? The hollow said, both shocked and angry. You're such a coward, Ichigo said, slicing through the giant blade. You knew I was in Soul Society, but you never had the balls to go there yourself. He used his superior speed and sliced through the hollow's ankle, making the giant stumble. I've waited a long time for this. Ichigo dodged the monster's giant hand as it tried to swat at him, slicing its arm off in the process. What's happening? Grand Fisher yelled in pain, clutching the bleeding stump where his arm was. He was also having trouble standing with his damaged ankle. You're outclassed, Grand Fisher. Well, you were busy fattening yourself up on the souls of the living. I grew stronger. Ichigo dashed forward with Shunpo and delivered a solid upward kick to the Hollow's jaw, knocking him on his back. He then slowly walked across Grand Fisher's, dragging his sword through his skin along the way. Mercy, the Hollow stuttered out as he watched the orange teenager point his sword at his dot. How many innocent people begged you for mercy before you ate them? Ichigo asked, driving his Zanpakuto into the Hollow's flesh. How many? He shouted, stabbing into Grand Fisher over and over until the creature ran out of breath to scream. You took what mattered most to me. I'll probably never see my mother again, but I'll settle for the freedom of her soul. Before Ichigo could continue his onslaught, he felt the ghost of a hand on his shoulder. That's enough, Ichigo. Butchering him won't satisfy you, the voice of Ono Kishi said. Killing a Hollow means setting the souls inside it free, not torturing it to death. Oh please, I think I'm going to be sick. Just rip the thing apart already. It's what you want to do, the other part of his Zanpakuto said. Just because it's what he wants to do doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, the old man said. Ichigo sighed for a moment, letting his anger leave him before decapitating Grand Fisher in a quick, painless strike. He jumped off the Hollow's corpse before it dissipated and sheathed his sword before walking away silently. Ichigo didn't feel anything in his moment of triumph. He thought he would feel happy that he finally slayed the creature that killed him and his mother, but he didn't. After he was gone, two figures stepped out of the shadows. Wow, the blonde guy with large teeth whistled, staring at the spot Ichigo once stood. I thought your kid needed help, but Kisuke didn't say anything about psychological help. I didn't think that would turn ugly, Isin Kurosaki said, worried for his son's unusual behavior. I'm very confused, Isin. I was under the impression that your boy might need help with his Hollow, but I don't see a problem here, Shinji Hirako stated, thinking that Urahara must be terribly misinformed. Yeah, it definitely feels like we're all missing something here, Isin turned and walked away in thought. For now it seemed like Ichigo had control of things, so perhaps there was nothing to get worked up about. Later. What's in a rancor? Ichigo asked, sitting across from Kisuke while reading a manga comic. He came back to the shop to relax and calm his wrath when he found that Urahara was still up. Basically, it's a Hollow that takes off its mask and obtains the power similar to that of a Shinigami, the bucket-hatted shop owner explained. You can think of them as something as hybrid. Huh, that's interesting, Ichigo said, although he didn't sound all that interested as he flipped to the next page of his manga. Wait a sec, is the opposite possible? He asked when a light bulb went off in his head. You mean a Shinigami that obtains Hollow powers? Yes, it is possible, but they're called wizards, Kisuke said. Now that's something I'd like to see, Ichigo smirked, setting his comic down. I'll introduce you sometime, Kisuke said, returning the grin. You actually know some? Oh hell yeah, I want to meet them. He seemed genuinely enthusiastic about meeting a wizard. I don't see what the big deal about these rancors are. Grand Fisher wasn't so tough. The creature you fought was merely an imperfect rancor, Kisuke said, tipping his hat down. Though I have a feeling Aizen might be using the Heijyoku to make perfect rancors and build an army out of them. And do what exactly? Take over Soul Society? Ichigo rolled his eyes at how childish that sounded. Perhaps he's after something else, and Soul Society is just a stepping stone to that, Kisuke said ominously. Yeah, whatever, Ichigo yawned and rubbed the back of his head, giving a wave and a good night as he headed off to bed. He walked in his room to see Orihime passed out on the bed in a gigai that Urahara provided for her. Lying next to her, he wondered if Ranjiku took her drinking or if Haim was just exhausted, and that worried him since he knew she was a huge lightweight. He got his answer when he noticed the designated driver bracelet cleverly strapped to her wrist. That's my girl, Ichigo whispered, giving her a kiss on the cheek before spooning behind her. Back in the other room, Kisuke was looking at a small device in his hand. It was something old he invented that could scan someone and read what they were with a few adjustments. While he was sitting here talking with Ichigo, he had it set to scan and analyze the boy. The results were confusing to say the least. First, the word Shinigami appeared in red letters when categorizing him, then the screen glitches and changes to the word Quincy in blue letters. This just doesn't make any sense. The device can't make heads or tails of Ichigo, Urahara thought. He became even more concerned when the device flashed again, changing the word to Hollow in black letters. Ichigo's powers were that of a Shinigami, so where did the Quincy and Hollow elements come into this? There's so many pieces to this puzzle that he couldn't seem to find. The next day. Orihime and Tatsuki, accompanied by a silent Chad, were taking a short walk through the park. The two girls needed some fresh air after last night's fun. Somewhere close by, a crater impacted mysteriously on the ground by an invisible force, well, invisible to normal humans. So who the hell are we looking for again? The big one dressed in white asked to his partner. His name is Ichigo Kurosaki, orange hair, withered sword, the smaller paler one spoke in a monotone voice. Pay more attention when Lord Aizen is giving us orders, Yami. Whatever, Ulquiorra, now where do we start? I don't feel like spending all damn day here, the big guy growled. Then do something to draw him out, the one now identified as Ulquiorra said dryly. Alright, Yami laughed as he began to inhale. Suddenly dozens of souls from humans who were just minding their own business were ate out and devoured by this hulking man. Sensing something was wrong, Orihime, Tatsuki and Sato ran over to find out what was happening to all the people around them. They found two being responsible, one was a big guy with a weird shaped head and broken piece of a mask covering his jaw. The other was much smaller with black hair, pale skin and green emotionless eyes that watched him approach with a piece of a helmet stuck to the side of his head. Who the hell are these twerps? Yami asked staring down at the newcomers. Hey Ulquiorra. Are any of these punks the one we're looking for? He asked his partner. Do any of them look like the description I just gave you? Ulquiorra couldn't help the tiny bit of annoyance in his voice at the other's stupidity. Who are you people? Are you both hollows? Tatsuki asked stepping forward. Hear that she thinks we're hollows, Yami laughed. I don't care who you are, but you killed a lot of innocent people just now. Tatsuki used her Reiatsu enhanced strength to recklessly charge at the big guy, foot raised to kick his head off. This proved foolish as Yami just grinned and swatted her away with his bare hand. The girl crashed into a tree with a loud crack, breaking her ribs and a bit of her spine. Tatsuki. Orihime ran over to help her friend. Orihime, run, she gasped out, unable to move. Chad stepped in to try and fight this bastard, while the two girls were away from the fight for now. I'm not leaving you here, Orihime summoned the power from her ring and let her healing barrier wrap around Tatsuki. Just hang on for a bit, a body dropping next to her made Orihime jump, she turned to see Chad, his armor-covered arm completely mangled beyond recognition. Sato. She created another healing shield and blanketed it over his ruined arm. Hey Ulquiorra. What should we do about the girl? Yami asked. She's just more trash, deal with her like the others, the shorter one said heartlessly. The big guy grinned down at her and attempted to drive his fist into her face, but was stopped inches away by an orange transparent triangular barrier. Shun Rika, Cage, Orihime whispered with an angry look on her face. Suddenly more triangle barriers appeared and attached to the one that held off Yami's fist, then folded around it forming a triangular prism that locked everything in sight into the space it appeared in. What the hell is this? Yami shouted attempting to free his hand, but it wouldn't move from its trapped spot in the air, he couldn't even move his fingers inside it. Damn it. He kept yanking to no avail. Interesting, she completely froze an area of space and time with her ability, Ulquiorra thought as he watched the girl, his eyes then drifted over to her fallen companions as he observed her power that was slowly restoring their bodies back to the state before they were wounded. Lord Aizen will want to know this, he watched as the girl's concentration momentarily slipped and the prism that trapped Yami's fist shattered as he pulled it out. Nice try girl, he went to punch the now unprotected Orihime, but his fist was stopped once again. Not by a barrier though, but a much smaller stronger hand. So what did I miss here? Ichigo asked holding the big guy's hand in place. Orihime looked up to see her boyfriend looking a little unkempt and disheveled, wearing only a black tank top, matching sweatpants, a pair of flip-flop sandals, and a dark gray house coat loosely draped on him. Even Ichigo's hair looked messier than normal. Ichigo, Orihime said in relief. I'm bored, Ichigo spoke in a lazy tone while using his other hand to point two fingers at the larger anchor. What? Yami yelled in disbelief. Bored. Ichigo shot two red beams from his fingers at Yami's shoulder and hip knocking him back. Bored. He shot another two at his kneecaps, bored. You little shit. The ranker growled falling to his knees in pain. Orihime, get those two out of here, Ichigo said seriously without looking at her. Tatsuki had just finished getting healed and helped her carry a still heavily injured Sato away to a safer locations. As much as they all wanted to help him, the Ichigo was incredibly strong and could handle this. So big boy, you got me out of bed, now how can I help you? Ichigo asked with a smirk. The truth was he feeling very depressed after killing Grand Fisher, like he didn't know what to do with himself now that his original goal was complete. He didn't deny that he wanted to protect the souls in the Rukin district and improve upon the Soul Society, but he used to think of killing the Hollows as practice until he could get his hands on Grand Fisher. Imagine his surprise when he found the Hollow and also found out he was leagues ahead of it in strength. It was nowhere near the battle he was looking forward to and was just a one-sided execution if anything. That's him, Yami, Ulquiorra finally spoke up after watching the boy show up, knock Yami back, and getting a good look at the old-looking Zanpakuto sheathed in his left hand. Huh, this is the brat we're looking for? Yami questioned arrogantly. Yes, it's just as Lord Aizen told us. Orange hair, withered sword, this is Ichigo Kurosaki, the smaller ranker staring emotionlessly at their target. Lord Aizen. Is that what he's having you guys call him? Ichigo chuckled. Then again I force my students to call me Professor Ichigo, so I can't really talk. I'm going to enjoy this twerp. Yami stood back up and grinned down at the orange-haired punk while cracking his knuckles. Question, were you going to kill Orihime if I didn't show up? Ichigo asked, his face taking on a dark expression. Who the hell is Orihime? Yami asked. Incredibly hot, well-endowed girl that you were about to squash, Ichigo answered. Yeah, and what if I was? Yami's big ugly grin turned into a frown as Ichigo drew his sword, tossing the now empty sheath away. Then I'm going to hurt you, like a lot. First I'll cut off your arms, then I'll stab you through the heart, probably say some real creepy shit, and then I'll kill you, Ichigo said with pleasant smile like he was talking about the weather. We'll see about that. Yami attempted to grab him with his huge hand, but instead of dodging, Ichigo stood his ground and stabbed his sword straight through the Arrancar's hand. AHH. Yami yelled in pain as Ichigo twisted his blade slowly. You know I don't normally like hurting people, even enemies, that much. It's just can't stand it when someone takes away something that I love. Ichigo pulled his sword up, painfully bifurcating the Arrancar's hand. Torturing someone who already took something from me is pointless. My Zanpakuto was right about that, because I can't get back what was lost. While he was talking, he easily sidestepped another attack and countered by slicing off the Arrancar's right arm at the elbow. However, when someone tries to take away someone precious to me now, well then all bets are off. The other part of my Zanpakuto is right in that regard. Ichigo quickly sliced off the big guy's other arm and stood in front of the dismembered Arrancar with a pissed off look on his face. You'll pay. Yami screamed, charging a zero in his mouth, since that was his only option at the moment. Ichigo disappeared with his flash step and reappeared directly behind Yami, stabbing his sword straight through his back and out his .arg. His half-formed zero dissipated immediately. Say something nice, Ichigo ordered, keeping his sword run through Yami's torso. What? The Arrancar choked out, fearing for his life. Say something nice, he demanded once again. I don't know what, Yami started sweating in fear. Mr. Arrancar, I've got all day and I'm not going to kill you until you say something nice, Ichigo looked at him expectantly. I think you have Akula hair, Yami said, the only thing he could think of at the moment. Lovely, now lead us into the light. His sword glowed for a moment, changing into its gold shimmering form. Oh no, Kishi, Ichigo stated calmly, and in an instant the sword that impaled Yami flashed, and a dozen more swords exploded out of his. The Arrancar collapsed face down as the Zanpakuto returned to its singular sealed state. Ichigo jumped on his back full of bleeding holes and began to jump up and down. Look, it's like a trampoline, he chuckled joyously as blood splashed out of the body beneath him. He turns from ruthless warrior to an animated child that fast. Ulquiorra though he watched the scene before him, wondering about what possible mental problems this Ichigo Kurosaki had. You know you look like a goth, Ichigo commented, jumping down off the fallen Arrancar's body and facing the still living one. So are you going to fight me next? I'm all mellow now after killing this guy and I'd like to go cool down. No, I have everything I need to report to Lord Aizen. Ulquiorra disappeared with a quiet boom and reappeared behind Ichigo. Holy shit. He's super fast. Ichigo turned wide-eyed to see the Arrancar opening a garganta and dragging Yami's body with one hand. Hey, before you go, can you give Aizen this? Ichigo threw a yellow envelope at him, which Ulquiorra caught looking at it strangely. Just a little gift for him. The Arrancar stuffed it into his jacket and dragged his comrade through the black rip in space. Ichigo finally let his guard down when it closed, breathing a long drawn-out sigh. He sat down on the grass looking at the pool of Arrancar blood nearby. Ichigo. Totsuki walked over to him, concerned. I'm finished. Ichigo exclaimed. An hour later they all returned to Urahara's shop to tell everyone what happened. They found the other Shinigami there getting ready to leave, a little late for that. Ichigo Kurosaki, what happened? Hitsugaya asked in a commanding tone. Captain Hitsugaya, I apologize in advance for this, Ichigo said, and before anybody could question him he reared back and smacked Toshiro in the back of the head. Where the flying were you? What are you talking about? Hitsugaya was too shocked to get mad that he was just smacked like a child. Do you have any idea how strong those Arrancars were? The one I took down was one thing, but the other one would have killed me and everyone around me if he wanted. Ichigo yelled. How do you even know that? Ranjiku asked. Look, I can't explain it, but I have this sixth sense with hollows. I can feel when they enter whatever realm I'm in, and when I look at them it's like their strength is laid bare before my eyes. Everyone was surprised and confused by his explanation, all except for Urahara, who looked suspiciously like he knew something that they didn't. Ashiro, you in charge of this team, so what would you have done if this Arrancar stepped over my corpse and started laying waste to Karakura? Hitsugaya looked momentarily ashamed before steeling his face. I apologize, I was communicating with the head captain when we received an emergency call from the 12th saying that powerful hollows had been detected, but you were already on the way there, Hitsugaya explained. But God, the 12th division is slow in detecting these things, Ichigo slapped his forehead in irritation. Don't ever say that around Captain Kuretsuchi, word to the wise, Renji said. Oh please, I'm not scared of Captain Joker, Ichigo rolled his eyes. So what did the old man have to say? Let me worry about that, Hitsugaya said, walking out of the room. What was in that envelope you gave to the hollow? Tatsuki asked, remembering what Ichigo tossed to the Arankor before he left. Her orange-haired friend just grinned in a creepy way instead of answering her. Waco Mundo. I see, so that's why you retreated, Aizen said, sitting high on his throne. Ulquiorra had just returned from his mission to World of the Living to investigate how strong Ichigo Kurosaki was. His report was a visual representation he projected into all their minds by removing his eye and shattering it like glass, the crystal pieces scattering about the throne room. Yeah, why did you retreat? A loud voice asked. Ulquiorra turned to see one of his fellow Espada sitting there. Brimjo, I think that's obvious. Had I proceeded I would have been victorious, but the battle would have resulted in drawing the attention of the other Shinigami stationed in the town, he explained with cold hard logic. So what, just kill the rest of them then, Grimjo tossed back. That's enough Grimjo, Aizen said calmly with an amused smirk on his face. I believe you have something for me, Ulquiorra, said Arankor, removed the envelope from his robe. I checked the contents, it appears harmless. Ulquiorra handed it to one of Aizen's personal assistants, who quickly delivered it to him up on his throne. Aizen opened it, revealing a simple greeting card with a picture of Karakura and the word "Wish you were here" printed on the front. His smile never left his face as he read the inside. Hey Aizen, we never had a chance to finish our little chat. How have you been? I'm fine. Just looking forward to the next time we meet. Perhaps we can talk over tea and cookies. See you soon. Ichigo Kurosaki, #1 protector of Karakura town. How amusing, Aizen commented with a light chuckle, seeing the small doodle of a mini Ichigo, giving a double peace sign at the bottom of the card interior. Jin was watching him from the side and couldn't help but genuinely smirk. It appears that boy holds no fear for Captain Aizen, with the way he's taunting him with that greeting card. This should be interesting, Jin thought, stepping back into the shadows. Yami still lives, but barely, Ulquiorra brought up. It's doubtful that Yami will recover, begin looking for a replacement Espada, Aizen commanded to his Arankor. Ever since yesterday, Captain Hitsugaya ordered someone to accompany Ichigo everywhere he went. After it was made clear that the Arankor came looking for the orange-haired teenager under Aizen's orders, the captain figured they might return looking for him again. Unfortunately, Ichigo always kept his spirit energy damn near impossible to detect, so now he was required to keep someone close by that could be detected in case of an emergency attack. Right now he was being followed by both Rukia and Renji, much to his annoyance. You should really start using a Gigai, Rukia said, walking alongside her orange-haired friend. From the outside it looked like she was talking to thin air. Nah, I'd rather stay free and uninhibited by those things, Ichigo said, floating a foot off the ground. She means we look like idiots talking to nothing, Renji glared at him. I thought we were here to safeguard the city, not hang out with the humans, Ichigo stared at them with half-lidded eyes. He popped a cherry-flavored lollipop in his mouth as he descended to the ground, walking ahead of them. Eventually they stopped when Ichigo paused and looked down an alleyway. Did you see that? He asked, biting down on the candy with a loud crunch. See what? Rukia asked. The hollow, a small one. Just then a small figure jumped out from behind the dumpster and ran off down the alleyway away from them. Renji and Rukia immediately took a mod soul pill and shed their Gigai to pursue the creature, while Ichigo followed at a lazy pace. Eventually the two official Shinigami cornered it at a dead end. What they found was surprising. A small hollow the size of a dog resembling some sort of toad creature was cowering backed up against a wall. This is it. I'll take care of it. Renji drew his sword and prepared to dispatch the tiny hollow. Picking on creatures smaller than you? What a great way to describe the Gate 13 as a whole, Ichigo commented sarcastically, walking up to the scene. What's that supposed to mean? Rukia asked, sounding offended. Just what I said, stand down Lieutenant Abarai, Ichigo said, placing his hand on Renji's sword, lowering it away from the shaking and terrified hollow. What do you think you're doing, Ichigo? The redhead asked, pulling his Zanpakuto out of the other's grip. I said. Ichigo's eyes flashed yellow for a moment as he turned his sharp glare at him. Stand down. Okay, Renji backed away from the scary teen as he approached the hollow that started whimpering and crying. Ichigo, be careful, it's a hollow, Rukia warned. It's just a baby, Ichigo said without looking back at her. Yes, it's small, but Ichigo quickly cut her off. No, I mean it's actually an infant soul. Ichigo gently placed a hand on the creature's masked head. Easy, easy, it's alright, he said calmly. Sometimes infants die during or shortly after birth. When that happens, their souls are left to wander, never understanding what happened or what they are. They rapidly devolve into hollows. The two Shinigami looked confused, apparently they never heard of this before. They can't help what they do, they're just scared and alone, they don't know any better. But it's still a hollow, Renji said, looking down at the now calm docile creature that Ichigo held onto. And what are hollows? They're lost human souls you Shinigami failed to save, Ichigo said accusingly. It is in their nature to seek out an end to their pain, just like it's in the nature of you Shinigami to clean up your mistakes. When it comes down to it, you're really nothing more than glorified garbage men. What are you doing? Rukia asked, watching as he felt around the hollow's head. Looking for a spot that will cause the least amount of pain when I put it down, Ichigo said, focusing his hollow vision as he sometimes called it to find the weakest point in the hollow's mask. There, he then shot a beam quickly and painlessly through the skull from his fingertip, letting the poor infant hollow breath one last breathe and dissipate in his arms. I never thought that some hollows could be children. No, that's not true, we always knew that was a possibility. I guess it's just easier to put it out of our minds, Rukia said with a somewhat guilty look on her face. It's fine, there really is nothing we can do other than put them back into the cycle of life and death. Ichigo just shrugged and walked away. They both looked at him with mild awe. Wait, how did you know that hollow was actually an infant? Renji asked, catching up to him. I already told you all about my sixth sense, right? Ichigo popped a peppermint into his mouth as he walked. Yes, but that still doesn't explain how you can see past a hollow's mask, Rukia brought up. Look, I just can, what does it matter how I do it? Ichigo picked up the pace. It does matter, Rukia followed after him, not letting Ichigo get away without answering this time. I just can't tell you, alright. This time Ichigo used Shunpo to get away, leaving them in the dust. He couldn't let them know the truth. The truth was that his gift of sensing hollows and feeling their powers was a gift he got from a very close friend who was also a hollow. A friend that just happened to reside within him. If the Gate-13 found out about that, he would definitely be executed, and Ichigo didn't want to leave Orihime alone in the world again after everything. Call it selfish, but Ichigo just wanted to live a long time in soul society with her, and he couldn't do that if he was dead again. The next day. Is this the right place? Orihime asked as they walked through the warehouse district. This is the directions Urahara gave me. Ichigo looked around the empty buildings, then back to the piece of paper in his hand. He decided to give his Shinigami babysitters the slip and find these so-called wizards that Kisuke wanted him to meet. The shopkeeper secretly passed him a note with directions when Hitsugaya wasn't looking, and now Ichigo along with Orihime were trying to find them. Let's just start knocking on every building until they come out. Ichigo ran up to the first warehouse to knock on it, only to run smack dab into an invisible barrier. Ow. He rubbed his forehead. Okay, I think we found the place. Should we try entering? Orihime asked, finally seeing the Keto barrier that protected the place. Will the lord of the house please step forward? He called into the building. The barrier suddenly became a visible yellow color, with a small opening big enough for them to walk through appeared. Naturally they walked inside. Ichigo violently kicked the door open and walked into the dark building, while Orihime clutched his arm. This is a spooky place, he commented looking around the empty warehouse. Well, we are spooky people, a voice from the shadows spoke. Out walked a skinny fellow with blonde short bowl-shaped hair and a wide piano-toothed grin. Whoa. Nice teeth, Ichigo remarked. Really, first time meeting me and that's what you come up with, the blonde guy said. Name's Shinji Hirako, by the way. Ichigo Kurosaki, and this beauty is Orihime Inoue. Ichigo introduced himself and his girlfriend. Stepping forward, Ichigo suddenly had to dodge a high kick from a short yellow-haired girl. That was rude. He grabbed her ankle and threw her into Shinji. Who the hell do you think you are? Throwing me like that? The girl yelled after punching Shinji in the face for catching her. Ichigo took one look at the girl in red and immediately charged towards her. So cute. Ichigo grabbed her up and hugged despite her kicking and screaming. Can we keep her, Orihime? Please. Hiyori started cursing up a storm and flinging her limbs about, trying to break free from his hold. Sorry, but she already has a family, Shinji said, trying hold back his laughter at the scene in front of him and wishing so badly that he had a camera. Aw, that's a shame, Ichigo said, sadly putting her down and easily catching her fists before they reached him. After that the rest of the wizards appeared and introduced themselves. After talking with all of them, he discovered that they all shared a common origin. They were all simultaneously Halofied by Aizen nearly a century ago. Afterwards they were saved by Kisuke. Urahara was framed by the same man and escaped into exile along with Urahara. Eventually the big question finally popped up. Shinji finally came forward and asked if he had undergone holification. If you're asking me if I possess the powers of a hollow, then no, I don't. At least not anymore, and with that a whole new line of questions came. Easy one at a time, please. What did you mean you don't possess the powers of a hollow anymore? Kensei asked with narrowed eyes. Well, it's difficult to explain, but all the powers of my hollow go to controlling my Bankai. Everyone looks shocked that he just admitted to having a Bankai at such a young age. The power of my Zanpakuto would kill me under normal circumstances, so I put the hollow part of in charge of keeping that power in check and under control. Even if I wanted to don a mask and use a zero I couldn't, because if I did I'd be swallowed by my own power. So we're no help to you then, Love said. It looks like he has everything under control, Rose chimed in. Wait, what made you all think I had a problem? Ichigo asked them. Urahara told me before you came here that you might be having trouble with your hollow, that it might be trying to take over, Shinji said with a shrug. Obviously he was misinformed. Well, he did once, that psychotic is always threatening me, so I had to go in there and beat his ass down, Ichigo explained while shaking his fist. So you did have to fight him for control, Lisa pointed out. Yeah, he said he wanted us to switch places where he would be in charge and I would be the one managing the Bankai. That happened when I was 14, everyone seemed surprised that a 14-year-old was able to fight and defeat his own hollow. How did you beat him? Orihime asked, Ichigo had never told her about this before. Since the doesn't play fair I figured I had to learn how to fight dirty too. The best way to beat crazy down is with more crazy, Ichigo grinned. And eventually I got him to teach me Bankai and that was really the last time I spoke to him. That was why he always acted so crazy and weird all the time, part of his hollow rubbed off on him unfortunately. So what do you guys do for fun around here? Ichigo asked while some of them smirked at what was to come. Later. Okay, I'm hurt now, Ichigo said from underneath the rubble. He just took a blast from Kensei's Shikai, knocking him into a crater. Somehow asking what they do for fun led to them taking turns trying to beat the crap out of him in an underground training room similar to Urahara's, or sparring as they like to call it. What the hell is this guy? Hiyori asked watching Ichigo take a direct hit and then get back up, wipe the blood from his chin and get back into the fight. I have no idea, Shinji couldn't help but smirk watching the kid take hits and bounce back like a spring, all while laughing like a little boy on a playground. He knew Ichigo could be quite the formidable opponent and he hadn't even tried using his Shikai yet. Alright, that's enough, take 5 everybody. No, come on. I was having fun, Ichigo whined. Freaking psycho, Hiyori muttered just loud enough for him to hear. Oh Hiyori, do all the schoolboys fall in love with you? He taunted, nearly popping a vein in the angry girl's head. Ichigo, sit and I'll heal you. Orihime came over to kneel next to him while he sat down crossed-legged and let her use her power to heal his minor injuries. While that was happening he decided to meditate and find out a few things. When he opened his eyes he was in the star-cross-shaped floating city in the sky, his inner world. He looked in the distance seeing the tower in the center with the palace atop it. He decided to forego talking to the old man today and just go straight to the other spirit. Turning around, Ichigo looked over the edge to the gray desert below for a moment before taking a deep breath and jumped. With minutes he landed on the sands below, there was cool breeze that greeted his presence. Looking around he waited until the sand split, creating a set of stairs that led underground into a tunnel. Following the open path he created a small red flame with his spirit energy and will to light the way. While walking, Ichigo thought about certain people's reactions as of late. Hisuke and Yoruchi were both utterly shocked by the true power of his Zanpakuto, and the wizards couldn't seem to wrap around their heads around how he dealt with his hollow. They all acted like his powers were strange and foreign, like it was unheard of and never seen before. It led to Ichigo wanting to know exactly where this power came from and where better to find out than from the hollow part of him that controls his darkest power. Are you awake? Ichigo called when he entered a vast dark chamber that seemed to go on forever. Tossing the light through the darkness he could see the high ceiling held up by large black pillars. Walking along the extended balcony until he reached the edge he looked down to see a sea of skulls and bones. Am I going to have to force you to come out? In response to his question a throne made of the solid floor formed directly behind him and he promptly sat down. Thanks. Don't mention it, a dark watery voice said. The chamber began to shake, the bones that made up the floor rattled and parted as the colossal figure began to emerge. The giant was a white-skinned shirtless man with black clawed hands, a black horned skull mask covering his head and long white hair spilling out from the back of the mask. My king, you've finally returned, the titan said with a fake respectful tone and a bow. Hello, oh no Yami, Ichigo said staring into the giant yellow eyes. We need to talk, I have questions. Why not just ask his majesty upstairs? He couldn't see it, but Ichigo could tell he was grinning behind his mask. He probably wouldn't tell me, most likely he'd say I wasn't ready, but I am, Ichigo sighed before continuing. I want to know Yami, where does my power comes from? So spill it. The giant form of his hollow opened its black maw and let out a loud creepy laugh. Ichigo had to wince because the distorted cackling sounded like nails on a chalkboard to him. Your power? Do you think this power came from you? That's rich, Yami laughed again. Do you think the power to divide out pieces of your soul and turn them into power is natural? What about the godlike power the Bankai gives you? Do you think that could ever belong to a Shinigami? Then where did it come from? Ichigo asked, standing up from the stone chair. Think about my king. The Zanpakuto you found as child, you knew someone had placed it there. A giant blue tongue licked the teeth of the Hollow's mask. So you're saying these powers came from that Zanpakuto, but how and why? Ichigo was so confused. He was told by Yoruchi when she found him that his Zanpakuto's powers are shaped by the spirit and personality of the person who wields it. Me and His Majesty up there have always been with you. The instant you picked up that sword we jumped inside it thinking we could finally have a vessel to channel our powers through and help you. Imagine how surprised we were to find a shitload of power already inside the blade. Yami scooped up a pile of bones with his giant hand while he talked. So we both fought over who controlled what. His Majesty got the part that allows you to split your soul and attach it to other things, while I got the unlimited power buried at the heart of the Zanpakuto. You should count yourself lucky. Lucky? Ichigo asked skeptically. Due to my position I can't take you over anymore, or else we'd both be consumed by it. Yami pointed to the darkness in the distance where Ichigo could feel the power of his Bankai waiting to be used and unleashed upon the world. I guess that does make me one lucky bastard, doesn't it? Ichigo smirked while walking away. Leaving so soon, King? We just got to talking again. Back upstairs to His Majesty, he could hear amusement in the Hollow's voice. What's so funny, Yami? Ichigo asked while the giant continued to chuckle. I know who he really is, and I can't wait to see the look on your face when you find out. The distorted voice continued to laugh in the darkness as Ichigo left. Toodaloo. He waved goodbye. While walking back up the way he came, Ichigo thought about that day in the Rukin where he found the Zanpakuto, and some things seemed to fit into place. Someone deliberately put that sword there for him to find, but the question was who? Who would want him to have this great power, and why would they give it to him? The next day. You want me to train him with my Bankai? Renji asked. Kisuke nodded his head. Well, why does Chad need my help? Because our friend Sato can only improve his powers if he battles someone with a Bankai, Urahara explained, waving his fan at him. You used to be a captain, why don't you do it? Renji tried to find an excuse not to do this. My Bankai isn't suited for helping people grow stronger. Kisuke hid his eyes under his hat as he said this. Well, why doesn't Ichigo do it? He said, pointing to the orange-haired teenager who sat at the table reading a magazine while eating a chocolate bar. Without looking up from his magazine, Ichigo responded. If Chad went up against my Bankai he would die in 2 seconds. I'm not being mean or bragging, it's just a fact, he said, taking another bite of his chocolate. I like the big guy, I don't want to kill him. Fine, I'll do it, Renji sighed, figuring he could at least get some practice with his Bankai out of this. Plus Renji's freeloading off us and this would put him to good use, Ichigo brought up with a smirk. That's right, this would be a good way to pay back your debts to me. Urahara had what most would call an aha moment. Wait, how come Ichigo doesn't need any training? Renji exclaimed, trying to direct focus on someone else. Oh, I already have that covered. Ichigo went back to his magazine without missing a beat. Shinji liked him enough to invite him to come back to the warehouse anytime he wanted for some more training. Plus he liked that Ichigo was one of the rare people who didn't take shit from Hiyori and knew how to press her buttons. It made for some good entertainment. Have fun, Red, I'm going to find Orihime and make sweet love to her, ciao. And with that Ichigo stood up and disappeared out of the shop with Shunpo. It was getting late, the sun was about to set when he began walking down the streets of Karakura. He didn't seem to notice the dark-haired girl known as Karen Kurosaki following him ever since he left the Urahara Shoten. Karen continued to follow the orange-haired teenager that claimed to be Ichigo Kurosaki she had been following the past few days now. She figured out he was some type of ghost that always carried a sword, kind of like those guys in the black robes who also carried a sword. The only difference was that Ichigo didn't dress like them, so what did that mean? Was he one of them or not? She was determined to find out why and how her brother was back in the world of the living. High above the city, after the sun had fully set, a black rip in space appeared and out stepped a group of Arankers dressed in white. The leader of the group looked down at the city with a bored look. Alright boys, here's the drill, any humans with spiritual pressure are worth 10 points, average Shinigami scum are worth 20, the blue-haired Aranker then grinned maliciously. Any captain-level Shinigami, well you leave those to me, the group then dispersed off to find their prey. There's got to be at least one interesting opponent here, he said as he descended to the city below, spotting someone who seemed to have a bit of reiatsu to them. Damn it, where did he go? Karen thought with a frustrated sigh. She was following Ichigo as he walked along a fence like an acrobat that was until he vanished from sight in a blur too quick to follow. For now she decided to just give up, she already knew that he frequented that shop, he had to go back there at some point. This won't even be worth the effort, a voice said from above her. Karen looked up to see a man dressed in white, with blue hair and a hole going through his stomach staring down at her with a disinterested look. But unlike Aizen, I'm not into leaving things to chance, the guy smiled viciously and pointed his hand at her. A red ball of raw energy began to form in his palm. Karen wanted to run, but was too scared and confused to even move. Hi there, my little Arankor, a playful voice said from directly behind him as a hand gripped his shoulder. The blue-haired Arankor turned his head to follow the arm, but before he could get a good look at who it was he was spun around and a fist was driven into the side of his face, sending him flying over the city. Karen watched Ichigo deck that guy with enough force to send him miles away, then stand in midair shaking his wrist. Damn, what the hell is that guy's jaw made of, steel? Ichigo? Her dead brother looked at with complete seriousness. I'll explain later, was all he could say before disappearing in a flash. Little actually socked me one, the Arankor growled out, spitting the blood out of his mouth. After he righted himself in the air, he took a moment to try and figure out how strong the guy who punched him was. After all, he didn't even sense him with his Bisquissa, which was weird. Introductions I think are in order, Ichigo said immediately after reappearing a few yards. The Arankor looked over to see a bright orange shaggy-haired teenager, wearing a black long-sleeved deep V-shirt, purposely torn and frayed jeans, and black boots, with an old rusted Zanpakuto attached to his black studded belt. I know you, you're the little bastard who Ulquiorra was sent to investigate, Ichigo Kurosaki. His grin widened. Sup, Ichigo waved at him. How about a name for you, blue boy? Grimjo Jagger Jax, 6th Espada, he introduced himself. Cool name, but what's an espada? Ichigo had to sound out that last word to keep from mispronouncing it. We're the top 10 strongest Arankors in Wako Mundo, and I am the 6th strongest. Grimjo stated proudly. Seriously, Aizen ranks you all by number, Ichigo laughed at that, much to the Arankor's annoyance. Though I guess it's easier than having to remember all your names, he shrugged. Suddenly Grimjo tried to drop kick him, but Ichigo quickly caught his foot with one hand. Oh. Were we starting? Now he was the one smirking viciously as he rapidly spun the Arankor around before throwing him. I guess this might be interesting after all, Grimjo said facing him again. Hey, want to see something cool? Ichigo grinned back at him, popping an orange-flavored lollipop in his mouth. Lead us into the light, oh no Kish. Are you having fun yet, Grim? Ichigo asked as he parried another strike from the espada. Strangely enough, the numerous blades of Ichigo's shikai hovered in the air high above the city, along with the two combatants, instead of sticking in the ground like they normally did. Don't call me that. Grimjo attempted to punch him, but the orange-haired kid tilted his head out of the way. Fine, spoiled sport, Ichigo pouted, dodging a kick aimed for his side. Woohoo. Isn't this fun? He laughed, grabbing one of his many identical swords and turned it from a blade to a scythe, swinging it wildly. I'm going to wipe that damn arrogant smirk off your face. Grimjo screamed, charging him. Ichigo coughed as he was kicked hard in the stomach, knocking him a distance away and causing him to spit out his lollipop. I hadn't finished that, Ichigo said, sadly lamenting the loss of his candy. He did a few stretches, popping his neck and back. Where's the Gate 13 when you need them? He sighed, wishing some backup would come, but he knew they wouldn't since he could sense Hitsugaya and the others engaging other Arankors. It pissed him off when he realized those Arankors were much weaker compared to the Espada he was facing. It just figured that he would get stuck fighting the strongest of this group. Ulquiorra didn't mention this power, Grimjo said, referring to the many swords floating around them. That's because he didn't get a chance to see it after I killed that big guy, Ichigo said, secretly manipulating a sword that hovered several yards behind Grimjo into changing shape while they talked. Ha! You mean Yami? That buffoon was only the 10th Espada. The Arankor laughed. Not too bright was he? Ichigo laughed along with him. And neither are you. The sword behind Grimjo finished molding into a large metal futuristic cannon, which was ready to shoot a charged blast. Au revoir. The cannon fired a large concentrated beam of heat at the unsuspecting Arankor. Grimjo turned just in time to see the blast headed for him. Ichigo watched with a pleased smirk on his face as an explosion of smoke and fire bloomed upon impact with the Espada. Are you still alive in there? Ichigo called into the cloud of smoke. A second later, Grimjo leaped out of the smoke, punching Ichigo square in the shoulder. The boy went skidding back, clutching his now broken right shoulder. Damn, he got me good with that one. Looking up, he saw the Arankor was badly burned, arms scorched, and his now sported a path of burned skin running down the center of his torso. You little bastard. Don't you dare look down on me. Grimjo sounded pissed off, and the more he stared into Ichigo's eyes, the more enraged he became. That look in his eyes, like everything was fine in his mind and that nothing could go wrong, really gnawed at him. I see, you must have used a Zero to detonate the blast before it reached you, clever, Ichigo praised him sincerely while shifting his weapon to his left arm, now that his right was useless. Why won't you take this seriously? Grimjo yelled. It infuriated him how his opponent treated this all like a game. Ichigo just smirked and grabbed another nearby sword. The blade became covered in flames as he held it up. "You want serious, I'll give you serious," the 17-year-old said before attacking the Aranker. Grimjo barely had enough time to draw his own sword and block. Ichigo pressed his sword against the others as fire poured forth from the steel of the blade. "Let me know if things are getting too hot for you." "This is nothing." Apparently it wasn't because Ichigo was able to force him back, launching him away with a wave of pure fire. Grimjo quickly moved around the flames and attacked Ichigo again. The teenager suddenly had a moment of realization. "Oh, I know." Ichigo pointed 2 fingers at the espada and fired 2 red beams, knocking Grimjo back down. Akaransu. "That's the name of that technique, simple but catchy, I like it," he smirked, firing another beam at the espada. "This is ridiculous. How are you so strong?" Grimjo yelled, covered in few more burn patches. "Hey, I'm not invincible, you did manage to break my right shoulder and give me a few bruises," Ichigo complimented his enemy like the weird person he was. It's true they had been kicking the crap out of each other, Ichigo just wasn't the pushover that the Aranker thought he would be. When it comes down to it, this is nothing more than 2 kids fighting on a playground if you ask me. "You damn Shinigami." Grimjo growled. "I never said I was a Shinigami," Ichigo smiled adorably. That earned him a solid punch in the face. "Ah. Cheap shot." he yelled, holding his bruised cheek. The two engaged in a clash of swords, each trying to hack and cut the other. Grimjo got in a few good slashes on Ichigo's back and torso, while Ichigo was busy scheming and waiting for an opportune moment. It appeared when the espada cut into his side, Ichigo stabbed into his arm, sending a pulse of spirit energy into the flesh, before removing it a second later. Oop, Ichigo winked at him, and his arm suddenly exploded around where Ichigo cut. Letting the smoke clear, he saw that Grimjo was still standing, though his arm was mangled and bloody. "What the was that?" Grimjo gasped out, looking at his torn and ravaged arm. "Basically this sword lets me channel a special bit of energy into whatever I cut and make it blow up like a bomb. I call it the Explode," Ichigo smirked. "You're bruised and bleeding, your arm is hanging by a few pieces of meat. What will you do?" he asked with a curious and creepy look on his face. "Damn it." Grimjo furiously turned his sword backwards and prepared to release it. "Stop right there, Grimjo." They both turned to see one of Aizen's compatriots, Kanam Tosen, standing behind the Aranker. "Tosen, what the hell are you doing here?" Grimjo spat. "Grimjo, you came here against Lord Aizen's orders. Not only that, you lost the Arankers you brought with you," he chastised. Ichigo quickly felt around and sensed that all the other Arankers were dead with no casualties on his side. "Kanam Tosen, I don't believe we've been properly introduced," Ichigo said. He was ignored, however. "I hope you're prepared to explain yourself, Grimjo," Tosen said, opening a garganta. The Aranker frowned, not afraid or just didn't give a shit. "Hey Grimjo, catch." Ichigo tossed something small at him and the espada caught with his still intact arm. Grimjo looked at the object in his hand to see a blueberry-flavored lollipop. "You better remember my name, Ichigo Kurosaki. Next time we meet I'll kill you." Grimjo grinned, popping the blue-colored candy in his mouth and disappearing into the garganta. "My regards to His Highness the Great Lord Aizen," Ichigo said mockingly, blowing a kiss at the two before the portal closed. When they were gone, Ichigo breathed a sigh of relief and resealed his sword, then letting himself fall out of the sky. He was caught before he hit the ground by Orihim's yellow shield. "Ah, thanks dear," he smiled, closing his eyes and letting his exhaustion take him to sleep land. The next morning. "He's still asleep?" Hitsugaya asked Urahara while they sat in the living room of his shop. "Well, he did fight an incredibly strong Aranker," Kisuke smiled behind his fan. "Give him a break. Then wake him up so he can report," the white-haired captain ordered. "He's still technically under my authority, he's my responsibility." Just then Orihim came out of the room that she and Ichigo shared. "Please let Ichigo sleep a little longer." Orihim smiled in a pleasant way, but with a scary undertone. A little trick that Captain Unohana taught her. "Oh okay." Toshiro turned away so no one would see the cold sweat that formed on his brow. "Wow," Renji commented, who knew that she could be scary when she wanted to be. What no one seemed to realize was that Ichigo had already awakened, heard all the commotion and snuck out the back door, taking only his sword and sunglasses with him. He walked down the street breathing in the morning air. "Could use a cup of coffee," he said to himself. Ichigo headed down a familiar street, stopping at a familiar house that read Kurosaki Clinic on the front. Walking around the house, he found the window to his old room and flew up to the glass. Spotting his still living sister Karen, he tapped on the window and slid it open. "Get out, I'm not dressed," Karen shouted, standing there in a wet towel. "Then get dressed." Ichigo rolled his eyes, turning around while sitting on the windowsill. After a few minutes, his younger sister gave him permission to turn around. He looked around the room, not really seeing that many personal things other than a few photos and posters. He figured Karen wasn't into super girly stuff. So dad gave you my old room, huh? Ichigo took his sunglasses off and sat on the bed, setting his sword on the pillow. I remember when you were just a little tyke, about yay high, he chuckled, gesturing how small she used to be with his hand. Ichigo, Karen looked at him sadly. I know you have questions, so ask away and I'll answer them as best I can. That was all he needed to say to end this awkward situation. I thought you were dead, was the first thing out of her mouth. I am dead, I died and went to the afterlife, he said like it was nothing. Then why have you come back? She asked. You see Karen, the afterlife is run by a military organization called the Gate 13, made up of Shinigami, he explained. Gods of death, is that what you are now? Karen asked, pulling her desk chair over to sit on while they talked. No, not official, but I still work for them, it's my job, he stated proudly. You have a job in the afterlife? Karen looked at him skeptically. Of course, what else am I supposed to there? Ichigo chuckled lightly. I came here with a group of others to help protect it from beings like that blue-haired guy that was about to attack you. From there Ichigo explained what hollows were, their evolution and what rankers were supposed to be. So what are these Shinigami like? Karen asked. Well, some of them are idiots or crazy, but there are some that are cool, Ichigo said honestly. He thought the Gate as a whole was foolish sometimes and made some dumb decisions, but they still had much to learn. Maybe they just needed to be reminded of how human they were and stop trying to act like gods. Why are you helping them? She asked. Because there's a war coming that they are nowhere near prepared for. I can leave them to it because if they lose it would mean the complete destruction of this whole town and everyone in it, Ichigo said in one of his rare mature moments. If I were you I'd take everyone you know and care for and leave Karakura. Why would I do that? Karen looked at him seriously. Didn't you hear me? Karakura will soon become a battleground, hell it already has. Ichigo couldn't believe she still wanted to stay after everything he told her. Yeah, but you can protect everyone, right? It's in your name, isn't it? Karen asked, bringing into question his ability to protect people. If you think the Shinigami might lose then make sure they don't, Ichigo just laughed at her logic. I guess you're right, he said, standing up and digging 2 pieces of candy from his pocket. He handed the bubblegum-flavored lollipop to Karen while popping the lemon-flavored in his mouth. If you have any more questions you're welcome to come by the Urahara Shoten, that's where I'm staying, Ichigo said, walking towards the bedroom door. Wait, shouldn't you leave through the window? She said. I'm dead and you're the only member of the house that can see me, he waved at her as he headed down the hall, the stairs and to the front door. He paused when he sensed something behind him, someone with a considerable amount of spirit energy. Ichigo turned around to see his father Isen Kurosaki watching him down the hall. It's almost impossible to detect your Ryatsu, but a father can feel when the spirit of his son returns, the man said. You know, I sometimes wondered about you and Mom, Ichigo said solemnly, walking to his dad. I wondered which one of you was it, now I know. I know a Soul Reaper when I sense one. Come, let's talk, Ichigo, his dad gestured for him to follow. He led his son into the kitchen where they sat down at the table. Ichigo had enough of the uncomfortable silence and decided to speak. So if you were the Soul Reaper I take it then Mom was the Quincy, he blurted out. How did you know? Isen was shocked to say the least. Well, I asked the 2 spirits in my inner world and they told me. The old man told me he represented the Quincy part of my soul that I inherited, and the Hollow said he came to me through similar means. The only thing I didn't know was which one of my parents was the Quincy, Ichigo chuckled when he thought about. I always thought it was you because I just couldn't picture Mom with a bow and arrow, I couldn't even picture her fighting, but now that I know you were a Shinigami I know for sure what she was too. I didn't think you would be so clever, Isen smiled proudly at his son. Not clever, just inquisitive. I'm always questioning the Gate, always calling them on their bullshit, they hate it, Ichigo grinned, he liked being a constant thorn in their side. I still want to know where the hollow part of me came from, I sense you're not a wizard, so what happened, Dad? Are you sure you're ready to know the truth? Isen asked him. I've been ready since I met that when I was 13, Ichigo stated. Isen took a deep breath and began his story starting from when he was a captain of the Gate 13. He told Ichigo everything, though leaving out the truth of how his wife and Ichigo's mother really died, leaving it as she was simply killed by the Hollow Grand Fisher. Shoten? Where the hell is he? Hitsugaya asked, nearly raising his voice. He had barged into where Ichigo was sleeping, only to find him gone. Send out a search, he ordered. I think you're being too hasty, Kisuke said, trying to defuse the situation. Hasty? If Ichigo Kurosaki would simply listen to authority and take things seriously instead of running off doing who knows what, then I wouldn't have to constantly worry over him. Toshiro sounded like he was at the end of his rope with the orange-haired teenager. O ye of little faith, they all turned to see Ichigo standing in the living room holding a Tuko cup of coffee in his hand. Where the hell have you been? Hitsugaya demanded to know, walking up to the Ichigo trying and failing to intimidate him. Woke up, went for a morning walk, and got coffee, he took a sip of the hot drink. Do you trust me so little that you immediately thought I ran off and abandoned you all? Hitsugaya looked a little embarrassed that he was indeed almost panicking when they couldn't find Kurosaki. I may disappear sometimes, but I always return, no need to worry your Snow White head. I just wanted your report on the Aranker you fought. Hitsugaya turned away in a huff. Find the guy I fought, Grimjo said he was the 6th Espada. Toshiro seemed to pale at that. I take it you know that those are the top 10 strongest Arankers in Aizen's employ. Yeah, the Aranker I battled let a lot things slip. Hitsugaya was concerned that Ichigo had to face such a strong opponent alone. You fought this Espada to a draw. Well, not really, I managed to back him into a corner where he was about to use his sword release that I know they all have. If that happened I would have probably been forced to use my Bankai. Ichigo took another sip of his coffee. Wait, why didn't you use your Bankai? Renji asked. He used his Bankai and barely won his fight. Because if I lost control of it I'd end up killing every living thing in Karakura. I explained how dangerous it is before, didn't I? Ichigo glared at the redhead for asking such a stupid question. Ichigo, Yumichika began. How did you manage to battle the Aranker so successfully without the release of the Genterrain? You mean that seal thing they placed on all of us before we came here? Yeah, I removed that thing, he said bluntly. What? Everyone except Kisuke and Orihime shouted, looking at him like he was crazy. I have master control over my spirit energy, so I had no need of the seal, he shrugged. He knew his Quincy heritage was the reason he had total control over his own Ryatsu, but he wasn't about to let them know that. How did you remove it? Rukia asked. I just did, I don't know the mechanics of it. Ichigo finished his coffee and pulled out another cup of decaf that he handed to Orihime. Thank you, she said gratefully, taking the drink. My, he's just full of surprises, isn't he? Kisuke said, waving his fan. He's just getting weirder and weirder, Ikaku said, looking at the ridiculous but strong teenager. Hey Toshiro? Ichigo began. Captain Hitsugaya, he corrected. Whatever. How come I keep doing your job for you? Ichigo asked, looking at with a narrow-eyed expression. Every time powerful Arankers show up, I get stuck facing the strongest. Tell me why that keeps happening, Mr. Prodigy, captain of the 10th Division. He scowled, waiting for an answer. He was starting to get fed up with the lack of strategy or organization this Shinigami captain had. Maybe you're just unlucky, Hitsugaya said, looking away. He couldn't tell Ichigo that he was secretly ordered by the head captain to let Ichigo handle the strongest opponents. Yamamoto wanted to test Kurosaki and see how strong he really was. Hitsugaya didn't like it, but he had his orders. Yeah, right, Ichigo rolled his eyes, leaving the room. Later. Here, check this one out, old man. Ichigo was in the throne room forge in the heart of his inner world. He was showing Ono Kishi some new designs and blueprints for some new swords he'd been working on. A gun? The middle-aged man questioned. Yeah, why not, since we already made that laser cannon. I think I have an understanding with how they work now. I want to combine a couple different parts to create a gun that fires Reishi-enhanced bullets, Ichigo explained. This other design here is quite interesting. Ono Kishi pointed to a drawing Ichigo did of a sword with what looked like small branches coming out of it. That one is kind of cool. Basically the sword will contain nerves that I control. Whenever I cut someone, the nerves will invade their body and I can control their flesh, or if my arm gets broken, I can send the nerves into my own body to continue using it. Ichigo looked excited for this new idea. I think I'll call it the compulsory or the nerves, needs a cool name. Sounds brilliant, the old man said with a light smile. The only problem is I don't understand how nerves work. I barely understand biology for that matter. Ichigo ran his hands through his shaggy orange hair in frustration. You should probably consult a scientist or a doctor if you want a better understanding, he advised. Unfortunately, they could only create swords and assign powers to them if they both understood how that power worked. Things like the basic elements of nature were easy enough, but once they started getting into more complex things that dealt with chemicals or biology, it was a more difficult matter. Ichigo stared at the old man and decided to ask a question that had been on his mind since he talked to his dad this morning. Who are you, old man? Ono Kishi grew silent when he spoke. I just found out from my father that it was my mother Misaki who was my Quincy parent. I just figured that it would make more sense that you would take her form. So what are you, like a relative from her side of the family? You could say that, the man spoke. Like a grandfather? Ichigo asked, making the spirit chuckle. You're sometimes too perceptive, Ichigo, Ono Kishi said. Using some of the new designs, the two of them got to work on creating the new swords. The best way for Ichigo to get stronger was to keep creating new weapons to use and then train with them. 2 days later. It took nearly 2 whole days of persuasion, but Ichigo was finally in Ikigai. His dad really wanted to meet his girlfriend Orihime and with the help of Karen, was able to explain the situation as well as the Soul Society to Yuzu. Now they were both in artificial human bodies headed to the Kurosaki household for dinner, and so Ichigo could show off how awesome Orihime is to his family. Ringing the doorbell, they waited for someone to answer it. "Who is it?" He heard his dad's voice speak from the other side. "The pizza man, who do you think it is?" Ichigo said sarcastically. Just then the door burst open and foot came flying towards his face. Ichigo grinned, the attack might as well been at a snail's pace. He effortlessly sidestepped, then grabbed Isen's leg, vaulting him onto the lawn behind them. "Sneak attack, huh?" Ichigo laughed, running over to his dad and pressing his knee to the man's back, then grabbing his right arm and pulling it painfully behind his back. "Say uncle." "Uncle, uncle." Isen yelled, trying to get up. "Say, please let me up, your majesty," he ordered. "Please let me up, your majesty." His dad yelled, and only then did Ichigo release him. "I'm impressed, son, it seems Yoruichi taught you well," Isen said happily while getting back up on his feet. "Yoruichi only taught me how to fight, but I taught myself to fight dirty. Just remember that next time you try to pull a sneak attack on me again." Ichigo then turned to Orihime, who looked shocked and nervous. "Well, don't be shy, introduce yourself, Haim." "Hi, I'm Orihime Inoue," she introduced herself, holding her hand out. Isen took one look at her and suddenly hugged her. "My next daughter." Ichigo just laughed at that while Orihime's face turned beet red. "It's a great pleasure to meet the beautiful young lady that my delinquent son managed to snag." "Alright, enough of that," the orange-haired teenager said, pulling his dad away from his girlfriend. The three of them walked inside the home where Karen, whom Ichigo had already met and explained things to, and Yuzu, who was busy setting the table and didn't notice them come in, so Ichigo decided to have a little fun. Right when his turned around, she came face to with her deceased older brother. "Boo," the girl shrieked and dropped the bowl she was holding. Luckily Ichigo caught it. "You should be more careful, Yuzu." "That wasn't nice, Ichigo," Karen scolded him. "Sorry, heh." He smiled apologetically. They all sat down and awkwardly started eating in silence. It wasn't every day that a family member comes back from the dead to have dinner with you. "So when are you and Orihime going to get married?" Isen asked, breaking the silence in the most embarrassing way possible. "I haven't asked her yet," Ichigo said without missing a beat. "But I will, when the time is right." Orihime blushed, looking away. He never even talked to her about marriage before, and now he brings it up in front of his family. "Should I expect many grandchildren from you too?" Isen questioned, hoping to embarrass his son. "I'm thinking 5 or 6, Ichigo wasn't so easily tripped up and had an answer for everything. "I'm hoping to outdo you and have double the kids you had." "SS6. Orihime looked faint while Isen went on a tangent about what to expect when you're expecting a child, all the signs and symptoms, and what his wife was like while carrying Ichigo and the twins. "Will you two stop talking about this stuff while we're eating?" Karen looked irritated with the two men talking about pregnancy and giving birth. "Sorry," Ichigo and Isen apologized for the conversation that was not best for the dinner table. Ichigo decided to change the subject and ask his sister what they have been up to. He learned that Karen was real into soccer and Yuzu liked to cook. In fact, she always cooked for the house and wanted to one day go to this prestigious cooking academy that Ichigo had never heard of. After a while, Ichigo forgot that he was actually a soul in a fake human body. It actually felt like he had a family again, something he thought he lost a long time ago. "So what do you think of him?" Hitsugaya asked the blonde shop owner. "About Ichigo, why do you need my humble opinion?" Kisuke said nonchalantly. "I need to deliver my report on Kurisaki's behavior, but I can't make heads or tails of him, so I was hoping the people he knows could give me their opinion of him," the young captain explained. "Well, he's very carefree," Kisuke said. "Someone with his kind of power can be as carefree as he wants," Yoruichi added. "He's definitely weird, that's for sure," Renji remarked. "Ichigo can be serious when he needs to be," Rukio also added her opinion of him. "He's also a huge tease," Ranjiku said with a pout. Everyone looked at her disbelievingly, as if she wasn't the walking definition of a tease. "Anyone who can beat my captain has to be ridiculously strong," Ikaku commented. "In my professional opinion, I would say Ichigo is practically the embodiment of death itself," Urahara said, gaining everyone's attention. "Think about it. I always imagined that death would be cold, callous, and heartless," Hitsugaya said. "Wrong, that's just a misconception. If you really think about it, death is random, free-willed, uncontrollable, unstoppable, unbiased, and even crazy," Kisuke said, waving his fan. "All those traits describe Ichigo perfectly." "Yeah, you have a point, but is it something we should be worried about?" Hitsugaya asked. "Oh, I don't think so," he openly said. "He's on the Gate 13 side, even though he thinks most of you are idiots," Urahara chuckled. "Is Yamamoto really that concerned about Ichigo?" Yoruichi asked. "You've seen what he's capable of, what do you think?" the white-haired captain asked sarcastically. Suddenly the sound of the door opening interrupted any further discussion. "Hello? Hello? Hello? Anybody home?" Ichigo shouted. He walked into sitting room where everyone was located. "What I miss? Where have you been? Dare I ask?" Hitsugaya asked, almost dreading the answer. Oh, I just took my sister to the Tatsuki Culinary Academy for a visit, she signed up to go there in about a year, Ichigo said plainly. She was worried dad would embarrass her, so she asked me to take her there since I'm relatively normal. You, normal? Rukia asked skeptically. Relatively, Ichigo restated. So what were you all talking about? Ichigo asked sitting down with them. No one looked like they wanted to say they were talking about him. We were discussing what Aizen's plan is, Urahara said covering for them. Oh really, so what's he up to other than trying to wipe out this whole town? Ichigo asked blowing a large pink bubble. Destroying Karakura is a necessary step in forging the Oken, Hitsugaya said. Oken? Ichigo looked confused. The king's key, basically it will allow him to enter the royal realm where the Soul King resides, Kisuke explained. He then plans to kill the Soul King and take his place. Is that all? Everyone looked at him like he was crazy for taking the Soul Light. Do you have any idea what that means? Rukia asked. Rivers will run red with blood, a millennia of darkness, earthquakes, volcanoes, dogs and cats living together. Ichigo joked with dramatic flair. Yorichi clocked him in the head for being an ass. Ow, I was kidding, yes I know how serious this. So now that we know what Aizen plans to do we can take the necessary measures to stop him, Hitsugaya said surely. Great, so what is the Gatei's plan? Ichigo asked with grin. He noticed everyone looked at each other and thought. You don't have a plan do you? Yes we do, Hitsugaya corrected him. Let me guess, you don't want to tell me right, it's classified, Ichigo answered for him. Unbelievable, after everything you idiots still don't trust me. Alright whatever, no skin off my back. Ichigo. Rukia began. Yes shorty, he turned his attention to her. Do you mind if I take Orihime back to the Sirite? Sure I don't mind, he said without listening to her explanation. I bet Haim could use some time away from all this mess, just let me know when she's heading back, and with that he stood up to leave. Well I'm off to go train or something. Wait let me join you, Ikaku said standing up. Sorry I need someone more my speed to train with, Ichigo said dismissively, while disappearing in a flash of Shunpo to find a decent sparring partner. Later. So what does thing do? Blow air at me? Ichigo taunted looking at Shinji's Shikai Sakanate as it spun around the large ring at the end of the hilt like a fan. I don't know, do you feel a breeze? Shinji asked with his big toothy grin. Or perhaps smell anything funny? Instead of holding his breath like any logical person would, Ichigo took a big gulp of air, more eager than ever to find out what his Shikai did to him. Now that you mention it, I am feeling a little dizzy, Ichigo said honestly. He blinked a few times to clear his head because everything he was now looking at was all reversed. Oh shit, I see now, he smirked. I'm glad, welcome to the inverted world Ichigo, the now upside down wizard said. Everything you see before you has been reversed. It's all topsy-turvy, like a fun house. Ichigo looked around seeing everything was indeed reversed like he said. Some sort of optical illusion then. Perhaps, Shinji shot forward and attacked. Ichigo was having trouble keeping up with his opponent's position in his head, it was almost impossible to process Shinji's true position and react accordingly. It was like one huge pain in the ass puzzle game. The wizard was purposely holding back as to not seriously injure Ichigo, but the orange-haired teenager still couldn't land a hit on him. Alright that's it, time to cheat. Ichigo grabbed one of his many Shikai swords and quickly cycled through all the different powers and forms until he found the one he needed. The golden blade transformed into a gold armored gauntlet forming on Ichigo's hand with strange symbols etched into it. Using his armored hand Ichigo picked up another sword and pointed at the reversed Shinji. Okay bring it. With pleasure, the wizard made to attack with just a bit of caution, knowing that Ichigo's Shikai was numerous blades that all possessed a different power or ability. He attacked from the front when actuality it was the other way around, but the boy didn't seem concerned, in fact he seemed relaxed since he put on this strange gauntlet. Shinji was surprised when Ichigo suddenly turned and parried his sword, his surprise continued as the boy attacked and blocked as the wizard's Shikai had no effect on him. How did you negate Sakanade? Shinji asked taking a momentary pause. I'm not negating your ability, I'm working around it, Ichigo clarified. How is that possible? Ichigo grinned and showed him his gauntlet. This is a new sword I made that turns into a gauntlet with a special power that seeks out my opponent and moves my arm accordingly, he explained. If I can't figure out where you are then I'll let my weapon do that for me. You're a freaky kid you know that. Shinji said with a smirk. Oh wow never heard that one before, Ichigo said sarcastically. He suddenly paused and looked away as if sensing something outside the training grounds that they were sparring in. Hollows. No rankers, 1 2 3 4 of them. Strong ones too, he said using his gifted sensing hollows. If you want to head out there be my guest, it's the Gatei's problem after all, Shinji said disabling his Zanpakuto's power. Thanks, catch you later. Ichigo said taking off to help his comrades. Scary kid, didn't even flinch when facing a former captain Zanpakuto, Shinji muttered to himself. Elsewhere. Above the local park, a garganta opened and out stepped four rankers, startling the group of Shinigami below that happened to be there training. Looks like we have some strong opponents down there, Luppy said. Whatever the guy I want isn't here, the one-armed Grimjo said turning to walk away. Don't you want to fight? Oh that's right, you're only in former Espada, so you wouldn't be much help, Luppy said mockingly. Grimjo growled furiously before disappearing. I don't know what you're laughing at Yami, you're in the same sinking ship as him, he said to the hulking scarred man. Shut your mouth, Yami said through gritted teeth. It was true, he did survive nearly getting killed by that orange-haired brat, but at the cost of an enormous amount of his own power. He turned to glare at the vacant-eyed pipsqueak that replaced him, Wanderweiss. Ah, the blonde kid mumbled out staring off into space. He absently-mindedly scratched at the number 10 tattoo on his forehead that Lord Aizen had recently branded on him. Let's go say hi to our Shinigami friends, Luppy said leading the group to their opponents. Where the hell is he? Grimjo yelled flying over the city. Yoo-hoo. Over here. Ichigo called above him. The former Espada looked up to see his prey looking down on him with the same damn eyes that held nothing but cheerful mirth, like everything was fine and all would go well. Hey, what happened to your arm? I got rid of it. Grimjo said. Why? Ichigo asked. I don't need it to kick your ass. The ranker shouted. Well I don't handicap people, so run along please. Grimjo suddenly grew even more enraged and charged him. Ichigo didn't even bother to put up a fight, instead he merely dodged and maneuvered around the angry ranker. You coward. Fight me. Grimjo drew his sword and tried to slash at him, Ichigo caught it with his bare hand. I'm not fighting you when you have a disadvantage, Ichigo said seriously. You're going to spout that bullshit when you have a bunch of swords with random powers at your disposal, the ranker argued pulling his blade out the other's grip. No you don't understand, I always have the advantage, it's how I fight. However the people I fight need to be at full strength when I beat them, or it won't be any fair when I already have the upper hand, he explained like a teacher to a student. You're even crazier than you look. Grimjo yelled attacking him again. Ichigo leaped back not expecting the large red projectile that slammed into his back. He gasped as he stumbled forward, more startled than injured. Ha! Take that you little freak. Yami laughed as he prepared to fire another balla. Hey back off Yami. This one is my prey. Grimjo shouted over at the other former Espada. You back off. I have a mountain of payback I'm going to inflict on this punk. The big ranker yelled back. Ladies please, there's no reason to fight over me, Ichigo mocked. Wow, Yami I'm surprised you're still alive, he said looking at the numerous scars across the ranker's torso. You little bastard, you cost me rank and my power. Yami said clenching his fists. Hey I have an idea, why not both of you attack me at once, since you're both so weakened right now, that was obviously the wrong thing to say. The two former Espada attacked him furiously, it got to the point where Ichigo had to use his Shikai in order to keep up with them. Eventually he was put on the ropes when the two of them prepared to fire a Zero at him from different directions, giving him no room to evade. However before Grimjo could fire he was suddenly frozen in a large boulder of ice that went tumbling to the ground below, giving Ichigo the chance to dodge Yami's Zero and counter with a vicious lash across the big ranker's torso and a kick in the head that sent him flying. Thanks Rukia, Ichigo said turning to see the Kichiki girl he had become friends with. Looks like I made it in time Ichigo, Rukia smirked at him. Oh please, I had this under control and you know it, he shot back. By the way, where's my girl Arahim? She's safe in Soul Society, Rukia assured him. That's good, by the way look out, Ichigo frowned pointing behind her, she turned on saw the blue-haired ranker coming straight at her with his sword raised to cut her down. He would have succeeded if not for the bullet that tore through his shoulder, stopping him in his tracks. Rukia quickly turned back to Ichigo to see him holding a large black pistol with the barrel still smoking. Needs a few more adjustments, but I'd say it works, he grinned not even bothering to look back at Yami who was right behind him. He merely turned the gun around fired a barrage of shots at the huge guy. His aim wasn't perfect, but Ichigo purposely tried to hit the multiple scars on Yami's body, knowing they were weak points. Several dozen shots later the former Espada went down hard, tumbling to lay in a bloody heap on the ground below. Die. Grimjo knocked Rukia out of the way and went straight for the still grinning Ichigo. Again the fight was interrupted when Ulquiorra suddenly appeared gripping Grimjo's wrist. Our mission is complete, we're done here, he said emotionlessly. As if to clarify this a negation appeared surrounding them in its yellow light, while other beams appeared around the city to retrieve the other rankers. Once they were gone Ichigo's smile fell as he looked over at his friend. I don't like the sound of that he told Rukia. Me neither, let's go regroup with everyone else, Rukia disappeared followed closely by Ichigo, who had a bad feeling in his stomach that something was horribly wrong. The next day. "Welcome to Las Notches," Aizen said from high up on his throne. "Orihime Inoue." "This won't work," Orihime finally said after a long silence. "What you're doing won't work." "And what is it do you think I'm doing?" Aizen asked coyly. "You think having me as your prisoner will keep Ichigo out of Wako Mundo, but it won't." Orihime swallowed some of her earlier fear and looked up at the Lord of Las Notches confidently. "He'll come here, he'll kill everyone that gets in his way, and there's nothing you or I can do to stop him." "I'm counting on that," the former captain thought while smirking arrogantly. "What's so valuable about you anyway?" Luppy shouted, wondering why they risked themselves to create a diversion just so Ulquiorra could capture a single human girl. "Perhaps you should show them Orihime, why not heal Grimjo's arm," Aizen said in a calm tone, but letting her know silently who was in charge here. "Alright," Orihime sighed, sadly understanding that she didn't have a choice in the matter. Despite the protests of the annoying sixth espada, she was able to complete restore Grimjo's missing arm. He also had her heal the scar on his back that covered his tattoo. Once he was all healed up, he immediately took his chance and mercilessly slaughtered the one who replaced him and retook his position as espada number 6. Orihime was led back to her room, more like prison cell, by Ulquiorra. "Will he really come here for you?" the espada asked. "Yes, and I'm sorry, but if you fight him he'll kill you," Orihime told him with pure honesty. Ulquiorra didn't seem to show any amount of worry on his face or any emotion at all as he stared at her for a moment, then left the room, leaving her all alone. Meanwhile in the human world. "We have some unfortunate news," Yukitake said from his end of the telescreen. Everyone had met up after recovering from their fights yesterday to find out what happened and what was going on. It appears Orihime Inoue went missing in the Dangai. "What?" Everyone gasped, feeling the murderous aura coming from Kurosaki. "I trusted you to keep one person that's precious to me safe and you up royally." Ichigo stared furiously at Yukitake through the screen, his playful demeanor long gone. "You better have some idea where she is, or I swear." "As a matter of fact we have a new voice," said the head captain himself, then appeared on the screen. The 12th Division detected the presence of an Aranker in the Dangai with her when she vanished. They also later detected her presence for a moment in the world of the living. "Just what are you getting at, old man?" Ichigo asked dangerously. "We've concluded that the human Orihime Inoue was either captured or went willingly to the enemy's side, and just like that Ichigo's murderous aura intensified." "Do you honestly think that Orihime, my Orihime, would willingly betray us? Orihime, the person who's done nothing but put up with all our bullshit and heal us, do you all think that?" Ichigo asked through clenched teeth. "Not only that, but we know Aizen Zanpakuto can hypnotize people, so let's not jump to the worst possible scenario without pulling your head out of your ass first." Everyone looked stunned that he talked to the head captain Yamamoto that way. "I agree with Ichigo Kurosaki," Renji said with a respectful bow. "Please, head captain, therefore I volunteer myself to go on a rescue mission with him." "Your request is denied. We can't afford to lose any more soldiers now that we know the enemy is prepared for war," Yamamoto said with supreme authority. "Then I quit, you can play your little war while I go rescue Orihime," Ichigo said, startling everyone as he tossed a combat pass on the floor. "You can consider this my resignation," just as he turned to leave, a Sankamen opened, cutting him off. "I'm afraid we can't allow you to sacrifice yourself in our hour of need. Your power will be most beneficial in this war," the head captain stated as Captain Kichiki and Captain Zaraki stepped out of the gateway. "And why would I help you bastards?" Ichigo asked, feeling surrounded. "You won't have a choice," Byakuya said coldly. "Brother, don't do this," Rukia pleaded. "We are under orders. Ichigo Kurosaki, you under arrest and will be placed in custody to await the war. The rest will return to Soul Society to make preparations," Kichiki stated mechanically. Everyone turned to look at Ichigo, thinking he was going to explode in anger or possible try and fight his way out of here. They were surprised when he just chuckled quietly. "Interesting, so that's how you want to play it. Very well, I surrender, I'll come quietly," he said honestly, but the sinister smirk on his face still scared them. "Come Kenpachi, I need to retrieve my Zanpakuto from my room." "No, I'll go with him," Byakuya said, following Ichigo to the Urahara Shoten. "Be right back, sweetie," Ichigo winked at him as he stepped through the threshold to his and Orihime's room. Once inside he made beeline for a special thing he gave Orihime when they went on a date recently. "PSST, he little buddy," he whispered, holding his tiny friend. "I got a job for you." "Are you ready, Ichigo Kurosaki?" Byakuya asked from the door. Out walked a very somber and quiet Ichigo holding a gold-hilted angel-winged sword. "I'll have to confiscate your Zanpakuto," the boy just nodded and handed over his blade. They returned back to the group that was prepared to head through the Sankamen. As they traveled back to Soul Society, Ichigo didn't say a word to anybody and just stared forward off into space. Upon arriving they were met by the entire company of captains, including the head captain himself. "Ichigo Kurosaki," Yamamoto stated, facing the young man who didn't seem to want to acknowledge them. "Have you nothing to say?" After a long uncomfortable silence he finally spoke. I only have one thing to say to you, he said in a creepy distorted voice that couldn't be pinned down as male or female. Just then he stuck his tongue out and blew a raspberry at the head captain, only his tongue was long forked. He then laughed demonically as the sword that Byakuya confiscated from him faded away in his hand. It's a mod soul. Captain Kuritsuchi yelled, surprising everyone. Hi, my name is Beelzebub, the mod soul said with his tongue out in Ichigo's gigai. Catch me if you can. He then took off with surprising speed. After him. Soifan shouted, jazzing after him. Kairaku couldn't help but snicker at the trick Ichigo pulled over on them, earning a glare from Yamamoto as he stomped away, followed by the other captains. I find it hard to believe you were so easily fooled, Kichiki, Kenpachi muttered to the stoic captain next to him. As hard as it is to admit, I too was made a fool today, Byakuya said while Kenpachi just scoffed at him. Rukia looked at her brother with admiration, she knew he wasn't fooled, but he let Ichigo get away. Meanwhile. Idiots, Ichigo laughed hysterically, sitting in Urahara's sitting room holding his sealed Zanpakuto and a little plushie doll that looked like an adorable horned and goat-hoofed demon. A plushie that was no longer inhabited by the mod soul the shopkeeper gave him to use with his gigai. I have to admit, that is pretty funny, Kisuke laughed along with him. To be able to pull a fast one on the Gate 13, I wish I could see the head captain's face. All humor aside, how do I get to Hueco Mundo? Ichigo asked, standing up and sheathing his sword. I can help you with that, Urahara said with a grin. Excellent, Ichigo chuckled, sticking a strawberry-flavored lollipop in his mouth while imagining all the chaos and destruction he would bring down on Aizen's domain for taking his precious Orihime from him. Alright, we have me the Baddus, Chad the human, and Uryu the Quincy, Ichigo said, taking stock of those who volunteered to go along with what he called Operation Rescue the Princess. Perfect, he walked over to them after he quickly changed into his white long-sleeved t-shirt, black jeans, orange Converse shoes and the black frayed long coat that Unohana had given him. You make it sound like it will be easy, Ishida remarked. It will be easy, for me. You two on the other hand might be doomed, Ichigo said honestly. I've seen what these rankers are capable of, especially the Espada, so unless you two have some new tricks up your sleeves, I can't guarantee your safety. You let us worry about that, the Quincy stated. Hello, I'm doing something amazing over here. Kisuke shouted above them as he opened the Garganta for them. Into the breach everyone. Ichigo was the first to go running and creating a pathway with his Ryatsu the size of a highway. Normally I wouldn't work with a Shinigami, I promised my father I wouldn't get involved with them, Ishida said while they ran through the Garganta. Well, luckily for you I quit and handed in my resignation earlier today, Ichigo said, sounding amused. Judging by your tone that didn't go well, did it? Uryu asked. Yeah, they tried to arrest me and force me to fight in their war, so I pulled the old switcheroo with my mod soul Beelzebub, Ichigo laughed, wondering what his little buddy was up to running amok in Soul Society. Clever, even the normally serious Quincy found amusement in Ichigo being able to pull a fast one on the Shinigami. We're almost there, Chad spoke up, seeing an end to this seemingly endless path. Stepping out of the portal, they arrived at what looked like a minimalistic large hallway with no discernible style of architecture. Wasn't expecting this, Ichigo looked down both directions of the hall. Should we flip a coin to decide which way to go? Turns out they didn't have to, as a gigantic ranker came stomping down one end towards them. Oh boy, here we go. Ichigo grinned, drawing his sword, however he was suddenly grabbed by his friend Chad and carried down the hall as he and the Quincy ran from the enemy. Are you crazy, Ichigo? If we fight in this narrow space the whole ceiling could come down on us, Ishida said in a typical know-it-all fashion. Eventually they arrived in a large open room where they were stopped by another ranker stooge. A few minutes later. Oh, good job, Uryu. The ceiling came crashing down anyway, Ichigo complained, pulling the Quincy out of the sand. How was I supposed to know it was trapped? Uryu argued. Speaking of traps, Chad said, pointing at the colossal structure in the desert of Hueco Mundo. Wow, that's big, Ichigo remarked, seeing Las Notches for the first time. You think Aizen's compensating for something? He chuckled, nudging the tall human with his elbow. So you are aware that Orihime's capture is most likely a trap to lure you in, Uryu stated bluntly. Of course I know, but what kind of man would I be if I leave my future wife all alone in there? Ichigo asked seriously. Well, since there's no yellow brick road, I guess we're sand trekking. Without waiting for the two humans, he began to run towards Las Notches. Ichigo, what is your plan? I need to know before we go rushing in there, the Quincy asked, catching up to him. We get in, find Orihime, get out, and if I'm feeling good I plan on blowing up at least a third of Las Notches, a little parting gift for Aizen, Ichigo explained with utter confidence. They continued running for a few minutes, but soon they realized that Las Notches didn't appear to be getting any closer, so they stopped to take a short break. Did you hear a noise? Ichigo suddenly asked his two comrades, who both gave him a funny look. Sorry, we're in Hueco Mundo, and my hollow sensing power is going crazy, he said, rubbing his temples. Just then they heard screaming coming from a ways left. They all looked to see a little Arankar girl being chased and terrorized by three hollows. "Let's go, this isn't any of our business," Uryu said, pushing up his glasses, not really caring for the goings-on in Hueco Mundo. He turned around, but Ichigo was already gone. The three hollows chasing the little girl was slammed into the ground by an invisible force and held there by a heavy pressure. "If there's one thing I can't stand, it's bullies." Ichigo began walking over to the three hollows that he pinned down with his spiritual pressure alone. "Any last words?" "Hey, why are you hurting Nell's brothers?" the small girl asked. "Didn't you realize they were chasing you?" Ichigo looked down at the toddler. "It's a game we play called Eternal Tag, Nell was it?" she said, speaking in the third person. "Sounds like a jolly good time." Ichigo smiled apologetically and released the pressure off of her hollow brothers. "I take you are Nell then?" "Yup, that's my name, Nell too," she beamed up at him. "So who are the rest of you?" Ichigo asked, looking at the three strange hollows. "I'm the incredibly awesome Pesh," the skinny one shouted. "I'm the super handsome one," Dandachaka, the larger one said. "And this is our pet Bawa Bawa," Nell introduced the giant worm creature for him. "Nice to meet you all, and sorry for slamming you three into the ground," Ichigo spoke sincerely. "Oh, that's okay, you didn't know it was a game." Nell seemed to have forgotten all about it and began talking animatedly. She told them that they like to play games like Eternal Tag and Hueco Mundo to pass the time. "So who are you guys anyway?" Pesh asked, suddenly suspicious of them. Before Uryu could introduce himself as a Quincy, Ichigo cut him off. "Oh, we're rankers too," Ichigo lied. "Really, you don't look like any rankers I've ever seen," Dandachaka said, examining them. "That's because we're not," the Quincy said, annoyed at the orange head for lumping him in with these creatures. "Ignore him, we are just here visiting. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki," he introduced himself. Chad, the big guy, introduced himself using the nickname Ichigo gave him. "Uryu Ishida, I'm a Quincy," the last of their group stated proudly. "Are you bad guys?" Nell asked. "Of course not," Ichigo couldn't help but draw out his answer to build suspense. "You see, little Nell, I'm playing a game right now. Do you know who Aizen is?" "Yes, he's the ruler of the Arankars in Las Noches," she smiled, being really smart for once. "That's good. Did you know Aizen likes to play games like Eternal Tag too?" Ichigo asked, kneeling down to her level. "Really, Lord Aizen likes to play Eternal Tag?" Nell asked cutely. "Yes, in fact him and I are playing that game right now, but unfortunately he got a head start on me and now I'm so far behind I'll never catch up to him," Ichigo sighed dramatically. His two comrades eyed him for his odd behavior, wondering what he was up to. "Oh no!" Nell exclaimed. "I need to get to Las Noches where he's hiding from me," Ichigo told the child. "Hey, we can help you," Nell said. "We can all ride on Bawa Bawa and get there quickly so you can catch up to Lord Aizen," Nell said excitedly. "Really, you would do that for us?" Ichigo asked, while on the inside he was grinning that his plan was working. "Hey, you guys are guests in Hueco Mundo after all," Pesh announced. "Well, let's get going then." Ichigo laughed, but suddenly the sand started shaking all around them. "You won't get that far," a voice from beneath them shouted. "Oh goody, what now?" Ichigo asked sarcastically. They all watched as a giant hollow made out of the very sand of Hueco Mundo rose up in front of them. "I am the guardian of Las Noches," the creature bellowed down at them. The four hollows they met were freaking out and causing a ruckus. "Anybody mind if I take this guy out?" Ichigo asked, looking at his two friends. Chad and Uryu just nodded at him. "Alright Sandy, let's see what you got," he grinned, drawing his sword. Turns out he didn't even have to do anything. A cold wave of spirit energy suddenly iced the hollow over, knocking it back and shattering it into pieces. "Thanks for taking away my fun, Rukia," Ichigo shouted, looking over to the nearby sand dune, recognizing her technique immediately. Rukia along with Renji didn't even say anything, they just walked over to him and took turns punching him in the face. "Oh yeah, hit me harder baby," he smirked, licking the blood from his lip. "Why didn't you wait for us, Ichigo?" Rukia yelled at him. "Wait for you? I was too busy getting arrested and then laughing my ass off," Ichigo argued. "So how pissed off was the head captain?" "I have to give him points for that little mod soul trick, it was pretty funny," Renji chuckled. "I hope they don't hurt Beelzebub too much when they catch him." Ichigo sounded a little concerned for his wicked little mod soul. "I thought we were friends, Ichigo," Rukia asked. "We are friends, but next time give me a hand sign or a wink to let me know you're with me on this," Ichigo said back. "Fair enough," Rukia compromised, walking past him. "So who are these four?" she asked, pointing at the group of weird hollows. "My new best friends, they're going to help me beat Aizen at Eternal Tag." After another round of introductions and explanations, they were all headed to Las Noches on Bawabawa's back. Eventually they reached the wall of the massive palace. "Alright, stay out of trouble kid," Ichigo said, handing Nell a big purple grape lollipop. "So how do we break in?" Renji asked. He suddenly heard mad laughter and a rise in spiritual pressure that came from a Shikai release. Turning around he saw Ichigo holding a giant drill. "Ha! How do we get in?" he says. Ichigo grinned like a crazy Cheshire cat pointing his drill at the wall. "I'll ring the doorbell." He shoved the drill into wall sending dust and debris flying. In a matter of seconds a large hole big enough for them to walk through was made. "I came in like a wrecking ball." He laughed out loud. "Damn it Ichigo, haven't you heard of a little stealth?" Rukia chastised him. "Stealth? I seriously doubt that Aizen is not already aware of our presence the moment we stepped foot in Hueco Mundo." Ichigo shot back returning his Zanpakuto to its sealed form. "So stealth. After you ladies," he bowed gesturing towards the hole in the wall. They all headed inside the fortress of Las Notches. They soon arrived at a chamber that split off into multiple paths, one for each of them. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo," Ichigo began pointing at the different corridors. "Enough," Uryu stopped him. After a short speech the group split up, each have headed down a corridor. "But Ichigo. Why does every evil villain have a ridiculously big base? It's just not practical," Ichigo remarked as he ran down the long hallway. "You'd go mad trying to find the bathroom," he sighed. With no one around he was getting bored just talking to thin air. A noise behind him caught Ichigo's attention. Turning around he saw a small bundle of green trying and failing to hide behind a pillar. "You can come out Nell," he said, and the smaller ranker girl poked her head out and approached him looking a little guilty. "Why did you follow me?" he asked. "Nell wanted to help," she said shyly. "Where are your brothers?" Ichigo looked around expecting Pesh and Donachaka to appear. "Oh, we didn't know which way you went so we split up," she said happily. Ichigo sighed running a hand through his orange shaggy hair before scooping her up and setting her to ride on his shoulder. "Just hang on and don't wander off," he ordered while handing her a chocolate bar to keep her happy and agreeable. They kept going deeper into Las Notches until they arrived in a large room. As soon as they set foot in there a figure came crashing down in front of them. The crash kicked up a lot of dust and debris while the ranker inside laughed and coughed. "Oh boy, what is this?" Ichigo's question was answered when an ranker came out dancing and making a fool of himself. Ichigo of course burst out laughing at the ridiculous display, pissing the ranker off, who introduced himself as Dordonia Privrina Spada. "Now Nino prepare to," he paused seeing that Ichigo was nowhere in sight. Before he could look around his back exploded in pain as blood erupted from two large slashes. As he fell face first on the floor Ichigo was revealed standing behind him with a small frown on his face. "Normally I have a little fun with my opponents before ending it. I mean no disrespect, but your level of power isn't worth my time, and I'm on a bit of tight schedule," Ichigo said flicking the blood from his Zanpakuto before sheathing it. "Sorry about this," he waved leaving Dordoni in a heap on the floor. "Damn, the Nino is too strong for any of us," was the last thing the ranker said before passing out. Several minutes later. "Seriously, a map could be useful right about now," Ichigo remarked walking around the maze that is Las Notches. Nell had fallen asleep on his shoulder, leaving him with no one to talk to again. Eventually he arrived in another brightly lit room, this one was squared with 4 different entrances on each side. In the center of the room a round table stood with a chair on opposite sides. One was empty, but the other was currently occupied. "Ah, Ichigo Kurosaki, I was wondering when you would join me." There sat the traitorous captain of the Gate 13 Sasuke-san. "And I feared you had gotten lost." "Aizen, to what do I owe this pleasure?" Ichigo asked politely walking over to the table seeing a fresh cup of tea and a plate of cookies. "I thought we could finally have that discussion you mentioned in your postcard." Aizen smiled gesturing to the chair across from him. Ichigo took a seat, placed the napping ranker on his lap and grabbed a cookie, dipping it into the tea before taking a bite. "It's good," he smiled. "I'm surprised by your lack of hesitation. You're a clever boy, you must have suspected that the tea and food could be poisoned." Aizen questioned taking a sip of his own tea. "I doubt you would resort to that. You strike me as someone who's tired of backstabbing," Ichigo said snapping a cookie in half while Aizen raised an eyebrow at his statement. "You probably want to stab people in the face now, that way they know it's you doing it," he remarked stirring his tea with half the cookie. "While we're on the subject of deception, why do you hide yourself Ichigo Kurosaki?" Aizen asked with a knowing smirk, the type that said I know who you really are. "You're going to have to be more specific than that," Ichigo frowned losing his playful smile. "You hide your Ryatsu, yet carry a vast amount that could rival the strongest captains. You play the mad fool, yet you're very perceptive and intelligent." Aizen sounded almost accusing in his tone. "Why do you pretend to be something you're not?" "Well, most of it is just to with people, because I kind of get off on that, but I think you know the real reason why I hide my true self." "Your reasons were probably the same as mine once," Ichigo grinned at him. "The truth is I'm mad, I'm completely crazy. I do what I want, when I want. If I want to protect people I do that, if I want to butcher people who piss me off I do that too." "Interesting," was Aizen's only comment. Do you really think the Gate 13 would keep me around knowing me what I am? I'm not like Kenpachi or Kuritsuchi who are insane but can still be controlled, he explained. So you give them the illusion that you're weak enough for them to control, the Lord of Las Notches said. But they can't control me no matter what they do. If they knew that they'd simply try to dispose of me, and then I would have to destroy them. Ichigo spoke with a pleased smile, despite talking about mass destruction. It makes me wonder why we find ourselves on opposite sides of this despite having similar mindsets, Aizen stated taking another sip. Oh, I'm not on any one side. I'm just here to get my Orihime out of here and then sit back and watch you and the Shinigami duke it out, Ichigo chuckled eating another cookie. Even after everything I've done you wouldn't stand against me? He questioned. I haven't decided whether or not to kill you yet, so for now you can consider me undecided or neutral, Ichigo shrugged. However, I have a feeling next time we meet I just might have to kill you if this war goes too far. You make it sound like it will be an easy task to kill me, Aizen narrowed his eyes at him. Oh, it won't be, I'll have to take you down kicking and screaming, Ichigo took another bite of a cookie. So where is Orihime? You'll come across her if you head down the corridor to my left, Aizen said resting his cheek on his knuckles. Ichigo stood up, putting Nell back on his shoulder, where the little girl clung tightly to him in her sleep. Do you mind if I take a few cookies for later? He asked pointing at the half-finished plate. Help yourself, Aizen said dismissively. Ichigo quickly produced a plastic bag and stuffed as many cookies as possible into it before shoving it into his pocket. This was a lovely chat, but I'm afraid I must get going. Thank you for the snack, Ichigo bowed being polite to the sworn enemy of the Gate 13. He turned and headed down the corridor Aizen told him would lead to Orihime with a confident stride, not once looking back. Ichigo Kurosaki, Aizen said to himself once he was alone, he stared at the empty teacup across from his own. I look forward to our future battle and how you try to kill me, he smirked looking down the corridor Ichigo disappeared to. Later. How the hell did I get lost for a third time? Ichigo screamed reaching the end of his rope with this place at its enormous eyes. He came to series of steps with a large door at the top and sensing a powerful hollow presence behind the door, took a cautious step forward. The doors swung open revealing the dark-haired pale ranker he met the day he butchered the Yami guy. Oh hey. It's you I'm sorry I don't remember your name, he chuckled in embarrassment. I never gave it to you, the Espada said in an emotionless. My name is Alquiorra Schiffer. Cool name, so what did you come all the way to see me for? He asked. Alquiorra just stared at him with his blank yet piercing green eyes. The Shinigami Rukia Kichiki, her spirit energy has almost disappeared, her life is fading fast, he stated, while Ichigo just scratched the back of his head in a bored fashion. And so what? He asked seemingly not caring. Do you not care? Alquiorra asked. Of course I care, but Rukia is Rukin child that became a Shinigami. That means she's a survivor, a real badass tough chick, the Espada didn't seem amused by Ichigo's bragging. Seriously nothing, it's like talking to a stone wall with you, Ichigo sighed placing a hand on the hilt of his sword just in case. Alright I'll get right down to business, where is Orihime? I have no obligation to tell you such information, the ranker stated in monotone. Well this then, I'm out, Ichigo turned to walk away. You would turn your back on an enemy so carelessly? Alquiorra asked with a tiny bit of curiosity seeping into his voice. Fighting you would be too much of a hassle, I'll just leave you be, Ichigo began walking away, while Nell looked increasingly more nervous. What if I told you that I was the one who forced Orihime Inoue to come to Las Notches? Ichigo suddenly paused at the Espada's words. Now I would go and say a thing like that. He turned around revealing a big creepy grin on his face. Because now I'm going to have to kill you, slowly, painfully, and then I'll have to cut your head off like a Teutonic knight and dump it at Aizen's feet, Ichigo listed off all the things he planned on doing to the one who took what was precious to him. And Hirai was having a good day, he said drawing his Zanpakuto. Are you having fun yet, Alquiorra? Ichigo said swinging his sword at the Espada. The pale ranker dodged and sidestepped his swings with ease. How tedious, he remarked grabbing Ichigo's blade with his bare hand. The orange head just grinned and jabbed at him with 2 fingers. The Kumayubi, he chuckled poking him in the shoulder, the jolt of power forced Alquiorra back looking at his smoking shoulder with a calculating gaze. He didn't seem fazed by the shattered bones in the least. Try this one on for size and tell me if it's too tight, Akaransu. He smirked firing red beams from his fingers. Alquiorra stopped each one with his hand looking at him dispassionately. I see, that technique of yours is like that of a miniaturized focused Zero, Alquiorra remarked looking at his burned palm. I wouldn't call it that, but yeah I guess it is similar, Ichigo admitted with a shrug. Let me show you what a true Zero is like, the Espada pointed his index finger at him forming a green sphere of energy. Come on. Show me what you got goth boy. Ichigo laughed standing his ground in front of such a powerful attack. Nell stood behind him with her tiny arms wrapped around his leg in support. The destructive blast came down on them as Ichigo lazily held his hand out. Ulquiorra was actually surprised and confused to see his Zero being dispersed around the boy instead of destroying him. Looking closely he could Ichigo grinning with a red orb floating in his hand that swirled with energy that forced the energy from the Espada's Zero away from him. "What is that?" Ulquiorra questioned. Ichigo's grin just grew wider as he pulled the orb back. "Past ball special." He threw the ball of energy towards the rancor as it traveled through his Zero, dispersing the energy as it shot through it. It also seemed to grow bigger and stronger as it flew towards the Espada. An explosion occurred when it collided with its target, kicking up smoke and debris. "You still breathing in there, Ulquiorra?" he said, playfully breaking up the Aranker's name. A few moments later the Aranker came out of the smoke, his sleeves burned and torn away but otherwise unharmed. "So that was a Kido that you Shinigami possess in your arsenal," he stated, staring at Ichigo emotionlessly. "Not quite, I don't like Kido, it's too structured for someone like me, so I made up my own form of Kido," he stated, popping a mint green lollipop in his mouth. "It still makes no difference what you use." Ulquiorra rushed forward to attack him, this time moving around his red beam attack to palm strike Ichigo in the face, sending him flying back into the wall. "Okay, that one hurt," he said, spitting the blood from his mouth out. "Lead us into the light." "Oh no, Kishi." Ichigo's sword shimmered in light for a moment as he threw it into the air, sending at least 40 swords raining down to get stuck in the floor. "Now then, which to use on you first?" Ichigo said, mostly to himself, trying to pick out one of his weapons that could effectively take down this Espada. He grabbed one of his swords and it immediately transformed into a large black scythe. "Let's go, Emo." Ichigo attempted to slice and slash at him, but the Espada was too quick and easily dodged every attack. He decided to switch things up and transform the scythe into his new black pistol and unloaded several rounds that pierced through Ulquiorra's arm and leg. "Oh baby, you're such a wise beast," Ichigo said, stroking the barrel of his gun like it was his pet. "Don't tell the others, but you're my new favorite," he whispered. "So your Shikai can change into multiple different weapons," the Espada said, looking at the blades that surrounded him. "But guess, you get a piece of candy," Ichigo said, reaching into his pocket and offering the Rancor a stick of gum in vain. The two of them engaged in a fight once again that ended a few minutes later with Ichigo pulling himself out of the rubble. "Damn, not bad for the fifth Espada," he remarked, struggling to stand. "The fifth?" Ulquiorra looked down on him. "Well yeah, you're definitely stronger than Grimjo, so I assume you're the fifth Espada, right?" Ichigo asked, using his sword to keep himself up while he kneeled. "Your assumptions are wrong," Ulquiorra said, dripping the top of his outfit to reveal the Gothic 4 imprinted on his pectoral. "I am the fourth Espada." "Oh my life," Ichigo groaned, having seriously underestimated his opponent. "Do you understand now? If by some miracle you defeated me, there are still 3 more whose power exceeds my own," the Rancor said dispassionately. He then jabbed his hand through Ichigo's right where his heart was. "Damn good shot," Ichigo mumbled, falling forward to lay on the ground before passing out. "Inner world." "Don't give me that look, old man," Ichigo said, standing in the throne room of the giant star-cross-shaped palace. "What look?" the middle-aged black-robed man asked. "That look, like you're disappointed in me or something," the boy said accusingly. "Well, you did underestimate your opponent, something I advised you to not do." "Oh no," Kishi said with a disapproving frown. "How was I supposed to know he was a higher number than I thought?" Ichigo crossed his arms and turned away. "You should never assume anything, Ichigo," the Zanpakuto spirit said. "Thanks dad," he remarked sarcastically. "So I am currently laying on the ground with a hole in my, what do we do?" "Perhaps we should have made a healing sword," the old man said. "I told you I'm not making a healing sword. I'm not going to let Orihime feel useless." Ichigo began pacing the throne room workshop. "I already let you convince me into making that shield one. Speaking of your lover, I think I sense her outside your world." As he said that, Ichigo's eyes widened at his Zanpakuto's words and he immediately left the inner world. His eyes opened as he felt the familiar warmth of Orihime's power covering him. Looking around he spotted his girlfriend and his eyes traveled around to the tower that was even more destroyed than when he left it and Grimjo sitting a few yards away. "Oh, I see," he smirked, putting the situation together. "I'm sorry, Ichigo, he wanted me to heal you so you two can fight," Orihime said sadly. "It's fine, sweetie, you wouldn't be doing it if you didn't believe that I can handle him." Ichigo smiled up at her. "What's that supposed to mean?" Grimjo growled, standing up. "It means whatever you want it to mean, baby," Ichigo taunted while he was healed safely in Orihime's shield. Once he was fully healed he stood up and stretched. "So how do you want to do this?" "Like this." Grimjo grinned and kicked Ichigo off of the tower and followed him down to the desert of Las Noches. "Alright, somebody's asking for daddy's belt." Ichigo stood up, pulling some sunglasses out of his black long coat to shield his eyes from the fake sun. It was a large pair of orange lens frames in a 70s style. Ichigo immediately released his Zanpakuto, sending his many gilded swords out to get stuck in the sand around the imminent battlefield. Aizen's orders, I'm taking you apart. Grimjo charged towards him, sword drawn. Ichigo just grinned as he waited for him to come and transformed one of his blades into a giant hammer, trying to clothesline the espada. Grimjo dodged the attack and tried to attack Ichigo, but he easily spun around, bringing the hammer around to slam where the rancor was momentarily standing. A lot of dust and smoke was kicked up upon the impact, obscuring both the fighters' vision. At least until one of them saw the silhouette of their enemy. Die. Grimjo attempted to cut him in half through the smoke, however he was stopped when a loud screeching sound echoed throughout the desert, blowing the dust away. Ichigo stood there in his coat and sunglasses, holding a scary awesome black electric guitar with white skulls printed on it. What the hell is that? Grimjo winced, feeling a wave of vibrations through his body as Ichigo struck another chord. You wanted to fight, right? Well, this is my axe. Ichigo grinned, striking another chord as a wave of sound blasted the espada away. Hey Orihime and Nell, you two might want to cover your ears. He called to his girlfriend and the child rancor atop the tower behind him. I'm about to rock out. As he said this, Grimjo came charging and sword ready to decapitate. Ichigo smirked and struck another chord on his guitar, sending a focused sound wave that struck the blue-haired espada in the torso, knocking him back and making him puke up blood. Now time for the finale. Ichigo struck many chords at once and sent one large sound blast that obliterated everything in front of him for half a mile in a funnel shape, including the rancor caught in the path of the wave. How's that tune, baby? Ichigo laughed, pulling his sunglasses down to get a good look at the giant dust cloud. Grind. Pantera. A voice shouted in the cloud. A large torrent of spirit energy erupted in the center, followed by a vortex that ate up and blew away all the dust, revealing Grimjo in his resurrection. Ichigo had only one thing to say after seeing his release form. Kitty. Ichigo smiled like a child seeing his favorite thing in the world. Shut the up. The transformed espada snapped at him. Oh no, is Kitty grumpy today? Let me play him an encore. Ichigo sent another sonic attack at Grimjo with his guitar, but the rancor was much faster now and evaded it, moving around to claw at Ichigo. Oh shit. He narrowly ducked a blow that would have decapitated him. After that, the two of them exchanged blows and cuts on the others' bodies. Grimjo finally had enough and cut his hand before charging a large blue orb in his hand. This is the strongest zero that only the espada can do. He grinned as he pointed it at Ichigo. Hey Orihime. Want to get married after this? Ichigo called up to his girlfriend as he braced himself for this attack. What? Orihime was stunned that he would ask something like that in the middle of a fight. I mean, after this war, when everything has settled. Sorry, I don't have a ring yet, he laughed as he waited for the zero to blast him. Now's not really a good time for this. She said back. I think now's the perfect time. I might die in this fight and I want to know if you would have said yes so I could at least be at peace. He said seriously. And who knows, if you do say yes, it might be the incentive I need to win this thing. Ichigo smiled widely up at her as Grimjo finally fired his Grand Re-Zero. Yes, yes, yes. Orihime shouted down at him just as the giant beam eased Ichigo. Did that kill him? Grimjo said to himself, walking towards the leftover destruction. Not quite, a voice said directly behind him. The rancor turned around only to be viciously cut diagonally across from his hip to his shoulder. Grimjo looked ready to fall, but righted himself by gripping Ichigo's sword. You little bastard, do you think this will be enough to kill me? He growled out. Ichigo pulled away before he was clawed, but still ended up with a few nasty cuts on even his sunglasses were knocked off and crushed. Grimjo then relentlessly attacked him with fury. How are you so strong? He said, slashing with each word. You're not a captain. Grimjo clawed at Ichigo's happy face. You're not a lieutenant. Another slash. You're not even a real Shinigami. Ichigo dodged every attack, noticing how the espada tried to literally wipe the smile off his face. Well, I do have a bankai like a captain, Grimjo's eyes widened at his words. Oh mouth, why would you say that? Ichigo sighed at his stupid blabber mouth. You have a bankai and you haven't used it in our fight. The rancor tried to keep himself calm as he spoke. Why would I need to use my bankai? Oh shit, my mouth just won't stop, Ichigo's eyes widened as he tried to laugh it off. In his rage, Grimjo disappeared and reappeared far away above him. Giant blue streams came off his fingers resembling claws. Esgrin. This is my ultimate technique. With this I'll make you use your bankai, Grimjo grinned, preparing his strongest attack. You know I could just dodge, it's a very directional attack, Ichigo deadpanned. Oh really? The rancor smirked down at him. So you're fine with your girl getting obliterated? Ichigo was stunned when he realized Orihime and Nell would be in the path of the attack along with him and they couldn't move as fast as him. Take this. Grimjo sent the first set of streams at him and Ichigo moved in front of his girlfriend to protect her with his sword raised. Okay, which one will block this? He picked the giant pair of arranged scissors first, but it barely withstood the first attack, so when the next came he knew he had to end this now before it got too out of hand. His Shikai sword transformed into a humongous broadsword as he leapt towards the attack. This time Ichigo cut through the technique and pierced Grimjo's at the same time. "Damn you," was the last thing the espada got out before blacking out. Ichigo carefully pulled his sword out of Grimjo's and returned it to its sealed state. He also caught the other's body, gently placed it on the ground, and put a cherry-flavored lollipop in his hand as a sign of respect. "Alright, that's taken care of," he quickly stepped over to Orihime and Nell. "Can I escort you two ladies safely to the ground?" he offered, holding his arm out. "Such a gentleman," Nell giggled, latching on to his neck while Orihime took his arm. In an instant they were on the sandy plains of Las Noches where the battle between Ichigo and Grimjo had taken place. "Alright, first things first, we need to find and gather the others, then get the hell out of here." He began to walk but actually stumbled, wounds finally catching up to him. "Ichigo, please let me heal you first," Orihime pleaded. "We don't have time for that." Ichigo again tried to move, but a familiar presence stopped him. Grimjo stood in front of him, bleeding from the stab wound in the piece of candy Ichigo gave him crushed in his grip. "This isn't over," the espada breathed out, his resurrection had disappeared, returning him to his sealed state. "I don't know what your deal with me is, so I'll make you an offer since I'm rather fond of you, Grimjo," Ichigo stated, seriously not wanting to have to kill such a worthy foe. "Just wait and go home, rest, heal, train and get stronger. I'll happily fight you again and again if that's what you want." The ranker lowered his hand and looked to be considering the offer and about to take it when a giant bladed weapon appeared out of nowhere, stabbing into Grimjo's shoulder and knocking him away. That was startling. Ichigo turned to see his new opponent, a tall dark-haired, one-eyed ranker with big teeth that reminded him of his pal Shinji. "And who is this, dare I ask?" "Name's Natora, I'm the fifth espada," the ranker grinned, showing the number 5 on his tongue. "That's a weird place to get a tattoo, but I suppose there are worse spots," Ichigo commented, shrugging his shoulders. "Are you for real? I can't believe you let this guy beat you, Grimjo." Natora laughed, thinking this guy would be easy, while the blue-haired espada just glared at the both of them. "I'm absolutely for real," Ichigo whispered directly into his ear. Natora was startled at how close he got and tried to slice him in half with his weapon. The boy backflipped to avoid the weapon, wincing a bit from his early injuries when he landed. "Still got it?" he smirked, holding up double peace signs. "Ichigo." Orihime tried to help him, but was stopped by the espada's Frachi Tezra. "Don't interfere," the ranker said, grabbing a hold of her. Watching the fight, she could see Ichigo had already unleashed his Shikai, but with his injuries his speed and agility were lacking, even his attacks were significantly weaker. Finally he did manage to land a blow on the espada, but it just scrapped along his skin, not even leaving a scratch. "Surprised?" Natora smirked. "Out of all the espada, my hierro is the strongest. None of these pathetic weapons of yours can pierce me." Ichigo frowned at that, but smirked back at him. "Well, my teeth are swords and my claws are spears," he growled in a fake deep voice. There was a short awkward pause after he spoke. "Really? Aizen doesn't let you guys watch movies?" Natora's weapon came crashing down where he was just standing. "I'll take that as a no." Ichigo appeared out of the smoke, holding the bleeding wound on his shoulder. "I'll wipe that smirk off your face." Natora charged a zero on the end of his tongue and fired it at him. Ichigo wanted to dodge, but he knew he wouldn't make it with his injuries. As he braced himself for the oncoming blast, he felt 2 arms wrap around his torso and pull him out of the way. "I don't know who you are, but thanks, miss." Ichigo knew it was a woman that saved him, going by the large pressing into his back. "You don't recognize me, Ichigo?" That voice sounded so familiar, like a little girl he recently met, but older. Turning his head, he was shocked to see a long aqua-haired goddess that looked like an older version of Nell. "Wait a second. Nell." "Nilil, actually," she corrected him with a cheery smile. "And this is my true form." "But you're hot," he shouted. "Like seriously hot." "I'm flattered, but you're already taken," Nilil said. "Or have you forgotten about the one you just asked to marry?" "Don't look at me like that, I'm just admiring the view, but I would never cheat on Orihime," Ichigo said, standing up and turning away with an angry huff that someone could accuse him of such a thing. "Could you do me a favor, Ichigo? Can you sit this fight out and let me have a turn?" she asked, stepping next to him. "Are you sure you can handle this guy?" Ichigo questioned, looking from Nilil to the espada a distance away. "What do you think?" Nilil stepped forward, turning her back to him and revealing the large number 3 on her back. "Alright, go get him." She didn't need to be told twice. Nilil immediately charged towards a surprised Natora with her sword drawn and proceeded to kick the crap out of him. "Damn, that's hot." Ichigo smirked, watching the fight. He then decided to do something about the ranker holding his girl prisoner. "Master Natora." Tezra yelled, seeing his master driven into the dirt. "Shouldn't you be worried about yourself?" Ichigo asked right behind him. "Don't come near me." Tezra sweated holding Orihim tighter, he then raised his sword and pressed it against her. I'll cut her. How are you going to do that without the use of your elbow? Ichigo questioned from behind, suddenly Tezra felt his sword arm being locked into place by a force. Orihim's triangular prism encompassed his elbow, freezing it in that single space. The rancor then felt 4 long thick needles being stabbed into his back. The instant they broke his skin, his body went numb and limp. You didn't notice that my Shikai was still active, did you? Ichigo grinned, gently pulling the limp rancor off of his girlfriend and letting him fall to the sand. Tezra, unable to move or speak, was only able to get a look at what did this to him. Ichigo was wearing a strange copper-colored gauntlet on his right hand with tubes and canisters attached to it, but instead of fingers it had large syringes with long needles filled with a mysterious purple liquid. I call it the overdose. I got the idea from Kuretsuchi. I can inject people with any number of toxic or poisonous substances, Ichigo explained, brandishing the gauntlet. What's currently flowing in your veins is a paralyzing agent. Count yourself lucky I didn't put anything poisonous in it. The rancor seemed to understand, but couldn't express it, being paralyzed and all. You alright, Orihim? Ichigo turning her head to make sure she wasn't cut or scratched. She just nodded her head, the rush of almost dying coming down. That was some quick thinking, good work, he said, giving her a peck on the cheek. They both looked over to Nilil's fight, hearing a loud crash. Ichigo quickly sprang into action, seeing Nilil turn back into a child and kicked away. Ha! This is too easy. Natora laughed, about to finish her off, or would have if the volley of bullets didn't knock him back. Ichigo marched right up to him, firing his black pistol at the espada. It didn't pierce his tough skin, but it did bruise and leave a mark. A shot in his knee forced him to kneel. I may not be able to get through your harrow, but if I shot enough bullets in a single spot, even the strongest wall will break, Ichigo smirked, getting up close and pointing his pistol point blank at the kneeling rancor's heart. You think you're tough shit? Natora grimaced, trying to think of a way out. He spotted one when he glanced over to his Frachian, who was slowly getting up behind Orihim, the paralysis wearing off. Tezra. Kill the girl. He ordered with a grin. Tezra was surprised by the sudden order, but complied, picked up his sword, and went to cut the unsuspecting girl down from behind. Ichigo realized what this was. He also realized he wouldn't be able to move fast enough. Making a quick decision without really thinking, he turned around and shot a single bullet from a distance that whizzed past Orihim and pierced through Tezra's skull, killing him in an instant before he could hurt her. Time seemed to slow down as a shadow loomed over Ichigo, and the familiar slice of air that came from a bladed weapon came ever closer to his ears. You know what, I'm cool with this. I'm definitely cool with this. Be safe, Orihim, find a stronger man than me, were his final thoughts as he closed his eyes and embraced his oncoming death. A moment later Ichigo opened his eyes, realizing that he was still here. Oh, don't tell me this is one of those things where I got sliced in half so fast that I don't actually fall apart until a few seconds later. He counted to 5 and lifted his shirt, seeing no cut. Ichigo turned around to something even he couldn't have predicted. Kenpachi stood there holding off Natora's weapon with his sword single-handedly. Hey Ichigo, this guy giving you trouble? The bloodthirsty captain grinned. Kenpachi, you maniac, of course he was, look at me. Ichigo yelled with his own grin, pointing at his various wounds and bruises. Yuichiro jumped from her captain's shoulder to Ichigo with an excited squeal. Ow, ow, watch the shoulder, sweetie. Ichigo, do you have any candy? She practically ordered. What do you think? He reached into the pocket of his black long coat and pulled out a fistful of lollipops and chocolate pieces. The pink-haired lieutenant made a grab for it, but Ichigo held it out of reach. No, what do we say? Please, she said politely. But girl, he patted her head and placed the wad of candy in her eager hands. If you're going to fight this guy Kenpachi, be my guest, Ichigo said nonchalantly as he walked away. You must be strong if you gave Ichigo a hard time, Kenpachi said, pushing the espada back. Ichigo limped over to Orihim and collapsed face down next to her. I'm gonna take a little nap, wake me when Kenpachi wins please. Ichigo turned on his side and fell asleep in the middle of the battlefield while she healed him again. If you knew Ichigo as well as I do you would understand why I'm not afraid right now, Orihim said, facing Ulquiorra confidently. And what does he have that makes you so confident? The espada asked. He has my heart, she stated passionately. Tell me, what is a heart? Ulquiorra asked, walking towards her. Is it just an organ in your or an emotion in your mind? Neither, it's a connection between souls, Orihim said. The sound of a motorized saw blade interrupted their discussion. Turning around, Ulquiorra watched as a chainsaw cut a giant hole in the floor a few yards away and a foot kicked the piece loose. Ichigo appeared, jumping out of the hole with his sword already in its release state, but as a single blade instead of the numerous it usually became. Honey, I'm home. He announced, landing on the tiled floor. Ichigo. How? Orihim shouted, looking at him. Well, after you healed me I didn't wake up till Kenpachi started kicking me after winning his fight. I woke up to find you missing. Apparently an ranker nabbed you and brought you here. Then I find out that sneaky Aizen is making his move on Karakura now, so I'm not in the best mood at the moment," Ichigo said, chuckling humorlessly. "You better draw your sword, Ulquiorra, because I'm not holding back this time." "As you wish," the dark-haired Espada said emotionlessly while drawing his Zanpakuto. Raising their Riatsu, the two of them collided with the other, and for a while it appeared the two were evenly matched. "I thought your Shikai was multiple blades," Ulquiorra questioned, seeing the release form of Ichigo's Zanpakuto, but not seeing the many others. "Oh, I just haven't divided them out yet," he grinned. "Divided?" the ranker questioned, not understanding what that meant. "Here, let me give you what you want." Ichigo's grin widened further when he pointed her sword at the Espada, then reared it back, preparing for a swing. Jutsuga Tensho. The next thing that happened was a large wave of raw spirit energy that blew a hole through the side of the tower, knocking Ulquiorra outside with it. Ichigo followed the Espada, falling after him with his numerous swords finally out and raining down alongside him to skewer Ulquiorra. The ranker just stared at him and fired a Zero upwards from where he floated in midair to knock the falling blades off course. When the beam subsided, Ichigo was still standing in midair looking down at him with a giant metal shield shaped like a cartoony skull in his hand that he used to protect himself from the Zero. Ulquiorra actually donned a look of mild annoyance and flew up past Ichigo to the fake sky above them. Cutting through it, he retreated the dome outside of Las Notches. "Slippery little bastard," Ichigo grumbled, returning his Zanpakuto to its sealed state. He looked over to see Orihime standing in the giant hole he created, watching him with concern. "Here, keep this warm for me, baby," he said, taking off his black long coat and tossing it to her before leaving to chase after the Espada. The purpose of leaving her his coat was a symbol and promise that he would be back and that she didn't have to worry. Passing through the hole that Ulquiorra created, Ichigo landed on top of the dome outside. "Damn sand, what is this, the beach?" Ichigo complained, trying to get the sand out of his hair. "You should know that there are 2 rules that Lord Aizen established beneath the roof of Las Notches," the ranker's voice said. Ichigo looked around for the voice and spotted him atop one of the towers framed by the moon behind him. "Aizen has forbid the use of Grand Race Zero and the sword release of an Espada ranked 4 and higher." "Great, and what rank were you again?" Ichigo chuckled nervously. 4, Ulquiorra pointed his sword forward. "In close, Murcielago." His power instantly wrapped around him and dispersed, showing the area in a Reishi rain. When it subsided, the Espada stood above him in his Resurrection, looking like a white-robed demon with large black bat wings. "Holy Swiss cheese, Batman," Ichigo blinked, and then the ranker appeared in front of him with an energy javelin, ready to decapitate him. Oh shit, thinking fast, he released his Shikai, and the resulting outpour of Riatsu was able to deflect Ulquiorra's lance. He paused a moment to catch his breath and calm his racing heart. "That was a close shave," he chuckled, wiping a hand across his face. "You released your Zanpakuto to deflect me," Ulquiorra said, glancing around at the numerous swords that dispersed around them. Most of them were sitting in the sand diagonally due to being released so hastily, unlike how they usually stood straight up. Ichigo currently clutched one of his many golden hilted swords with a crossguard shaped like 2 angel wings with an eyeball on the side. "That was quick thinking, but it won't save you a second time," and with that he charged Ichigo again. "The Suuks," Ichigo complained. No matter how many different forms or abilities he used with his swords, nothing seemed to work on the Espada. Ulquiorra was too fast and strong, he either evaded the attack or overpowered it. "Defeating me is impossible, let me show you why." Ulquiorra flew back to get some distance and pointed his index finger at the boy as a black sphere began to form. Zero Escuros, a gigantic and powerful black Zero, crashed down upon Ichigo like a tidal wave. "Bring it." Ichigo held up his sword as it transformed into a large skull-shaped shield, but it didn't provide much protection from the blast. He was still sent flying, most of his long-sleeve white shirt burned away, and wounds all over his body. Ulquiorra appeared behind him and knocked him through the air and into one of the towers of Las Notches. "Do you understand now?" the Espada asked, walking over the air to stand in the hole that Ichigo made. "Okay, I'm hurt now." Ichigo chuckled, getting out of the rubble and standing back up. "How can you still find amusement in your situation?" Ulquiorra started to sound annoyed. Well, Ichigo didn't get a chance to retort as he was immediately sent flying through the rest of the tower and knocked around the air like a ragdoll. He would have grabbed one of his swords, but the ranker wouldn't give him a chance to pick one up. "What did I ever do to you?" Ichigo asked with smirk as he was held up by what was left of his shirt atop another tower. "Ridiculous," Ulquiorra tossed him to the ground. "I'll remove every bit of humor from you piece by piece," he said emotionlessly as his power rose even higher. Ichigo stood up and shielded his eyes from the energy that surrounded the Espada. When he opened them, Ulquiorra's form had changed once again, now resembling a great bat more than ever. Risorechi and Segunda Atapa, the ranker, explained that he was the only member of the Espada to achieve a second stage release. "Oh, that's lovely, of all the Wonder Men I get the one with second release form," Ichigo complained. "So you still wish to challenge me?" Ulquiorra asked. "No shit, Sherlock. You've already pulled out your best trick while I still have a whole bag of them up my sleeve," Ichigo mocked. Even though he didn't have a sword, he could still fight. The Espada quickly charged him and threw the boy off the tower into another one. Ichigo stood up and attempted to fight bare-fisted but was blown back by a series of brutal strikes and crashed through another tower. "So you've chosen to die then?" Ulquiorra stood in mid-air watching the boy struggle to stand on a piece of broken rubble. "Actually, I've chosen to win." Ichigo looked up at him and smiled, but it wasn't a happy or amused smile like he normally wore, it was almost like he was resigned to do something terrible. "I'm so very sorry about this, Ulquiorra, but you've left me no other option." He held both his hands out in a welcoming gesture. "To me, my knights," every single sword of Ichigo's shikai that lay scattered across the battlefield dissolved into a black liquid substance which quickly rushed through the air towards its master's call. The black substance swarmed around Ichigo in a vortex as he finally spoke. "Bankai, oh no Yami." The darkness covered Ichigo in a cloud while the Espada watched curiously. The cloud hovered in the air before floating down to the sandy ground below. Ulquiorra followed him, coming to stand several yards away, waiting to see what his Bankai was. The cloud dispersed and the first thing the ranker noticed was dark silhouette of a figure with what looked like curved horns atop its head. A red light that formed behind the being's head made everything clear for him. Ichigo stood there with his top gone, a gold medallion on a chain hung from his neck with what looked like an eye carved into it. His orange hair had grown longer, coming to about mid-back, two white horns that curved forward adorned his head with what looked like a pentagram made of red energy, forming the lines behind his head. The most noticeable things about his Bankai were probably the bright yellow on black eyes of his and the long black flowing cape with an upturned collar that rested on his shoulders, pooling on the ground behind him into what looked like a black watery substance that seemed to shift and move on its own accord. "What a rush." Ichigo breathed out a misty air past his skin seemed noticeably pale now. Ulquiorra's eyes shifted to his empty black nailed hands and noticed that he didn't possess a weapon in this form. "So this is your Bankai?" Ichigo's black goopy cape seemed to pulse at that. "Yup, sorry about the whole demonic appearance. The other spirit of my Zanpakuto is kind of a punk and hates the Shikai spirit, so he tries to be the complete opposite of him," Ichigo chuckled. "I hope Aizen gave you guys a good health plan." "You no longer have a weapon, how do you plan on fighting me?" Ulquiorra asked. "Fight you? Oh no, now that Bankai has been unleashed, I'm not going to fight you." Ichigo's grin almost looked sinister. "I'm going to destroy you." Suddenly a green javelin shot forward, almost piercing his face, or would have if a black tendril from his cape didn't whip out and shatter it in an instant. Ichigo didn't even flinch or blink at the attack. "Oh, were we starting now?" "I was about to explain how my Bankai is going to you like a cheap, but if you want to get this over with now, I'll oblige you." Ichigo slowly began to walk towards the Espada, his black cape expanding into more of the black substance behind him. Ulquiorra wasn't prepared for the blackness to suddenly extend out like tentacles and rush towards him. At first he tried to dodge, but it just continued to attack him. He then used Sonido, but again they sought to strike him. Ulquiorra then tried to use his superior strength to grab a hold of one of the tendrils, but it seemed to dissolve away in his hand like water as soon as he touched it. "Flee, run for your life, you can't escape me." Ichigo taunted as he watched his power attack the ranker. Another javelin sought out the wielder of the Bankai, but was also shattered with a single lash. "What is this material substance?" Ulquiorra asked. "This is phase 1 of my Bankai, oh no Yami, the darkness is my shield and sword. All the weapons of my Shikai are broken down into their raw materials, forming the blackness attacking you." Ichigo chuckled from a safe distance as Ulquiorra struggled to block and dodge the swift attacks from multiple directions, even in his second stage release form. "I can pretty much do whatever I want with this stuff." To prove his point, the tendrils retreated back into his cape. The black substance began to expand even more, bubbling up and growing large eyeballs. Out of the darkness crawled a legion of black humanoid single-eyed figures of different shapes and sizes. "Get 'em boys." Ichigo waved his hand and the creatures he made charged their target with a distorted battle cry. Ulquiorra found himself swarmed by these black creatures. He thought he could evade them, but they just ganged up on him. He tried to fly away, but they just bonded together to form wings of their own and followed him. While he was momentarily distracted, one of the creatures tore off his arm. Finally having enough, Ulquiorra blew them all to bits with his Skiros. "Oh no, you defeated my little minions," Ichigo said with fake concern, holding the Espada's severed arm that one of his black creatures delivered to him. "Like my new back scratcher." He waved Ulquiorra's missing hand at him. "Don't think that just because you took my arm that you can defeat me." Observe, in a few seconds Ulquiorra completely regenerated his limb. Buddy, you can regenerate perfect, that will make this last longer, and I was worried I'd climax too early, Ichigo grinned liking his dot. What is this? He's already released his Bankai, and yet I sense his power is still growing with every second, Ulquiorra wondered reassessing the situation. Ichigo let out a slow shuddering breath as he closed his eyes and ran his hands over his face. The ranker took that moment to attack him while his guard was down. This must be what it feels like, Ichigo spoke softly, removing his hands from his face. To have an over-excess of power, his yellow on black eyes snapped open just before Ulquiorra reached him and blew him along with everything else around away with a large shockwave that erupted from his body. Oh no, Yami Phase 2, the world is my plaything, the blackness that formed his cape wrapped around his bare arms creating sleeves, now resembling a coat, and the glowing red lines that formed the pentagram behind his head broke down into pieces and reformed into a glowing red crown that floated between his horns. So your Bankai has multiple forms? Ulquiorra asked, recovering the blast that knocked him away. Oh no, Yami has 3 phases, if you survive long enough you might see the third, Ichigo's grin widened showing his teeth. This is phase 2, all in inanimate matter of the spiritual world is mine to do with as I please, to show him he made a gesture with his hand as the pieces of rubble from the destroyed tower were lifted into the air and came crashing towards his enemy. More and more rubble and pieces of lost notches were sent hurtling at Ulquiorra, who was forced to spend a lot of precious time and energy evading and destroying. The problem was that even pieces that were shattered still fell under Ichigo's control and thus came flying at him. Minutes ago he couldn't even land a hit on me, just what is he? As if reading the Espada's thoughts, Ichigo spoke with his smirk still present. If my Shikai is a god of weapons, then what would be the Bankai? Who is opposite but equal to God? Ichigo asked, holding his arms out as if waiting for an actual response. The devil, that's who. That's nonsense, Ulquiorra retorted. Says the giant Batman, Ichigo said back while flicking his wrist to send a wave of sand towards the Espada. Ulquiorra flew out of the dust cloud attempting to get his bearings. He formed a large lance made of energy, his strongest technique, and waited for the moment to strike. I'm so close to phase 3, just a few more seconds and I can end this, not giving his enemy a moment of peace. Ichigo used the power his Bankai gave him to break one of the few remaining towers in half and send it hurtling towards him. Is that supposed to intimidate me? Ulquiorra quickly broke through it with his lance. Down below, Ichigo finally reached the last stage of his Bankai and smirked as his yellow eyes began to change, not by much though. The pupils merely stretched horizontally, now resembling the eyes of a goat. I see you, Ulquiorra, Ichigo chuckled as he disappeared in an instant. The Espada's eyes widened as the boy appeared amidst the rubble that rained down on him. Hi. Ulquiorra attempted to ram his ultimate lance into the boy, but Ichigo grabbed it with his bare hand before it could strike him, much to the other's shock. Shattering it created the perfect smokescreen for Ichigo, allowing him to end the fight in a second. What happened? Ulquiorra didn't know how, but suddenly he found a bunch of black pikes piercing through his torso, each stabbing a different vital organ. The pikes were all connected to the black substance of Ichigo's coat. He could see that Ichigo's strange eyes were not the only thing that changed. Now a set of large black angel-like wings appeared attached to his back with a single yellow eye on each, glaring forward at his enemy. It's over, that's what happened. Ichigo bore a solemn expression on his face as his spears retracted into the dark material of his coat. Ulquiorra fell on his back, his wings collapsed with him. How did you know? How did you know that I couldn't regenerate my internal organs? The fallen Espada asked from the ground. Oh no, Yami phase 3, eyes of the old king, Ichigo said, walking closer to him while pointing at his strange eyes. This ability lets me see into the past of whoever I look at. In a single moment I knew who you were, the path you took, your entire life to now, your secrets and your weaknesses. So that's how. Ulquiorra stared up at the black sky. Ichigo for a moment struggled to power down his Bankai, letting out a groan as all the blackness and pieces fell off his body and reformed into his sealed rusty Zanpakuto. Even his hair had returned to its normal shaggy length just past his neck. He sat down cross-legged next to his defeated enemy, clutching his head. Damn it, I used the power for too long, I hate what it does, Ichigo growled out, taking a bar of dark chocolate out of his back pocket and chomping down on it. You hate your own power? Ulquiorra asked as he bled to death. No, I love it. My Bankai is pretty much a guaranteed victory. It's what that power does to me that I don't like. Seeing confusion on the Espada's face, Ichigo decided to elaborate while he ate his victory candy bar. This power makes me feel like a god, makes me feel invincible, promises me everything, anything I could ever want would be mine for the taking, and that hurts, because that's not me. I'm not a god or Shinigami or Hollow, I'm just Ichigo. The Bankai tries to make me into something I'm not, that's the part I don't like about it. I see, Ulquiorra could feel his life slipping along with his body disintegrating. Ichigo out of respect held on to his black clawed hand. Why? Because I'm truly sorry for destroying you with my bankai, but I had no choice. I won't ask you to forgive me, but the least I can do is make sure you don't die alone, no one deserves that, was the last thing he had to say to the ranker. Ulquiorra looked at his hand being held by the boy that defeated and thought back to what that Orihim said about the connection between souls. So that's what it is, was the last thing he came to understand as the rest of his body turned to dust. Ichigo watched as it blew away in the breeze with a frown on his face, he then broke off a piece of his dark chocolate bar and placed it where Ulquiorra had died to mark where his enemy met his end. Ichigo, he turned to see Orihim and the Quincy Uryu a short distance away. They had arrived just in time to see what was left of the Espada fade away. While Orihim walked up to her boyfriend Ishida hung back wondering what had happened. While they headed up to the ceiling of Las Notches as she asked, they felt the large overwhelming hollow presence that could only come from the Espada that filled them with worry, but what happened a few minutes later created a new feeling. Another powerful presence appeared, dwarfing and easing the hollows. Whereas the ranker's power felt like an entire ocean on top of them, this other power felt like an entire planet or celestial body was looming over them. Oh hey sweetie and Quincy dude. Ichigo smiled leaning back where he sat like a fight to the death hadn't just happened. Uryu scoffed at the nickname and pushed his glasses up, he should have known that Ichigo would never change no matter what. Are you alright? Orihim asked sitting next to him. Who are you talking to? Of course I'm alright, Ichigo chuckled finishing his candy. Oh hey you kept my coat, he said while Orihim smiled and handed him his black long coat she kept folded in her hands. That's good I lost my shirt and I'm freezing my nips off, he complained putting the coat on and zipping it up to cover up his female-like candy. Kurosaki, Uryu began walking closer to the couple. You have a bankai? Sure do Quincy dude, Ichigo grinned up at him from the ground. Then why haven't you used it before? Like back when we were trying to rescue Rukia for instance, it would have helped immensely, Uryu questioned accusingly. Ichigo smirked at him and laid back in the sand with his hands behind his head. It's complicated, you see my bankai is too powerful. If I use it I run the risk of losing control over it and if that happens it will kill everything around me, Ichigo looked at him with a serious stare. Would you recklessly use a power like that? No of course not, you just seemed like the person who would, the Quincy replied. Yeah I know I act crazy and weird sometimes, he shrugged. Sometimes? Both Orihim and Uryu questioned. But I'm not stupid, Ichigo said back. He quickly stood up and did a few stretches, the power of his bankai healed his wounds, so right now he was back to 100%. Alright everything seems to be right as rain here, so what's next? Well Aizen invaded Karakura town, Orihim said. Oh shit, that's right. I need to find someone who can get me to the world of the living, he gave Orihim a quick kiss on the cheek and told them to wait up here where it was safe while he jumped through the hole in the ceiling of Las Notches off to find someone who could get him to Karakura. Damn you Aizen. Kamamura shouted up at the bastard after watching his friend Tosen die in front of him. The traitor just smirked down at him from his position in the air. Suddenly the space behind him shattered outward like glass and out came a grinning Ichigo with all his swords trailing behind him. Surprise Ichigo shouted grabbing the first two swords and slashing the unsuspecting Aizen with both the lightning and fire swords. The flames and electricity collided with the back of his enemy's neck and exploded on impact. Ichigo jumped back to assess the damage as his swords hovered around. An impressive effort, Aizen spoke, the smoke cleared revealing him completely unharmed. But it was futile nonetheless. I thought that would at least scratch you a bit, but zero damage. Wow. Ichigo chuckled lightly. The back of the neck is the greatest blind spot of every warrior, so naturally I would take precautions, Aizen said, pointing at the small green device that floated behind his head. Being cheater, Ichigo accused. Then again I would do the same thing, mind lending me one of those neck protector things. All he got was an amused stare that he took as no. What will you do now Ichigo Kurosaki? Aizen asked. Have you finally come to the decision to fight against me? Yes I have decided to fight you, but I'm not going to kill you, Ichigo said surprising the other captains that were listening to the conversation. So you will remain neutral to very end I see. Aizen said with an almost disappointed look. Ichigo just laughed confusing everyone. Neutral? Ha. I said I'm not going to kill you, I'm just going to hurt you, really, really, bad, Ichigo grinned as his sword transformed into his large black pistol which he promptly unloaded on Aizen. The former captain easily stepped out of the way of the enhanced bullets and reappeared farther away with a smug look on his face. You feelin' lucky punk Ichigo smirked pointing his pistol at Aizen, or would have if a large furry hand didn't place itself on top of his gun. Don't be reckless Ichigo. Kamamura said to the boy. Reckless? Me? He said back sarcastically. Listen to me Scooby, I'm the very definition of reckless. Be that as it may, you can't afford to be so wild and reckless against someone like Aizen, the wolf-faced captain said. You know I'm a little disappointed in the Gate 13 right now, I half expect you guys to have this all wrapped up by the time I got to the fake Karakura, Ichigo complained. Care to rephrase your condescending words? Captain Soifan said appearing between Ichigo Aizen, along with the rest of captains, lieutenants and wizards that could still fight. That's not fair Soifan, Ichigo doesn't know what we had to deal with here, Kairaku defended in favor of the boy. Ichigo scoffed loudly at that. Yeah the top 3 Espada, well guess what Dumbasses I cleared 2 in Hueco Muendo. Everyone around him was shocked to hear he defeated 2 when they all had trouble beating the 3 Aizen brought with him, even with their combined efforts. Raise your hand if you defeated at least 1 Espada, Ichigo ordered raising his own hand, while the only people around him that raised their own were Captain Kairaku and the Wizard Hachigen. Yeah that's what I thought. You may have a point Ichigo, but it just further proves our own point, Toshiro said standing in front of him protectively. And what point is that Toshiro? Ichigo asked sticking a lemon-flavored lollipop in his mouth. That you're the only one capable of defeating Aizen right now, he confessed shocking their orange-haired comrade. First you want to arrest me, now I'm your only hope. Ichigo looked them skeptically. Toshiro Hitsugaya just smirked and charged towards Aizen, with his sword drawn followed by the rest of the captains. Ichigo you idiot, why didn't you bring Orihime? Shinji asked. Why would I bring my future wife to this bloodbath? Ichigo asked back. Oh so you finally proposed. I take it she said yes then. Well I guess I can't be mad at you for keeping your precious Orihime out of this, and you did bring Unohana at least, Shinji shrugged. You expect me to sit this out while you all fight that maniac? Ichigo questioned with an annoyed look as he bit down on his lollipop with a loud crunch. We expect you to finish Aizen off in case we fail to kill him, I think you can do that at least without screwing it up, and with that the wizard leader took off to fight the former captain. Thank you Ichigo, Kamamura suddenly said interrupting the boy's thoughts. For what? Ichigo sighed. For attacking Aizen like you did, if you hadn't shown up I would have attacked that man in my rage and been cut down, the wolf-faced captain said gratefully before leaving to fight. I have a bad feeling about this, Ichigo said to himself as he resealed his Zanpakuto and took out a chocolate bar to munch on, while he watched everyone have a go at taking down Aizen. Turns out his bad feeling was right as he observed several of them get incapacitated by the evil maniac. While the few remaining captains tried to take him down while working together, Ichigo noticed something was off. Wait a second, Ichigo held his candy bar in his mouth while he used his hands to make fake binoculars over his face. Guys. He yelled seeing through the illusion as they continued to slice and stab their victim. Guys. The captain's target was impaled by Kairaku's Shikai. Guys. Toshiro with the assistance of Shinji Hirako's optical reversing Shikai ran what they all believed was Aizen through and everyone went silent at the supposed victory. Guys I don't know how to put this so I'll just say it, Ichigo cleared his before continuing. That's not Aizen, he blurted out. What? Shinji was the first to yell. That's not Aizen, that's that girl that used to be his lieutenant, what was her name again? He asked aloud. Momo, Toshiro whispered eyes widening, not because of what Ichigo said, but because of the illusion finally being stripped away, allowing him to see the person he cared about most was impaled on his blade, instead the traitor Aizen. The real bastard appeared on the ground where Hinamori stood, having completed his little trick and successfully cut down the remaining lieutenants. The next thing anybody knew Toshiro ran at him in a blind rage and got his arm lopped off in a matter of seconds. Aizen showed just how strong he was by taking down Kairaku, Soifan and Shinji in just a few quick moves. Ichigo watched the whole thing with morbid interest. The old switcheroo, not bad, with a quick glance he noticed Aizen hadn't killed anyone. You left them alive. Of course, I want them to watch as I conquer the Soul Society while they lie there helpless to stop me, Aizen said flicking the blood off his Zanpakuto and turning to face the orange-haired boy. Oh you just want some people left alive to watch you win, Ichigo remarked with a chuckle. I don't know why I left this to them, he said drawing his sword from the old sheath on his side. You see now? That relying on others is a weakness? Aizen asked him. You might be right about that, but I have a question for you. Aizen's smile dropped as he was interested to hear what the other wanted to ask him. Is it getting really hot out here or is it just me? Ichigo unzipped his black long coat, letting his exposed torso get some air as he fanned his face with his hand. Aizen wanted to roll his eyes, he should have expected such a ridiculous question from the eccentric boy, but now that he thought about it, the temperature was increasing drastically around them. Suddenly a giant pillar of fire erupted between them ceasing any more conversation between Ichigo and Aizen. That's enough Aizen, this is as far as you go boy, the old head captain said walking out of the fire with his sword covered in flames. I'm out. Ichigo said getting far away from the most powerful Shinigami he had ever seen, lest he be caught in the bonfire that the fake Karakura was about to be turned into. Watching from a safe distance he noticed a strange-looking Aranker appear behind Yamamoto and put out all the flames from the old man's Zanpakuto. Aizen introduced the creature as Wanderweiss, a Spada 10, and a specially modified Aranker, designed to seal away the power of Raijin Jaka. That's not good, he mused to himself, putting a cherry in his mouth as he watched the head captain have to tear the freaky Aranker up with his bare hands. Ichigo, despite his relaxed demeanor, was simply biding his time for the perfect opening to strike at Aizen. It came when the head captain threw his body over the Aranker's exploding head to prevent potential damage to the world of the living, and Aizen walked into the resulting crater to deal the final blow to the incapacitated old Shinigami. The traitor didn't expect the head captain, however, to suddenly send a level 90 sacrificial Hado at him, obliterating everything in front of him in a giant red blast, shaped like a blade. I didn't expect him to make a move like that, Aizen thought to himself, coming out of the aftermath of the Kido with several scrapes and burns. He felt a hand on his shoulder and only had a split second to process who it was before Ichigo shoved his sword through his guts and out his back. Why, hello there, don't forget about little old me, Ichigo grinned, twisting his sword a little bit. He made sure to keep his opposite hand on his enemy's sword wrist to prevent a retaliation. Aizen grimaced in pain as the boy twisted the blade even more. And now for my next trick, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to turn Sasuke-san into Swiss cheese. Ichigo grinned as he stared at Aizen's confused face. Abracadabra, oh no Kishi. At his command his Zanpakuto shimmered and a dozen swords shot of Aizen's torso in every direction in a similar execution to what he did to Yami. The traitorous captain vomited up a bunch of blood as Ichigo resealed his Zanpakuto and stepped back while Aizen actually stumbled, more blood pouring from the holes in his body. Thank you. Thank you. Ichigo turned and bowed to a non-existent audience. Give it up for my lovely assistant. He pointed at the former captain who was still coughing up precious life fluid while Ichigo started clapping. Good work, Ichigo Kurosaki, Aizen still managed to smirk arrogantly as blood dripped from his dot. I can't remember the last time someone was able to fatally wound me like you did. Stick around, doll, you'll find that I'm full of surprises, but I'm more surprised by the fact that you're still standing there, Ichigo said, looking him up and down for a reason he was still alive. Hell, you shouldn't be talking, I'm pretty sure I pierced a lung. I must thank you, because of you it has finally awakened. To show Ichigo what he meant, Aizen ripped open his top, revealing the Hijyoku embedded in his, along with the wounds that Ichigo gave him being healed by its power. I don't know what power lies inside your Zanpakuto, but it fully awakened the Hijyoku, he smirked at the boy, letting his words sink in. Wait, weren't you the one who gave me this Zanpakuto in the first place? Ichigo asked, and seeing the confusion on the other's face answered his question for him. Oh, that's interesting. At first I thought it was Urahara who placed Oh no Kishi for me to find, but he was baffled by its power when I showed him. Then after learning what a manipulative bastard you are, I suspected it might have been you, but now I'm out of suspects, so if you have any ideas I'd love to hear it. I was quite pleased when the Gate 13 found you in the Rukan district. After you died I thought my little experiment was a failure, Aizen began. But you're not a failure, you've exceeded every single expectation I had for you. What do you mean by experiment? Ichigo narrowed his eyes at him. You're such a unique individual, Ichigo Kurosaki, because you're half a Shinigami and, he was interrupted when Ichigo finished for him. Half Quincy, he blurted out, surprising Aizen. Yeah, I already know about that. Were you trying to mind me just now? Ichigo grinned, pointing his sword at him, however a figure stepped between them. Dad, what the hell are you doing here? Ichigo asked, seeing his father in full Shinigami garb. What's it look like, son? I'm beating up this creep that has an unhealthy interest in you like any good father would, Aizen said, giving Ichigo a thumbs up. I think everyone has an unhealthy interest in me these days, Ichigo replied back with a sigh. Aizen decided to get serious for once as he faced the still smirking Aizen. Ichigo, I'll take care of Aizen, do you think you can take down Jin over there? He pointed at the creepy smiling traitor who stood a short distance away watching the whole thing. Of course I can. Ichigo Flash stepped away to finish off the last of Aizen's minions. Well, hi there Ichigo, it's been a while, hasn't it? Jin said, waving at the orange-haired boy as he reappeared a few yards away. But it has, you look healthy, maybe I can correct that, Ichigo wondered aloud with a smirk. And you're as fashionable as always, the smiling Shinigami replied, pointing at Ichigo's unique style of clothing. Hey Ichigo, is there any chance you might be able to just die for me or perhaps run away? Funny, I was about to ask you something similar, Ichigo grinned at him. The two stared at each other in awkward silence, grinning for a few moments. You have a creepy smile, Ichigo, Jin commented. Insert pot and kettle joke here, Ichigo replied. I mean it, you know, when I smile it's because I like making my opponents uncomfortable, but when you smile it's way scarier because you look like you sincerely find something funny here, Jin explained using his hand gestures while he talked. When you've lived and died, you learn to find all sorts of things in this world that are funny, Ichigo said, fishing out a grape-flavored lollipop from his pocket and sticking it in his mouth. Want one? I'll take a green apple one if you have any. Jin caught the candy on a stick that Ichigo tossed him and promptly enjoyed it. May I ask why you always offer people candy, even your enemies? Well, if there's one thing dying taught me, it's that time is a precious thing, so whenever I meet someone worth my time, even if it's an enemy, I like to share with them a piece of candy, Ichigo explained with a smirk. I take it I'm worth your time then? Jin asked, drawing his shorter Zanpakuto. I wouldn't have given you a sweet if you weren't, Ichigo answered, drawing his own sword. The ex-captain quickly released his Zanpakuto, making him dodge his extending blade. Ichigo followed by releasing his own Zanpakuto, letting his swords rain down on the battlefield. Grabbing the closest one near him, he used it to parry Jin's elongated sword. Not bad, Ichigo, but still, the blade retracted and then shot forward, trying to stab Ichigo from a distance. The boy just smirked and took a step to the right to dodge the attack as his own sword transformed into a gold metal gauntlet that he used to grab the end of Jin's blade as it retracted, taking him along for the ride. While he was rushed towards Jin, Ichigo grabbed another sword with his free and used his momentum to deliver a shallow cut on his opponent's shoulder. Stop that. Ichigo laughed as he landed a few yards behind him. Jin just turned and smirked at him in his usual creepy way. If you insist, Ichigo, Bankai. Ichigo was suddenly launched back several hundred kilometers, sending him flying over the battle that was taking place between Isen and Aizen. Ow. Ichigo pulled himself out of the building he crashed into. He landed next to his dad and turned around, finally noticing the strange white substance that seemed to coming from the Hejioku that was beginning to envelope Aizen. Okay, what did I miss? You haven't missed anything, in fact you're right on time to witness the birth of a new being, Aizen said mockingly, but before he could finish speaking a red beam of Kido shot straight through his shoulder, surprising everyone. So you've decided to come now? Kisu Kirihara, they all looked up to see the shop owner himself standing on a building high above them. Kirihara, you bastard. About time you showed up. Ichigo shouted him. Employees shouldn't yell at their boss like that, Kisu grinned underneath his hat. A few minutes later, after a couple of failed murder attempts on Aizen, it became a 3-on-1 battle. Isen, Urahara and Yuruchi attempted to take the madman down, who was now completely covered in a white second skin-like jacket with only two dark lenses for his eyes visible. While the remains of the fake city was torn apart by the battle, Ichigo and Jin decided to take a breather, sit down and watch. Aki? Ichigo asked, handing him the pack of candy on a stick. Don't mind if I do, Jin smiled at him and took one to chew on. In a matter of minutes 3 bodies hit the ground unconscious. I guess that's my cue, Ichigo sighed and stood up from his seat while Aizen walked towards him, the substance covering his face cracking and peeling away as he walked. The two of them walked past each other, neither paying the other a second glance. Jin, open the Sankamen. We'll destroy Karakura and create the Oken and Soul Society, Aizen commanded as his new appearance was revealed. Not much changed other than his hair was now longer and his eyes had changed to a dark purple with wider eyes. He took one look back at Ichigo, who was busy trying to help his father out of the rubble, and narrowed his eyes. The boy didn't seem to care about what he just said in the least. The Sankamen gates to the Soul Society opened before Aizen as he made to leave this place and complete his master plan, but was stopped by what Ichigo said. Good news, Aizen, I've decided to kill you now, the shaggy orange-haired 17-year-old said with a rare serious look on his face. His words gave Aizen pause, but the man merely smirked and continued through the gateway. Get up, old man, we still got a little while before Aizen just destroys everything in Karakura. How do you know that? Isen asked, forcing himself to stand. Because it's what I would do, you know, walk around the city a bit, admire the views, find some poor saps to toy with, and then when they start to bore me, blow them and everything else up, Ichigo chuckled. You're really messed up, you know that? Isen said with wide eyes. Hey, I'm your son. Ichigo yelled at him while his dad opened a Sankamen to follow the two traitors. While they headed through the Dangai, Isen noticed the cleaner must have been destroyed by Aizen and went on a lecture about how time is slowed down in the Dangai world and how they could use this to their advantage. Final Jutsuga Tensho, huh? Ichigo looked at him with a questioning stare. Sorry, but my Zanpakuto doesn't have anything like that. What? Isen shouted, all hope beginning to fade. The true power of my Zanpakuto is to split my soul into pieces and turn those pieces into power, Ichigo explained, drawing his sword and pointing at. This lets me manufacture all the swords from my Shikai, but if you give me enough time, I'm sure me and my Zanpakuto spirit could make a weapon that can take Aizen down for good. Really? His dad asked, hopes restored. Yes, the only problem is that I'll need the other spirit's help to create something as powerful as what I have in mine, and both spirits are too stubborn to work together, Ichigo said, rubbing his temples in thought and frustration at what he had to do. He quickly sat down to meditate and enter his inner world while Isin held back the current of the dangai. "We're all counting on you, Ichigo," Isin said, watching his son slip into a state of peace. The group of 3 humans, Tatsuki, Yuzu and Karen, all collapsed. Their bodies unable to handle the enormous amount of spiritual pressure currently emanating from Sasuke-san, the person who spent an hour chasing them around the city at his leisure. The man had reached a new state he called his transcendent form thanks to Jin's attempted murder. His former subordinate lay in a heap before him, dying from the severe wounds he inflicted on him. Ranjiku was too busy crying over Jin to pay attention to Aizen when suddenly a figure landed on the ground behind them. "Did you miss me?" Aizen turned to see Ichigo standing there with a black coat that seemed to move and shift on its own, sleeves connecting to black clawed gloves, white horns sticking out of his long orange hair, a silver medallion with an eye carved into around his neck and a glowing red pentagram behind his head. He stared at Aizen with yellow on black eyes with an amused look on his face. "Ichigo Kurosaki, what is this form?" Aizen asked, examining the boy's new appearance. "My bankai," he replied nonchalantly while placing his unconscious father on the ground and glancing around at the group of humans to make sure they were all right. His eyes finally got a good look at Aizen and he couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Oh my god, a butterfly." He couldn't get the air in quick enough as he continued to laugh, bordering on hysterical. Aizen frowned and was about to say something only to be cut off by more childish laughter at his expense. "The butterfly?" Ichigo continued to laugh, though it was starting to die down. "You look like a fairy princess." He mocked. "You look like you're about to help Cinderella get to the ball." Ichigo kept laughing until he ran out of jokes. "Are you finished?" Aizen asked, starting to grow angry with the boy's disrespect. How dare he stand there and mock a true transcendent being? Yeah, oh man, I needed that laugh," Ichigo giggled. His enemy finally noticed what looked like the number 13 tattooed on his bare in Gothic letters similar to the espada. "What is that?" Aizen asked, staring at the number. "Well, since I love countdown so much I decided to give you one. You have 13 minutes to kill me, Aizen. When the timer on my runs out I lend you," Ichigo said with a smirk. "This is a game, Ichigo Kurosaki." Aizen glared at him. "Oh, but it is a game, just with higher stakes," the boy replied, scratching his head next to one of his horns. Ichigo's pupils stretched horizontally for just a second when he glanced over at Jin's dead body, allowing him to see into his past and understand what he did and why. He quickly turned his eyes of the old king off when he faced Aizen again, mainly to conserve power, but he also didn't want to know Aizen's past. It was easier to kill him while seeing him as a monster right now than as man with a history. "I'm calling Dragon Ball Z rules, how about we take this fight somewhere else?" Ichigo asked politely. "I will do no such thing, even with your bankai our fight won't cause enough damage to." He was cut when Ichigo appeared directly in front of him, grabbing him by the face. "It wasn't a request, bitch," Ichigo whispered in his ear before flying off at high velocity, taking the transcendent being with him. He quickly threw him to a remote area of the Soul Society, much like the place he ended up when he died and passed on here. "How did he?" Aizen stood up, wondering how a boy with a still undeterminable bankai was able to strong-arm him. Ichigo gracefully landed on the ground yards away, the black substance that made up his coat dancing around behind him. The 13 tattooed on his turned into a 12. "Now you have 12 minutes to kill me, before I kill you," Ichigo said ominously as the blackness formed a sword that he grabbed and pointed at him. Aizen actually chuckled as he regained his confidence and faced the boy. 12 minutes, it won't take nearly that long to kill you, he said as his insect-like wings glowed and spread open more. "So sure of yourself, aren't you?" Ichigo asked, tilting his head as the pentagram behind his head seemed to glow stronger. He had a feeling he was going to need a little more power, so he temporarily diverted a little bit from the majority of it that was currently preparing his ultimate weapon. Aizen's entire body seemed to shimmer for a moment before disappearing completely. Sparkles. Really? Aizen reappeared directly behind him, giving Ichigo just enough time to deflect the sword coming for his head with his own. The shockwave of their clash caused the mountain next to them to be blown to pieces. "Did you see that, Ichigo Kurosaki? A single swing of my sword leveled that mountain," Aizen said, rather proud of himself. "I'm not impressed, I could have lifted that mountain in phase 2 of my bankai," Ichigo shrugged. "You're not using the full power of your bankai?" Aizen asked, starting to get angry. He felt the boy was still mocking him somehow by not using all of his power. "Nope," Ichigo smirked, that ducked the slash that would have cut his head off. "Hey, watch the horns, buddy." Aizen furiously attacked him for his arrogance, hacking and slashing. Ichigo blocked and deflected every strike with expert precision. "Come on. Quit trying to hit me and hit me." "Well, if you insist," Aizen grinned and swung his Zanpakuto at Ichigo with all his strength. Before the blade reached him, it was grabbed mid-swing by a black-clawed hand. The resulting shockwave obliterated the landscape behind the still smirking boy. You have 5 minutes, Ichigo said, pointing at the number 5 on his dot. Wow, where does the time go? Aizen quickly leaped back with an annoyed look on his face. If my sword isn't enough I'll crush you with Kido. Aizen mouthed off the incantation for a level 90 Kido. Kurohitsugi. A giant black box began to form around the still smirking Ichigo, who did nothing to escape or prevent the Hado from completely encompassing him. The transcendent being looked at his work smiling victoriously. A moment later Aizen's eyes widened in shock as the Kido began to break down into reishi particles that fell around Ichigo like rain. Why are you so surprised? You knew I'm part Quincy, so it shouldn't come as a shock that I can break down reishi constructs, Ichigo smiled walking towards him. Although I haven't figured how to harness it into a weapon like a bow yet, Aizen just remained silent, too shocked that his strongest Kido was broken down so easily. What's the matter Aizen? Cat got your tongue? Ichigo rushed forward with ridiculous speed and stabbed his sword straight through the other's shoulder. Aizen shimmered out of existence and off of Ichigo's sword to reappear atop the cliff to the left, pressing a hand to the bleeding hole on his body. Well, isn't this a funny situation? Ichigo began with a chuckle while staring forward into space. Who would have thought that a little devil like me would make a big god like you back away in fear? He looked up at Aizen smirking. Do you think this is funny? The other glared down at him hatefully, sword trembling in his hand with rage. Are you mad bro? Ichigo asked raising an eyebrow. Aizen screamed in fury as the diamond on his forehead cracked opening revealing a third eye. His body was surrounded by a pillar of light as he underwent another transformation. Aizen now looked much more menacing and horrific, no longer a beautiful butterfly. I'll take that as yes. This is inexcusable isn't it Hijoku? Aizen stood to full height, the Hijoku itself glowing inside one of the 3 holes on his dot to be laughed at by some lowly fake Shinigami boy. At least I still have my face. Ichigo shouted back pointing out the fact that Aizen's face was peeled back revealing a black skull similar to a hollow mask. A concentrated beam shot from one of the heads of his wings directly at the boy that mocked him, creating a massive explosion on contact that left a giant crater in the ground. Ichigo leaped out of the fire half as scorched, the ends of his long hair a little singed and his left horn missing. Aizen appeared directly in front of him and grabbed Ichigo by the several large rings formed around his prey as he prepared to end his life. I must congratulate you Ichigo Kurosaki, only you could push me this far, Aizen started speaking. Really he's going to monologue again? Ichigo thought while rolling his eyes in annoyance. I don't know where your vast power comes from, but it wasn't enough to defeat me in the end, Aizen finished his speech. I haven't even started beating you Aizen, Ichigo said looking him in the eye. By the way your time is up, the number 1 tattooed on his formed into a 0, then completely faded away. Ichigo smirked as smacked Aizen away with a single swing of his sword. I'm sorry Aizen, but our little game is over, you lose, but as a consolation prize, you get to be the first and last person I use this new ultimate weapon on, he said as the blackness of his coat gathered and expanded directly behind until it formed what at first looked like a giant obelisk. But on closer inspection it was actually a gigantic old-style coffin with a pentagram in red printed on the front in the center of a white 5-point cross. The lid of the coffin spilt open slowly as a still shell-shocked Aizen watched with wide eyes wondering what was going to happen. You wouldn't believe what a hassle it was making this thing, Ichigo chuckled to himself as the giant coffin doors behind creaked open, further revealing the darkness inside. Flashback. Inside Ichigo's inner world on top of the tower of the colossal 5-pointed palace in the sky, 3 figures sat at a long table in the throne room of the castle. Ichigo sat at the middle of the long white table, awkwardly glancing at the 2 spirits that sat on opposite ends, glaring at one another. The figure on the right was a middle-aged with a light goatee, messy black hair, sunglasses and a black frayed cape that covered most of his body. The other looked like an exact copy of Ichigo except was completely white, with long white hair, gold on black eyes, black horns sticking out of his head, he only wore a pair of white paint stained with a black substance, and a set of black chains that hung around his torso. So how have you 2 been? Ichigo started breaking the ice. Adequate, the old man said without feeling. Oh I've been good, you know with being imprisoned in a dark cavern all the time. Not being in the sun is really good for my skin, the hollow said sarcastically. I don't think the sun here would really change your skin tone, Ichigo stared at him with a look that said now was not the time to be sarcastic. Okay I'm sure you both know why I am here and why I let Yami come out of his prison to come here. Hollow filth doesn't belong in your majestic palace Ichigo, oh no, Kishi said bluntly, with a hateful glare directed at the white being on the other end of the table. Savage creatures like him don't deserve the freedom you granted him. I'm savage. Why not take a good long look in the mirror your majesty? Yami spat the title as an insult without an ounce of respect. Or maybe you can't because all you see is big fat leech. Watch your tone hollow, the old man said coldly. Make me wing parasite. Their argument was interrupted by the sound of a head hitting the table. Ichigo had let his face land on the table in frustration. "This is going swimmingly," Ichigo said with heavy sarcasm. "This is absurd, that I'm even sitting down and speaking to someone of his kind, oh no," Kishi said, turning his head away with a small sneer. "Hollows like me have done a lot of horrible things, I won't deny that, but we're creatures of instinct," the hollow said. "It's in our nature to devour souls and even each other, so what's your excuse for the countless atrocities you and your Quincy's have committed? When did you get so wise?" Ichigo asked, looking at Yami with confusion. He was certain there was some hidden meaning to his hollow's words, but he decided not to ask more on the subject. He had an evil maniac to stop right now. "Being stuck in the dark all the time with nothing to do gives me plenty of time to think," Yami said, crossing his arms over his bear and sending a small glare towards to his king. "Yeah, sorry about that," Ichigo chuckled awkwardly. "But I need you to keep the Bankai under control," an idea suddenly struck him. "Tell you what, if you cooperate with creating this weapon I have in mind, I promise to make something that will keep you entertained, how about that?" "I want a woman," Yami said without missing a beat, grinning from ear to ear. "It's not fair that you get that super hot girl with a big out there and I get nothing." With his interest now piqued, Ichigo scooted his chair over to him and propped his head up on the table with his arm. "What kind of woman?" "I can probably make you an exact copy of my girl Orihime, I know her body like the back of my hand," Ichigo smirked without shame. "Actually, I have someone else in mind," the hollow chuckled and leaned over to whisper what he wanted in his king's ear. "Oh, you naughty boy," Ichigo laughed after hearing his suggestion. "Very well, that can be arranged. Do we have a deal?" Yami asked with an ever-present smirk. "Deal?" He shook the hollow's hand, sealing the deal. "Now if you can only convince the grumpy old Quincy over there," Yami said with a melodramatic sigh. After what was days of arguments, debates, mean insults and swearing, the three of them finally reached a compromise. Yami of course agreed to cooperate to get his own woman, while Ono Kishi finally agreed with the condition that Ichigo learn his Quincy heritage and how to properly make and use a bow. The next several weeks were spent coming up with designs for the ultimate weapon. There were a few close calls, a couple of snide remarks and small arguments here and there that almost broke the fragile truce between a hollow and a Quincy, but Ichigo was miraculously able to keep them on point. It took another month to actually forge the weapon after a few failed attempts. His hollow had to use the raw powers of the Bankai as the base materials and form it into a rough shape, while Ono Kishi, along with all the knights, molded it into shape while pouring all their power into it. Finally the ultimate weapon was finished, and good thing too, because Ichigo could sense his father outside had reached past the point of exhaustion with keeping the currents of the Dangai back. "I want to thank you guys for being able to see past your difference, if only temporarily, to help make this," Ichigo said, holding up a glass of wine in a toast to their great accomplishment. The two other spirits also had a glass, though the hollow had already drank all of his wine. "Have you picked a name already?" Yami asked with an annoyed look on his face, mainly because he didn't want his king to go with the name the Quincy spirit suggested. "Yes, and I decided to go with yours, Yami, mainly because it has a nicer ring to it," Ichigo said, taking a sip of his wine. "Ah, in your old face." The hollow pointed and laughed at the Ono Kishi. "I still think Memento Mori sounds better," the old man said without even a glance at the hollow that was laughing at his expense. "I give you points for the Latin, but I still like his better." Ichigo smiled apologetically at his Quincy spirit and guzzled down the rest of his beverage before threw the glass away. "Ichigo, you are aware of the consequences of using this weapon, right?" Ono Kishi asked, giving the boy a concerned look. "Of course I am, but that psychotic needs to be destroyed once and for all, before he hurts anyone else," Ichigo said, thinking of all the lives that Aizen has either ruined or destroyed and the people that have suffered because of him. "Very well, I'll support your decision," was the last thing the old man said before Ichigo disappeared from the inner world. Then flashback. "Say hello to my ultimate weapon. My piece de resistance." A humongous blade slowly came out of the giant coffin, easily a mile long. It looked like a huge black and grey butcher knife, and attached to the hilt was a giant white hand with black fingernails holding the sword straight up in the air. Zangetsu. "What?" Aizen looked at the giant sword in disbelief. "How?" he shouted at the boy. "How is this possible?" None of this made any sense to him. How can this boy have so much power, let alone be able to create and bring into reality a weapon of this size? "I think you of all people should know that anything is possible if you put your mind to it," Ichigo smirked at him, making a closed fist and holding it forward as if he was holding an invisible sword. "I poured every drop of power from my Zanpakuto into this one single sword strike, hence why the blade is so big." His spiritual disappeared. Even if he was suppressing it, I should still be able to sense it. Then why can't I feel anything? Aizen thought anxiously, more like panic, silently. Is this what the others felt when I surpassed them? "Goodbye, Aizen," Ichigo said with one of his rare serious looks. "No, no, 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 no." he screamed at Ichigo as he watched a giant mile-long sword come crashing down on him. In a split-second decision, Aizen held his own Zanpakuto up in a desperate attempt to block this inescapable strike, but Ichigo's Zanjetsu cut through his blade and body in an instant. The sword slammed into the ground, followed by a massive wave of dark depressing power that leveled the entire area in one big blast of spiritual energy. When everything cleared, Ichigo solemnly hovered down to the ground, his horns and black coat disappearing, along with the other features of his Bankai, until all there was left was the gold-hilted sword with a winged crossguard, his Shikai, left in his hand. He stared at the giant flat land that his ultimate weapon Zanjetsu created. A shame I can only use that once ever, but at least it's over. Ichigo's eyes noticed something white in the aftermath of the destruction he caused. Or maybe not. Flash stepping over to what he saw, he arrived in time to see Aizen's bifurcated body pull itself back together while healing the damage. Not wanting this to continue, especially now that he was so weakened, Ichigo marched over to the man's body and kicked him over onto his back. Shoving his knee into the surprised Aizen's, he kneeled over him and prepared to cut the man's head off. "Let's see how many times the Hijyoku can put you back together," Ichigo said darkly, but just before he could decapitate the still shocked Aizen and end this, his Zanpakuto dissolved away into dust right before it met his enemy's neck. They were both too surprised to do anything in that moment until Aizen got over his surprise and punched Ichigo off of him. He chuckled as he stood up on shaky legs, most of his previous transcendent form was gone. "You lose, Ichigo Kurosaki," Aizen said with a smirk. "Why are you bragging when you look worse than me?" Ichigo pointed at him, getting up off the ground. He may not have his Zanpakuto's power anymore, but he would still fight with his bare hands if he had to. Not for long, he held his broken Zanpakuto out that was slowly crumbling away. "The Hijyoku has decided that I don't need a Zanpakuto anymore, now watch as I surpass you in every possible way." Several red beams shot out of his in a cross pattern, cutting off his victory monologue. "What is this, Aikido? When did he?" He glanced over at an equally bewildered Ichigo, looking for an answer. "Don't look at me, I'm just as confused as you." Even Ichigo didn't see this coming. "Ah, I see it's taking effect," a voice said. They turned to see Kisuke Urahara, only lacking his normally playful demeanor along with his hat. The blonde shop owner went on to explain the Kido he created and how he shot it into Aizen's body, hidden in another Kido before the man had transformed during their fight. "It's a special seal designed especially for you." "Is that so? Too bad I'm about to evolve to an even higher level. This Kido can't possibly be able to." He was cut off when his Zanpakuto shattered into dust and the remains of the form he achieved, peeled away like a dry snakeskin, returning him to his original appearance. "What's happening? My power is disappearing." "It's the will of the Hijyoku. This was all possible thanks to Ichigo pushing you past your limit and bringing you down," Kisuke said, looking over at the shirtless orange-haired boy. "I'm flattered," Ichigo smirked at him, but inside he was mad that no one let him in on this plan. "The Hijyoku no longer recognizes you as its master," Urahara said, looking over at the still shocked former transcendent being. "That can't be." He screamed as the beams in his extend out his back resembling swords. Ichigo stood up and began to walk away, seeing the end to all this already. "Ichigo Kurosaki," Aizen yelled as the seal began solidifying up his legs, stopping the boy in his tracks. "With all your power, why do you do nothing with it? Why do you still pretend to be a Shinigami when you could rule them all?" he asked while glaring at the back of a head of orange hair. Ichigo sighed before turning around to face him. "Aizen, there's something I think never occurred to you with all your intelligence," Ichigo began. He wanted to get his point across before the man was sealed away. "This world isn't shaped by gods and transcendent beings, it's shaped by the people who live in it, and I would much rather be one of them than a lonely king ruling everything." Whether or not he understood Ichigo's words didn't seem to matter. "That is the most childish," Aizen screamed, attempting to claw at the seal that almost completely covered him. "Immature." More solid Reishi formed to replace the bit he pulled off and enforce it. "Ridiculous excuse I have ever." The seals finally covered his mouth and face, molding together until a skinny cross seal sat where Aizen once stood. Finally someone shut him up. Ichigo sounded exhausted as he sat down on a nearby rock and laid down on his back against it. "Thank you, Ichigo," Kisuke said, looking at Isen Kurosaki's son and Yuruchi's pupil with pride and respect. When he didn't get a response, he looked over at the boy to see him unconscious. Picking him up, he carried him over his shoulder, glancing around for a certain sword. What happened to his Zanpakuto? A few days later. Ichigo opened his eyes, staring at the familiar ceiling of his and Orihim's room in Kisuke Urahara's home. At first he wasn't sure what he was doing here, but the events before he passed out finally caught up to him. The whole problem was over and done with, so what now? "I see you're awake, kid." He turned his head to the left to see Yuruchi sitting next to him cross-legged. "You haven't called me that in a long time," he said. "Not since I found you as a little tyke running around the outer rim of the Rukin district," she said, smiling at him. If I recall, you were near Firil and wouldn't listen to reason until I beat some sense into you. You try surviving in the wilds of Rukin for a few years. Ichigo put his forearm over his eyes. I thought Arahim would be here when I woke up. I was looking forward to it. Look to your right, Yoruichi pointed over him. He glanced over to see the auburn-haired girl asleep. She never left your side as soon as we picked her and the others up from Hueco Mundo. Ichigo stood up and smiled gratefully down at his girlfriend before laying his blanket over her. He walked past Yoruichi and silently grabbed a towel and a change of clothes from a nearby drawer. After taking a quick shower, he changed into a set of jeans and a black tank top before heading out to the living room. He found Kisuke Urahara and Yoruichi already there waiting for him. "Ah, the hero finally awakens," Kisuke said with his usual demeanor, and hat returned to its rightful place. "How long was out?" Ichigo asked, plopping down at the table and helping himself to the breakfast they were so kind enough to leave for him. 3 whole days, Urahara smirked, holding up 3 fingers. "Yeah, that sounds about right. Why I'm here though? I expected to wake up in Soul Society." Ichigo looked at them with confusion while he ate. "About that, there's a small complication with that." Kisuke looked nervous as he spoke. "Yoruichi, you tell him," he said, pointing at her with his fan. "You bastard, throwing me under the bus like that," the Flash Goddess hissed at him. "Let me start by saying that a new Central 46 has been established, and their first order of business was sentencing Sasuke's into 20,000 years in the lowest level prison, Mukin." Cool, but what's that have to do with me?" Ichigo was waiting to find out how any of this was relevant. "Well, you see, Ichigo, you defeated the biggest threat to Soul Society. There are implications to that," Yoruichi tried to explain. "She means that by defeating a big threat like Aizen, they now see you as a potentially bigger threat," Urahara summarized. "Plus you don't like listening to authority and that makes you uncontrollable," Yoruichi added. "Oh, that's not true. I only go against orders if they're stupid orders," Ichigo said, finishing his meal. "I'm not a threat to Soul Society. Sure, the Gate are kind of idiots most of the time, but I still like them. I've got no reason at the moment to hurt them." "But Central doesn't see it like that. They only see what you could become in the future," Urahara said with a worried look. "The head captain has ordered you be left here in Karakura town for your protection in case Central decided to pull something." "Well, that's nice that the old man is looking out for me, and I thought he didn't like me," Ichigo chuckled to himself. "So where's everybody else?" They both looked at him like they didn't want to say. "That's the other problem. Any contact between you and anyone from Soul Society won't look good and will be seen a possible conspiracy, so no one from the Serite is allowed to come here and visit you," Urahara explained, quickly hoping the teen wouldn't blow up on him. "How long?" Ichigo sounded dangerously close to rage. "A couple of years, 3 or 4 at the most, at least until Yamamoto can get those idiots to pull their heads out of their asses," Yoruichi answered, getting ready to duck in case he decided to use that king's ransom amount of Ryatsu he has to lash out. Well, that works out fine for me," Ichigo smiled, calming down. "What?" They both looked at him like he was crazy. Perhaps he was. "As it stands, I don't have my Zanpakuto right now, and it will take me about 2 years to recover it," Ichigo said simply. "What?" They both shouted. "Keep your voice down and I'll explain," Ichigo hissed, placing a finger over his mouth to shush them. "To put in the simplest way, that weapon I used to bring down Aizen, my Zangetsu, used up every drop of power that my Zanpakuto had to offer. So that's why I couldn't find it." Urahara seemed fascinated by all of this. "So it's just you and your own Ryatsu now?" "Yup, can't do anything until Ono Kishi restores itself, which will take a few years, so this whole being banished to Karakura is ideal for me," Ichigo smiled at them. "It's not a banishment, Ichigo." Yoruichi looked at him sadly. Despite being back in the world of the living, she knew that Ichigo already thought of the Soul Society as his home, and being kept away from your home is quite painful. She understood that pain all too well. "Fine then, a vacation," Ichigo shot back. "Yes, think of it like an extended vacation. I'll have a talk with the head captain to arrange some money to be delivered to you during your time here as compensation." Kisuke grinned behind his fan. "It would certainly keep you busy and entertained if you had some coin to spend. It's the least they could do for the hero of the Winter War after all." "Oh, you devious bastard," Ichigo chuckled, staring at the blonde man. "Never change, Urahara. This is going to be an interesting couple of years." Yoruichi grinned, imagining all the fun Ichigo was going to get into in the upcoming months. "This is like trying to find a needle in a haystack," Yoruichi remarked to herself. "A very small needle," she imagined Urahara saying. She was currently wearing the Ryatsu suppressing cloak as not to alert the Gate to the presence. Normally she would just be in her cat form. But this mission required a great deal of information gathering, and people in the Rukin were less inclined to give it to a talking cat. Currently Yoruichi was looking for the son of Isin and Masaki Kurosaki, Ichigo. It was very tragic. The 9-year-old's budding Ryatsu attracted the attention of a dangerous hollow, and his Quincy mother died protecting her son. How hollow-like Grand Fisher defeated her was still a mystery to them. It also turned out to be in vain, for the hollow had dealt the boy a lethal blow that caused his human body to die. Not wasting any time lest Ichigo attract another hollow or heaven forbid turn into one, Kisu quickly used Konso to send him to the Soul Society where he would relatively safe. Now here she was trying to find the boy who had already been here for 5 months now. The Rukan was so vast and souls that come here don't usually stick around the place they arrived in, so Ichigo could be almost anywhere. Iruchi tried using a device that Kisuke gave her that could scan an area like a radar for the boy's Ryatsu, but it only worked for about a mile range which didn't help much. After searching the upper district for a week now and coming up empty-handed, she began to trek to the lower more dangerous districts which worried her greatly. The lower districts were more violent and lawless than the upper, not really a place that a 9-year-old could survive in. As Yuruchi came closer to the outer rim of the Rukan she started hearing these odd rumors. Rumors that spoke of a boy with orange hair that lived in the forests, past the borders of the district, out in the wilds wielding a sword. That concerned her, the wilds were unknown territory, no one ventured there and came out alive, it wasn't just hollows that lurked in those forests, but all sorts of monsters. Definitely not a place a boy could survive. Iruchi finally hit a stroke of luck when she came across a merchant set up the 80th district. The man processed the bones of hollows into weapons that he sold, highly illegal work, but it wasn't any of her business. The merchant apparently did business with the orange-haired boy, he said the boy brought him hollow parts in exchange for bread, afterwards he would return to the wilds where he came from. As it turns out the boy had visited the merchant but a few hours ago. The merchant pointed Yuruchi in the direction the boy disappeared, giving her the lead she needed. "Alright Ichigo, where are you?" she said to herself looking at the scanner while inside the forest. Yuruchi finally caught a small blip of the kid's Ryatsu on the scanner, just east of her location. She followed the signal until she reached a cave, stepping inside she made her way through until she reached a small pond of water with a boulder in the center and a large circular hole in the ceiling letting in the sunlight. Look around the cavern she spotted the remnants of a fire and the leftovers of whatever scraps of food he was eating. Yuruchi kneeled down to examine the pile of rags she assumed was a bed when she felt sword being pointed at her shoulder from behind. Turning her head she saw a boy roughly 9 years old pointing a sword at her wearing a dark green makeshift cloak that must have been for camouflage. What little she could see of his face was smeared with dirt. "Hi, you must be Ichigo," Yuruchi started trying to be friendly. The boy just cocked his head at the mention of his name, but made no attempt to lower his sword. "My name is," she tried to introduce herself, but was cut off when he raised his sword and tried to slash at her. Yuruchi easily dodged his attack, even his follow-up attacks. One thing she noticed was how sloppy his moves were, his grip on the sword was all wrong, it looked like he was swinging a stick at her. After another failed attempt to cut her, Yuruchi was able to knock the sword out of his hand. "Calm down kid," she shouted at him. "Go away." The boy yelled as his Ryatsu fluctuated around him, causing the cave to shake. "Just listen to me Ichigo," Yuruchi once again tried to reason with him, but it looked like she might have to resort to something drastic. The boy came charging at her swinging his fists wildly. His attack was easily stopped however when she caught his fists with her bare hands. "Please just stop already," she looked at him sadly, while Ichigo just furiously fought against her hold. His Ryatsu increased once again as he screamed and twisted his body in an attempt to free his hands. Yuruchi sighed realizing there was no alternative and promptly headbutted him, knocking the boy out cold. "Damn it Kisuke," she picked the boy up and placed him on the makeshift bed of rags. Yuruchi picked up the kid's sword and took a closer look at it. Feeling the familiar Ryatsu signature she was able to deduce that this is Zanpakuto, but where did he get one? A few hours later. Ichigo groaned as he opened his eyes, his head was killing him. It took him a moment to remember what happened and when he did he bolted up looking around for the person who attacked him. "Oh good, you're awake," a voice said. He spotted the woman in the black baggy cloak sitting across from him. Ichigo glanced around frantically for his sword or anything that he could use to defend himself. Looking for this, Yuruchi reached behind her and showed him the Zanpakuto she took from him. "Mine," he shouted at her. "I'll give it back to you if you don't attack me with it, do you understand that much at least?" The boy looked at her in thought for a few moments before nodding his head. She slowly handed him the sword with a rusted beat-up hilt and watched as the boy snatched it back and ran to the opposite end of the cave. Ichigo pressed his back against the cave wall and held his sword out defensively. "Would you just relax Ichigo, I'm not going to hurt you." Yuruchi approached him with her hands held up to show that she meant no harm. The boy stared at her for a few minutes, then lowered his sword. Not a monster, he seemed to come to some sort of realization. But monsters? Yuruchi wondered if he was talking about the hollows. Skull faces and people eaters, Ichigo stepped forward away from the wall. Well those skull faces are called hollows, but what are the people eaters? Yuruchi didn't know what he was talking about. Scary people that eat other people, he struggled to think of the words. Cannibals. Her eyes widened in realization. My god, she knew there were all sorts of awful things out here in the wilds, but could have never guessed that people were resorting to such things out here. After a while of just talking, Yoruchi was able to learn everything that happened to him. While in the Rukan district, she patiently waited for him to form the right words. Being out here alone for months, with no one to talk to, must have caused his language skills to deteriorate, something she planned to fix soon. She explained to him that she came looking for him as a request from someone else to take care of him, which H seemingly believed. It must have been fate's cruel joke to land the boy out here in the wilds once he crossed over to Soul Society, but the fact that he was able to survive out here alone was nothing short of a miracle. The question of his Zanpakuto still remained. Ichigo, where did you get that Zanpakuto? She asked. Zanpakuto? The boy sounded the word out, not really understanding what the word meant. You don't know what that is, huh? Yoruchi sighed, seeing she had her work cut out for her. Alright, come with me, kid. She stood up and waved her hand for him to follow. Ichigo hesitated at first, but his curiosity got the better of him and he followed several steps behind her, making sure to keep his distance since he didn't fully trust this woman yet. They approached the outer rim of the Rukan, where Ichigo suddenly stopped and looked back at the wilds he had called home. Well, you coming or not? She called without looking at him. Ichigo quickly continued on. 1 month later. Damn it. Ichigo collapsed after finishing his push-ups. For the past month, this Yoruchi woman had been making him train and exercise until his body gave out. She asked him if he wanted to be strong and he said yes, and now he was paying the price for it. It took a few weeks to get him to come out of his shell and open up. She had to keep reminding herself that she was doing this for Isin and Masaki. Even now he was still a little more guarded than she wanted him to be. Don't look so down, Ichigo, you're doing 5 times better than when we started, Yoruchi said in her cat form, sitting in the windowsill. She had managed to barter a small home for them in the East 40th district, nearby a small forest where she could train the boy in private. I didn't know this would be so tough. Ichigo's speech had also been fixed fairly easily. Don't complain when you're the one who wanted to get stronger. Yoruchi jumped from her perch and walked over to him while he sat up. Yeah, that's true. Yoruchi jumped in his lap while he petted her and scratched under her furry chin. One thing that made this worthwhile was the attention and petting she got from the boy, who seemed to have a thing for cats. I think you're ready for me to teach you some moves now, she said with purr. Meet me in the woods tomorrow morning. She reluctantly pulled away from his small hands and jumped out the window. 6 months later. It had now been a whole year that Ichigo had been in Soul Society. During the last 6 months he had learned things that the Shinigami in training probably don't learn until their first few years at the Shino Academy. Ichigo was a surprisingly fast learner. Everything Yoruchi taught he seemed to be able to pick up fairly easily, with the exception of Kido and Flash Step. The high-speed movement took him months to get the hang of, and even then he still wasn't an expert. Kido he had practically given up trying altogether, saying it was too complicated for him. He was taught how to suppress his rapidly growing Ryatsu and make it appear non-existent. Yoruchi had also greatly improved his sword skills. Despite not using a sword herself, she knew how to properly wield one. Ichigo, you're a mess, what happened to you? The black cat asked, concerned seeing the 10-year-old splattered with dark blood. Oh, there was a hollow attacking some people, so I took care of it, Ichigo said, grinning widely. The cat scratched him in the face for being so careless. Ow. What the hell, Yoruchi? Do you think you're ready to take on hollows? The cat hissed at him. I've been fighting them in the wilds before this, and the ones in there were bigger than the ones that sneak into the Rukan, so of course I'm ready. Ichigo yelled at her. Well, fine, if you want to go and get yourself killed, she huffed and turned away. I thought you were training me so I don't get killed. You must not have a lot of faith in your own teaching methods then, the boy smirked, seeing her pause. He may be only 10, but he was starting to get how to manipulate people. If that's how you want to play it, then we'll start bumping your training up a few levels, the cat grinned at him. Good, Ichigo nervously rubbed the back of his head, wondering if he made a mistake. 1 year later. Are these bastards for real? Ichigo asked, sitting up in a tree with Yoruchi next to him. They were watching 3 hollows attack a group of people that were traveling down one of the roads that led through the forest in the 30th West District. Looks like it, Yoruchi sighed in disappointment. She had wanted Ichigo to wait and not do anything because she wanted him to watch and see how the Shinigami that would be deployed deal with the hollows. However, it didn't look like anyone would show up anytime soon. That's it. I'm done waiting. Ichigo jumped down from the trees and Flash stepped over to the group that was being attacked. In a few moments the hollows were quickly and efficiently dispatched. He then retreated before the people could get a good look at him, not wanting to draw unwanted attention to himself. Ichigo waited in the shadows for half an hour until 3 Shinigami finally showed up, and that pissed him off immensely. So those are Shinigami? What the hell took them so long? Those people would have been dead by now, Ichigo growled. It seems the Gate 13 has really fallen low in the past 100 years, Yoruichi remarked, jumping on the boy's shoulder. She didn't mention anything about how she and Kisuke suspected that Aizen might have something to do with the steady decline in standards and practices in the Sirte. The response time though that she was witnessing was deplorable to say the least. When the Shinigami found no trace of the hollows that Ichigo had already slain, they quickly returned to their fortress city. Ichigo waited until they were gone before stepping out of the shadows. He then angrily stomped away with a curious black cat on his shoulder. "Where are you going, Ichigo?" Yoruichi asked. "Isn't it obvious? If the Shinigami won't take care of this place properly, then I guess it's up to me to protect the Rukin district," Ichigo said confidently. If Yoruichi was in her human form, she would have grinned with pride for Ichigo's decision. She just hoped everything went alright for him. 2 years later. Ichigo walked down the streets in broad daylight wearing a frayed black cloak with the hood down, letting his wild orange hair out. His face was painted white with black around his eyes and teeth outlined in black, giving a skull face. When asked why he painted his face like a skull, he would respond with a grin that it was to freak out his enemies. He was now 13 years old and had grown taller and developed quite a bit muscle on his body. Yoruichi thought it was strange how he seemed to age like a normal human, but Ichigo shrugged. What she didn't know was that his Zanpakuto spirit was making age at a normal rate until he reached a good mature age with a body that could properly handle the power that the Zanpakuto possessed. The old man said that if he were to age at Soul Society's normal rate, he would be dead in about a decade from his own power, and once he reached around 17 or 18 he would stop aging altogether. "How are you doing today, Ichigo?" an old woman asked in front of her stand. Ichigo had developed a bit of a reputation in this area of the Rukin for dealing with the threat of hollows in a timely manner, way before the Shinigami ever arrived. The people looked up to and respected the boy who succeeded where the Shinigami failed. "I've been alright, Miss Katajiri," he smiled at her, walking over to her stand. "I recently started selling something new, would you like to try one?" the old lady said, warmly showing him the new products. She normally sold toys and games, which Ichigo enjoyed a lot. "I got a hold of a large shipment of candy, here, try one." Miss Katajiri handed him a lollipop free of charge. "I've never had any candy before." Ichigo examined the air for a moment before sticking it in his mouth. The resulting effect was instantaneous, his eyes widened as the sugary taste hit his tongue. Oh my god, tears dripped from his eyes, causing the black makeup to run, making him look like a weeping skull. "I've never tasted anything so good. I thought you might like it, well I'll be selling it here from now on." Miss Katajiri's face turned from amusement to shock when the boy suddenly dumped a pile of coins on her table. "How much candy will this get me?" Ichigo had dumped out all of the money that the people had given him as a reward for saving them. There was more where that came from, but that was all he had on him at the moment. "Maybe you should take it slow and buy a little bit at a time," she offered. "Shut up and take my money," he shouted while pounding his fists on the table. Ichigo walked away with a backpack full of different kinds of candy, the one thing he decided was now his greatest joy in the afterlife. While on his way home he noticed a group of older kids in a circle. With his curiosity roused, he jumped up to the top of a nearby building and set his backpack down and got a good look at what was going on. In the center of the older boys was a girl roughly the same age as Ichigo with short auburn hair and gray eyes that were currently filled with tears. It looked like the group was laughing at her expense too as one of them pulled her hair. Ichigo ground his teeth together, if there was one thing he couldn't stand it was bullies. "What should do with this crybaby?" one of the bullies asked to his group of friends. "Let's cut her weird hair off," one of them shouted. Before anyone could make a move, a figure in black landed right in the middle of their circle, standing in front of the girl they were picking on. "Oh wow, what a nice day," Ichigo said, putting a hand above his eyes to shield them from the sun as he looked at the clear blue sky. "Who's this clown?" one of the bullies asked. "I'm just your average pest controller," Ichigo said arrogantly. "I see we have quite the infestation here. Get the hell out of here, kid," one of them shouted, stepping forward. "So who gets their face smashed first? Decisions, decisions," Ichigo tapped his chin and thought. "You think you're tough just because you paint your face, freak?" The apparent leader of this group stomped forward with his fist raised. "Goody. A volunteer." Ichigo grinned as the older boy tried to punch him. He easily caught the fist with his bare hand, shocking everyone into silence. "You call that a punch? What the hell?" The bully looked at the smaller boy that easily caught his punch in terror. "This is a punch." Ichigo rammed his fist into the older boy's gut, sending him flying until he landed in an unconscious heap. "Whoops, I think I overdid it," he rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. "Dead him." The group attacked him all at once. Compared to his training with Yoruichi, this child's play. In a matter of seconds all the bullies had been laid out. Ichigo skipped over to the leader, whom was regaining consciousness, and kicked him in the stomach. "You little bastard," he growled out. Ichigo smirked and sat on his back, pulling the older boy's arm painfully behind him. Are you and your buddies going to continue bullying kids, or am I going to have to remove something that makes you permanently incapable of doing that? He started pulling fingers out of socket one by one, making the older scream in pain. Okay. Okay. I'll stop. He pleaded. Stop what? Ichigo asked. I'll stop bullying kids. He yelled. Ichigo grinned and popped his fingers painfully back into socket before letting him. Now scram. Ichigo shouted, making them all run away like cowards. He turned and faced the girl on the ground that he had saved. And now for you, he chuckled almost darkly. The girl closed her eyes in fear as he reached his hand towards her. When nothing happened, she opened her eyes and saw the boy holding a pink lollipop in front of her face. Thank you, she took the candy, grateful for something to eat and being saved by this boy. She was still a little afraid of his bizarre skull-painted face. I know I look freaky, Ichigo said as if reading her thoughts. He took out a rag and wiped it all off. Better. Yes, she said, happy to the face of a smiling boy underneath all that paint. Let's start with names. I'm Ichigo Kurosaki, he held his hand out politely. I'm Orihime Inoue, she went to shake his hand, but he suddenly grabbed her hand, bowed his head and kissed her hand. The pleasure is all mine, Ichigo winked at her, making her blush in embarrassment and pull her hand away. I haven't seen you around here, did you arrive recently? The girl nodded her head in response. Yeah, I was hoping to find my brother here, that Shinigami said I would find him here, but this place is just so big, Orihime started to tear up. Hey, don't cry, this is the afterlife. That means you have all the time in the world to find him, Ichigo tried to cheer her up when an idea popped into his head. Orihime, are you staying with anybody? No, I've been sleeping in the alleys, she said, sadly, looking away in a bit of shame that she couldn't even properly take care of herself. Well then, it's settled, Ichigo grabbed Orihime's hand and dragged her along with him. You'll stay with me, I've got plenty of room for the both of us, he laughed as he dragged her along. He stopped when he realized he forgot something. My candy. Ichigo let her go and ran up the wall to the building that he left his backpack full of candy on. Orihime was left speechless at such a feat. It became even more shocking when he jumped from the roof to land in front of her without breaking a sweat, clutching his overfilled bag like it was the most important thing to him. My precious, I almost forgot you, he chuckled. Alright, let's go, Ichigo walked off with his bag while Orihime followed. Sure, this boy seemed weird, but he was also very nice and was willing to give her a place to stay. She owed him for that much at least. I'm bored, Ichigo said, staring up at the ceiling of his room, his underwear. There was nothing to do, no ideas currently had him interested. He decided to take the first month of his temporary exile from Soul Society to relax after that stressful war that just took place. Big mistake, Ichigo hated lying around doing nothing. Screw this. Ichigo pulled on some clothes, jumped into his gigai while shouting throughout the shop that he was going out for a bit. He spent most of the day wandering around from place to place. He ran into Tatsuki, but she was too busy practicing for some martial arts event to hang out with him. After hours of boredom, he spotted Uryu Ishida at some sort of sewing supply shop. Seeing an opportunity to fulfill what he promised one of his Zanpakuto spirits, he stepped inside the shop and approached the Quincy. Well, hello Uryu, Ichigo said, trying to be as courteous as possible. What do you want? Ishida asked without looking up from his magazine. What makes you think I want something from a friend? Ichigo smiled back at him. You called me by my name, which you rarely do, plus you're in a store that someone like you would never go near on a normal day, so I assume you want something from me. Uryu looked over his magazine at Ichigo while pushing his glasses up. Okay, you got me, I do need your help with something, Ichigo admitted honestly. I was trying to figure out how to use Quincy powers when I remembered that you're the last Quincy, so I should come to you. How would even be able to use the abilities of a Quincy when you're not one? He knew Ichigo was crazy, but thinking a Shinigami could use the powers of a Quincy was just insane. Well, actually my mother was a pure-blood Quincy, and sometimes I do the whole Reishi gathering thing subconsciously, so the powers are there, I just need to figure out how to use them, Ichigo explained, shocking Uryu into silence. So can I get your help, Quincy brother? I'll think about it. Uryu went back to his reading his magazine, which was difficult because of the information that was now running through his mind. That's as good as a yes, Ichigo grinned at him. Just tell me where to meet. Month2. This is embarrassing, Orihime said with a blush from her position on the bed. Currently she was completely with just a sheet tossed over her stomach as she laid there staring at Ichigo was sitting at an easel with a canvas trying to paint her. Hey, you got nothing to be embarrassed about, you're the most beautiful model an artist could ask for, Ichigo praised, applying more paint to the canvas with his brush. Orihime blushed a deeper shade of red as his eyes roamed her body. He had seen her countless times already, but the way he was examining her now was much more intense. A loud banging on the door startled both of them. You two have been in there for hours. What the hell is going on? Yurichi barged in looking from Ichigo to his painting to the completely Orihime splayed out on the bed. I can explain. Ichigo shouted, holding his hands in the air to keep her from getting violent. You're painting a portrait and using Orihime as the model, Yorichi summed up for him. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Ichigo rubbed the back of his head while Orihime covered herself. Would you like to join us? He asked, throwing a random idea he had out there. Expecting a punch in the head, he closed his eyes and hoped for a clean hit. Sure, Yorichi smiled, flattered that someone wanted to paint her. Really? Ichigo was stunned, not expecting this. Oh my god. Did I just discover the sure way to get a woman's clothes off? He wondered. I mean, great, take your clothes off and stand over there please. Yorichi stripped down and stood next to an even more embarrassed Orihime. This will be great, with your matcha skin and my girl Haime's milky tone, it will make a great contrast. After positioning them both where Orihime laid down and Yorichi sat partially reclined back next to her on the bed, he got to work painting the scene. Once Ichigo was finished, he decided to push his luck a little. Okay, for this next one I'm going to need you two to embrace each other and pretend like you're kissing, he said while practically drooling. What? Yorichi narrowed her eyes at him. Just kiss already. Ichigo shouted eagerly. Sorry about this, Orihime. Yorichi apologized to her before flashing forward and punching Ichigo in the face, knocking him on his ass. Ow. Ichigo held his throbbing jaw. Alright, I deserved that, he sighed before getting up off the floor. Both women had put their clothes back on and stared at his work in surprise. This is really good, Yorichi complimented, she didn't know Ichigo could paint so well and capture likenesses. I'm glad you like it, Ichigo said, still holding his jaw. In fact, I think I'll keep it as payment for letting you see me, she said smugly. Fine, keep it, Ichigo sounded mad, but secretly he was grinning in his head. I already have the mental image I need, he thought to himself. This will look great in my brother Yoshiro's study, Yorichi grinned. Don't let Soifan see it, she might lose her mind from her pent-up wool frustrations over you, Ichigo chuckled, wondering what the captain of Squad 2 would do if she ever found out that he got to paint Yorichi. Month 3. Well, this is sort of what a Quincy does, but definitely not traditional, Uryu remarked, looking at Ichigo's innovated Quincy weapon. He had been instructing Ichigo for the past month about the Quincy and how their powers worked, and it wasn't until last week that he hit a breakthrough with harnessing his own power. I've never been one for traditions, Ichigo said, looking at his black fingerless gloves. Each finger hole had a black ring for his fingers, making 8 in total, made from a similar substance that a normal Quincy cross was made from. Ichigo came up with a way to fire Quincy arrows directly from his fingertips instead of launching them off a bow, cutting out the middleman, as he called it. You got to admit this is cool. To prove his point, small black vortexes of energy formed on the ends 4 of his fingers, he then pointed them at the target and dozens of black throwing spikes shot out, piercing the target in multiple different spots. You should still work on your aim, Uryu said, pushing his glasses up arrogantly. I'm going to print a skull on these gloves, Ichigo said, not even listening. Don't worry, I'll figure out how to make a bow eventually. I have everything you taught me, I just need to practice on my own. Yes, well, see that you do, it will reflect poorly on me if your skills become mediocre, Ishida said with a small smirk. Thanks, Uryu, I mean that, he held his hand out for his Quincy friend, who promptly shook it. Come on, bring it in, Ichigo pulled him close and gave him a short hug. Oh, before I forget, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 candy bars that were not Japanese labels. The little birdie, who may or may not be your father, told me you like these German chocolate bars, God knows why, he handed them over to the Quincy, who eagerly snatched them up. Thank you, Uryu disappeared with his high-speed movement to go eat the candy. Wow, he really likes those German candies, Ichigo chuckled and left the training room. Month 4. Hey Yami. Got a present for ya. Ichigo shouted into the dark cavern. The long white-haired hollow version of himself appeared on the rock next to him. What do you want? Yami asked, tossing a skull into the sea of bones that surrounded them. Well, I have some sketches you might be interested in, Ichigo smirked, taking out a notebook. He flipped it open and handed it to his hollow. I've been designing different versions of the woman you want, so when my Zanpakuto's power comes back I can make her for you, he explained while Yami flipped through the pages, grinning ear to ear. I need you to pick the one you like the best or tell me if I need to go back to the drawing board. Well, these are cute, but I'm not, Yami went silent when he turned to the next page. You like that one? I think the wings are a nice touch, Ichigo smirked, patting himself on the back. This one? Make this one. I want this one. The hollow shouted, shoving the notebook in Ichigo's face. Alright, when the Zanpakuto returns I'll make that one, Ichigo sighed, tearing the drawing out of notebook. Here, want to keep the drawing? You don't even need to ask, King. Yami grabbed the drawing of his future woman and took off with it into the cavern to do who knows what with it. And people call me childish, Ichigo laughed and left his inner world. Month 5. Where's Ichigo? He's been gone all day. Orihime asked Urahara. She hadn't seen her future husband all day, and it worried her. They had agreed to wait to get married after this whole banishment thing was up in a few years, so they could have their wedding Soul Society with all their friends there. Suddenly the door slid open with a loud bang, and in walked someone decked out in colorful samurai armor. "Can I help you?" Kisuke said, a little annoyed that some weird character just barged into his home. That was his job after all. The samurai pulled his mask and decorative helmet off, revealing a familiar mop of orange hair. "And breathe in this thing," Ichigo gasped out. He then looked over at Kisuke and Orihime and smiled. "Guess what I found today?" "Go on, guess." They both looked at the armor he was obviously wearing. "McDonald's. In Japan." Ichigo held up 2 bags containing the famous fast food chain's hamburgers and fries. He stripped off all the armor, revealing several glow stick necklaces around his neck, a t-shirt that said "To Serve Man," a Hello Kitty backpack, and a whole bunch of other random stuff that made no sense. He tossed the McDonald's on table and sat down, while Urahara and Orihime looked at him strangely. "What? Dig in." "I'm just trying to piece together the day you had based on all this stuff," Urahara said, pointing at all the random silly things on his person. "And?" Ichigo bit into his burger while he waited for a response. "I got nothing." Urahara pulled his hat low in shame for his analyzing skills coming up short. "Alright, I'll tell you what happened, strap in because it takes a few odd turns." Ichigo sipped his drink while they sat down to hear his story. Month 6. "Alright little buddy, you know what to do," Ichigo said with a grin, dropping a little plushie doll that resembled some sort of adorable goat demon to the floor. "You can count on me, boss," Beelzebub said in his crazy distorted voice that sounded both male and female. The mod soul walked off giggling in a creepy way as he slipped through the male slot of the house Ichigo was staking out. This home happened to belong to a little jerk who purposely injured his younger sister Karen's ankle during a soccer game. The boy got away with it despite how obviously guilty and smug about he was, so Ichigo along with his trusty mod soul Beelzebub were at his house to deliver a little well-deserved payback. "Any second now," Ichigo said to himself looking at his watch. A few moments later a loud scream echoed throughout the night and the small demon plushie came waltzing out of the front door. "I did it," Beelzebub said laughing hysterically. "Did you scare him good?" Ichigo asked picking the demon plushie up. "Oh, I scared him alright, maybe he'll think twice before hurting little sister's ankle again," he said. "Let's go get some victory ice cream," Ichigo said making a mental note to buy Karen some while he was at the store. Month 7. "Hey Yuruchi. I bought you something." Ichigo walked into the shop and tossed a cat toy at the black cat. "Are you trying to butter me up?" Yuruchi paused when she noticed the toy was covered in catnip. "Well, if you don't want it, I'll just take it back." Ichigo grabbed the toy and held it out of reach of her paws. "No, give it, I'll do anything." The cat jumped up trying to grab the toy. "I'll hold you to that." Ichigo smirked victoriously and tossed her the catnip-covered toy. About an hour later she returned to normal after having her fill of the catnip and approached him. "So what do you want?" Yuruchi asked. "I want you to teach me Shunko," Ichigo stated bluntly. "I already tried, but you gave up, remember," she pointed out. "I didn't give up on it, my Zanpakuto has so many abilities that I just didn't see the point of learning Shunko, but now that I don't have my awesome Zanpakuto at the moment, I think I can grasp a hold of Shunko now," Ichigo explained. "Alright fine, but don't expect me to go easy on you," Yuruchi sighed. She had hoped Ichigo would take it easy during this period away from Soul Society. No such luck apparently. "When have you ever been easy?" Ichigo shot back. Month 8. "My skull aches with boredom," Ichigo said walking down the road. He had pretty much exhausted every idea in the past few months. He stopped at a bookstore and poked his head inside, looking for anything that might strike his interest. A few hours later he returned to the Urahara Shoten carrying a bunch art supplies. "Dare I ask?" Urahara spoke looking over from his newspaper. "Oh, I'm going to start creating a manga," Ichigo blurted out. "I got some helpful advice from a book at the local bookstore to get me started." "Really?" Kisuke looked somewhat interested. "Yes, I'm basing it off my life, with a few details changed," Ichigo grinned proudly. "I was at first thinking about calling it Bleach, but I don't want people thinking it's about laundry, so I'm calling it White." "White huh?" Kisuke didn't like the name much, but it wasn't his comic. "Yes, and I'm replacing all the Zanpakuto with guns instead of swords," Ichigo stated while carrying his supplies to his room. "Well, good luck with that," Kisuke waved at him dismissively, not believing he would get his manga published. Month 9. "This is going swimmingly for you," Ichigo said sarcastically while facing off against Yuruchi. They had both decided to have a battle in the underground training area to see how far Ichigo had progressed over the years that she had been training him. Surprisingly, Ichigo was really tough even without his Zanpakuto. He even managed to surprise her with his newly acquired Quincy abilities, giving Yuruchi several scrapes and gashes from the black spikes he fired from his fingertips. "You give yet?" "Shut up," Yuruchi panted, while Ichigo had yet to receive a serious injury. "It looks like the student has surpassed the teacher," Ichigo laughed. "Hey PSST. Ichigo, want to see something cool that Yuruchi can turn into?" Urahara said, appearing directly behind Yuruchi, placing a hand on her shoulder. "No Kisuke, I'm not turning into that ever again," she yelled, leaping away from him. "Sorry, it's a little late for arguments," Kisuke said, grinning wildly. Yuruchi's eyes widened when she realized that he must have put something on her shoulder when he touched her. Before she could yell at him, a burst of lighting exploded around her. "What the hell?" Ichigo shielded his eyes from the blast, waiting patiently to see what had become of Yuruchi. When the smoke cleared, he could see her crouched over on all fours like an animal, wearing practically nothing, with lightning coming off the tiny remains of her clothes, a long black tail sprouting from her lower back, lightning-tipped cat ears on her head, pawed feet, and sharp lightning-covered claws. "This is Shunko Raiju Senkei. Shunryu Kakabyu Senki," Urahara said from a safe distance. "That's a mouthful, but why did you answer for her?" Ichigo asked while Kisuke just smirked at him. "I don't know whether to be scared of this new form or incredibly aroused right now. If I were you, I'd be running," Urahara shouted at him. "Why would I need to run?" Ichigo looked away from Yuruchi's new form to stare at the blonde man. "Hasn't anyone ever told you? Never be the first to break eye contact with a cat." Ichigo looked back at Yuruchi, only to see her already inches away from his face, with a wide playful grin on her face and her arm raised about to claw at him. Oh shit. A large explosion of electricity shook the area, and a smoldering figure was sent crashing through at least a dozen large boulders. Two Converse-covered feet could be seen half a mile away, sticking out of a smoking hole in a cliffside. A shaky hand gripped the edge of the hole, and Ichigo pulled himself out, looking dazed and confused. "Mr. Wonka, can't we sit down for just a moment?" he mumbled, seeing stars floating around his face. Once his head stopped spinning, he looked into the distance and saw Yuruchi licking her claws weirdly. "Okay, why isn't she following up on her attack?" Ichigo asked, mostly to himself, as he tried to figure this new form of hers out. "She's just not in the mood," Urahara said from the top of the cliff above him. "What are you talking about?" Ichigo asked. "Think of Yuruchi as a cat right now, and cats are fickle creatures," Kisuke explained. "That doesn't help me," Ichigo shouted back up at him. "Oh, help you? No, I wasn't trying to help you, I was just explaining how she's about to wipe the floor with you in a moment," the shop owner smirked down at him. As soon as Ichigo turned back to his opponent, she was already dashing towards him. Shit, 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 shit. Thinking on his feet, he fired a bunch of black Quincy, throwing spikes from all of his fingers at once. They just bounced off of Yuruchi's lightning-enhanced body like they were nothing. He narrowly dodged a swipe that would have sent him flying again and tried to flee to get some distance between them. Yuruchi easily caught up to Ichigo, running alongside him with a big smirk on her face. "A nice kitty," he tried to compliment her, thinking she wouldn't attack him now if she was like a cat. No such luck, a series of powerful blows knocked him right out of the air and sent him crashing into the ground, creating an Ichigo-sized crater where he landed. "Ow!" he yelled as smoke came off his electrocuted body. Ichigo just laid there staring up at the sky with wide eyes. Even if he wanted to continue fighting, his body hurt too much. "So how was it?" Urahara asked, coming to stand over him, referring to Yuruchi's form. "I'm in tremendous pain," Ichigo wheezed out. "But yes, it was amazing," he gasped as Yuruchi appeared, thinking she was going to keep pounding him. He was surprised when she started purring and licking his bruised face. "Aw, she likes you," Kisuke said, chuckling at the boy's shocked expression. "That must be why she went easy on you." "She went easy on me?" He didn't know what was scarier, the fact that she took it easy on him or the fact that she's way stronger than he thought in this form. "Gah!" he screamed when he tried to get up and felt nothing but pain throughout his torso. "Should I go get Orihime?" Urahara asked in a patronizing way. "What do you think?" Ichigo shouted as loud as he could while Yuruchi cuddled up to him. "Month 10. How long is this going to take?" Ichigo asked, bored out of his mind. Orihime and Tatsuki managed to convince him to go shopping with them. Ichigo had never been shopping with women before, so he had no idea what he was in for. "Oh, quit complaining," Tatsuki said, handing him another bag to carry. "Why didn't my dad ever teach me to say no when a woman wants me to go shopping with her?" Ichigo whined, lamenting his luck to whatever god could hear him. "We'll take you to get some candy afterward," Orihime said, perking Ichigo right up. After a few years of dating him, she knew how to make him happy in more ways than one. "Well, that makes me feel better," he grinned while happily carrying their shopping bags. Month 11. Happy birthday. Everyone jumped up and shouted, surprising Orihime as she walked into Urahara's shop. "What is everyone doing here?" Orihime was shocked to see everyone they knew in the world of the living had showed up. Tatsuki, Urahara, Yuruchi, Tessai, Issen, Yuzu, Karen, Ryuchad had all showed up. I kept you distracted today so we could set up the surprise party, Ichigo explained, taking her hand and leading her into the living room. The next few hours were spent with everyone talking, laughing and having a good time. They shared the cake and everyone gave her a different present except for Ichigo. I do have a present for you, Orihime, but I can't give it to you till later, Ichigo grinned, pulling a bottle out of the bag he held. All I can tell you is that involves this. He handed her the bottle and she blushed seeing that it was a bottle of massage oil. Orihime felt weak in the knees in anticipation. She knew how good he was with his hands and she knew that he knew he was good with his hands. Later that night, after everyone had retired or went home, Ichigo and Orihime locked themselves in their room at the Urahara Shoten, where he gave Orihime her present. A couple hours later, Orihime collapsed on the bed, her body was shiny and slick from the massage oil. Wow, she gasped out, trying to catch her breath. By the way, mind-blowing isn't your only present, Ichigo said, sitting up and pulling out a small box held closed by a pink ribbon from underneath their pillow. Orihime pulled herself into a sitting position as she took the box. She wondered what it could be as she opened it. To her surprise, it was a small framed picture of her and her brother Sora when she was little. I talked to Tatsuki and apparently she was allowed to keep some of your things after you died. She let me dig through it and I found this picture, Ichigo explained. Orihime just stared silently at the photograph. I know you don't have anything of your brothers, sorry I couldn't find your hair. I think they might have been buried with you. He was cut off when she suddenly hugged him. This is enough, this is more than enough, thank you Ichigo, she said into his shoulder between sobs. Happy birthday, Ichigo gave her a peck on the cheek, letting her cry tears of joy at having something from her old life. MONTH, 12. Oh Karen. Ichigo and Issen shouted. They were both cheering like a couple of lunatics as they watched Karen's soccer game, the last game of the tournament. Ichigo had hopped into his gigai so he could attend the game amongst the humans. Ichigo Kurosaki died several years ago, so when asked who he was they just said that he was a cousin from Issen's side of the family named Kane Shiba. Ichigo didn't like borrowing Kane's name, but if he could attend one of the most important games of his sister's life, he would put up with it. Kick their asses. Ichigo yelled, both him and his dad painted their faces her team's colors. Karen wanted to die of embarrassment right then and there, she already had one goofball family member in her life, she didn't need another. MONTH, 13. There is no life I know to compare with pure imagination, Ichigo sang walking down the street. Living there you'll be free. He stopped when he noticed a glass vase with some flowers in it was spilled over. His eyes spotted two skateboarding punks who had obviously knocked it over in their recklessness. If you truly wish to be, putting the vase back up, he flicked his finger toward the punks and sent a black Quincy throwing spike into their wheels, causing them to crash painfully on the sidewalk. Skipping over to them, he looked down at them with a shocked expression. Oh my goodness, did you see that? The ghost of that little girl whose flowers you knocked over appeared and tripped you two up. He yelled frantically. WW what? The first punk stuttered. Yeah, I think you may have pissed her spirit off, she looked so scary. Ichigo covered his mouth in fear, but really he was trying to hide his smirk. I wouldn't be surprised if she haunts you for the rest of your lives. What do we do? What do we do? The second one asked, terrified. Well, I'm no expert, but if you apologize to that vase every day she might forgive you and be able to pass on, Ichigo said, helping the two of them up. Really? They both looked grateful at the mysterious orange-haired fellow for his advice. Yes, start tomorrow and keep apologizing for at least a half a year, but if you don't there's no telling what the ghost might do if you skip out on a day. The two punks ran away in fear of the ghost that knocked them off their boards. Thank you, a small voice said behind him. Ichigo turned to see a little girl with ponytails and a chain coming out of her at least half the length of her body. It's no problem, Ichigo said with a smile, patting the girl's head. I don't have my Zanpakuto right now so I can't send you on to Soul Society, but there should be a guy with an afro around doing that. Find him and he'll help you move on, the little ghost smiled up at him. Oh, and when you get to Soul Society, if you're having difficulty adjusting, go found one of the Sora counseling centers, they'll help you out. He waved goodbye and walked away, making sure to put a lollipop inside the vase to replace the crushed flower. MONTH, 14. Check it out, I'm the Mad Hatter, Ichigo said, walking into the living wearing a black and red Victorian outfit with a matching top hat. I thought you said you bought two costumes. The black cat on the table asked. I bought this and the white bunny costume, Ichigo chuckled. So where's the bunny costume? Yuruchi questioned. Orihime is wearing it and she's in the bedroom, Ichigo said with a chuckle. And she's very tired right now, he grinned perversely. Must you brag about your life? Yuruchi gave him a dry look. You're just jealous because your boy toy Urahara isn't giving you any, Ichigo said, crossing into dangerous territory. There was a puff of smoke where the cat was laying, and suddenly a fist nailed Ichigo in the face, sending him through the wall. Change places. He spat out while his head spun before he slipped into sweet unconscious land. MONTH, 15. Damn it. Why can't I get this? Ichigo yelled, staring at his hand in frustration. He had once again tried and failed to make a bow with his Quincy powers. This was the one thing he needed to learn to make the old man's spirit happy, plus he promised Ono Kishi that he would learn this, and he never went back on a promise. He watched as the cross he was using once again fell apart in his hand. "You're doing it wrong," someone said from the entrance to the training room. Ichigo looked up to see Uryu's father Ryokan standing there watching him. "Alright, bite, what am I doing wrong?" "Because I'm doing this exactly as your son showed me," Ichigo asked, looking at the doctor. "Therein lies your problem. You're trying to do something the Quincy way, but from what I heard you do everything your own way," Ryokan explained while Ichigo just looked at him with a curious expression on his face. "You're even trying to use your own Reishi to produce a bow. That's not how we Quincy do it." Realization seemed to dawn in Ichigo's eyes. "Oh, I see." Ichigo grinned and sat back down while concentrating hard. If normal methods wouldn't work, then he would create his own method. He'd never been normal to begin with. Ryokan actually smiled and left his personal training room that Uryu and Masaki's son now liked to borrow at their convenience. MONTH, 16. "Wow, the Nazis were real pieces of shit," Ichigo said, watching a history documentary with his father Issen. Something about getting old made middle-aged men like Issen super interested in everything related to World War II. "I know, right," Issen said with a mouthful of popcorn. He invited Ichigo over to visit with the family, and after the girls went to bed, the men stayed up to watch TV in the living room. "I really wish I could travel back in time and kick some Nazi ass," Ichigo sighed in disappointment. "Alas, a man can dream. With the school year starting again, there won't be much for you to do around here for a while," Kisuke explained to Ichigo. The orange-haired 18-year-old sighed and stood up to leave. "It's only been 17 months, I've still got about 7 months at least until my Zanpakuto returns," Ichigo paced the room while he spoke. "When Ono Kishi is restored, I can go back to Soul Society and tell Central 46 to it. I just wish there was a faster way to restore him. Who knows?" Urahara shrugged, but inside he was already considering a few possibilities. "I'm going for a walk." Ichigo grabbed his iPod and headed out the door wearing a pair of flip-flops, torn jeans and a red hoodie. He walked down the streets of Karakura, going nowhere in particular. He considered stopping by the Kurosaki clinic and walking his sisters to their first day of high school, but before he could do that there was a commotion from behind that he heard over his music. "Stop that guy. He stole my bag," someone shouted while chasing a mugger. Ichigo grinned without looking back as he flipped his music to a different song. "Singing in the Rain." Ichigo stuck foot out and tripped the mugger. "Just singing in the rain." The thief pulled a knife and attempted to stab him. "What a glorious feeling, I'm happy again." Ichigo grabbed the guy's wrist and snapped it in a second, making him drop the knife. "Let the stormy clouds chase." 2 punches to the screaming mugger's stomach knocked him off balance. "Everyone from the place." He grabbed the stolen bag from the thief's hands. "Come on with the rain." Ichigo delivered a hard kick to the side of the man's head, knocking him out cold on the pavement. "I've a smile on my face." "Wow, that was impressive, kid," the man said, walking up to him. "Don't call me kid, and here's your purse." Ichigo tossed the man his bag without even looking at him and continued on his walk like nothing happened while whistling the rest of the song. He missed the smirk on the man's face as he watched him leave. "Later." "Seriously, lady, you need to leave me alone," Ichigo said as he was dragged away by the arm. Ikumi Unijiya, owner and manager of the Unijiya shop, had once again kidnapped him and dragged him to her place of business. "I'm just trying to make sure my employee makes it to work on time," she said almost aggressively. "And I keep telling you, I work for Kisuke Urahara, not you. Seriously, let go of this delusion that I might agree to work here." Ichigo sighed as he was tossed onto a couch. He was seriously considering going against his own ethics about using violence on women. "I have enough money to buy a house and then some, so why would I work here for peanuts?" "Maybe you should do out of the goodness of your heart, helping a single mother who is shorthanded would look good for you," she said, giving him the warm friendly face she only reserved for her child. This whole thing started several months ago. Ichigo was minding his own business when he walked by the store and the woman poked her head out the door as he passed by and asked if he wanted a job. He refused, of course, saying he already had a job, but that didn't deter Ikumi in the least. She pursued his services almost daily now. He politely rejected her offers, but now he was starting to get annoyed. "Sorry, but the puppy eyes don't work on the master." To prove his point, his eyes widened and turned glassy as he stuck his bottom lip out a bit, easily showing her up. "Why do you want me specifically for your crappy shop?" Ikumi socked him in the head for that. "I already told you, you're the strongest person I've ever seen." "I knew, one look at you, and I knew that you could handle any job thrown at you," she said sitting across from him. "You're not coming on to me, are you? Because I'm engaged, you know," Ichigo said with a smirk that pissed the woman off. The bell on the door rang, signaling a potential customer entering the shop. "Hello and welcome to the Unijiya shop," Ikumi greeted the man with a friendly tone. "Don't let the name mislead you," Ichigo shouted, standing up to leave. He paused when he noticed something familiar about the guy that just walked in. "Hey, want some ramen?" The man offered, holding up a bowl of noodles. A few minutes later, Ichigo was sitting back on the couch devouring the ramen that was offered, not one to pass up a free meal. "So who are you?" Ichigo asked with a mouthful of noodles. "You don't remember me?" the man asked. "You stopped that thief that stole my bag." Ichigo had to sift through his memories, but eventually he vaguely recoiled doing something of the sort earlier that day. "Oh yeah? What a funny coincidence running into you here," Ichigo chuckled, finishing the meal while placing the chopsticks in the empty bowl. "Is this kid for real?" Ginjo wondered, giving him an odd look. "You came here looking for a job done right?" Ikumi asked, stepping between the two men. "Yes, that's right." He pulled out a photograph and placed it on the table. "I need you to investigate this man." The picture was of a man that Ichigo was quite familiar with. "Hey, you got a picture of my dad?" Ichigo lifted the picture up and held it to his face. "Wow, he needs a shave." "He's your father then," Ginjo stated calmly. "Yup, so what do you want to know so badly that you would be desperate enough to hire this old lady?" He received a vicious glare from Ikumi for that. "I can probably answer any questions you have." "That depends on how much you think you know about your father," the man raised an eyebrow in question. "But how much do you really know about Isen Kurosaki?" "You mean about him being a former Shinigami who married a Quincy and settled here in Karakura?" Ichigo blurted out bluntly, making the man's eyes widen in surprise. "What?" Ginjo didn't expect him to know that much about his family already. "Yeah, I know all of that, and I get the feeling you do too, so what's your angle here?" Ichigo's gaze turned from playful to suspicious in an instant. "Maybe we shouldn't talk about this stuff in front of the lady here." He gestured to the human in the room that was looking at them both with confusion, not understanding what they were talking about. "I'll handle this. You see, Ikumi dear, my father was part of a gang called the Shinigami a long time ago. They had a rival gang called the Quincy that my mother was a part of. The two of them met, fell in love, left their gangs, moved to Karakura, and eventually spawned the awesome badass that is this guy," he explained, pointing at himself. Stretching the truth was easy for him, since it was only partially lying. "Oh, I see," Ikumi seemed to understand. "Yes, however, dad is just a doctor and not a Shinigami anymore, and mom is dead." Ichigo stood up and leaned over this dark-haired stranger that wanted to investigate his father. "So an investigation would be pointless and bad for your health, mister." Letting his voice get a little scary and distorted, he grabbed the cross-shaped pendant around the guy's neck. "I suggest you keep your nose out of matters that have long since passed," and with that he flicked the guy's pendant back at his, before stepping away from him and walking out the door with his usual smile back on his face. Ginjo actually chuckled to himself after Ichigo was gone. "What a scary kid." Ginjo stood up and followed the boys led out of the establishment. A few minutes later, Ikumi realized that Ichigo had once again escaped her clutches and swore to herself that she would get him to work here one day. "Hum and get your love," Ichigo sang while he walked briskly down the street with his headphones on like nothing odd happened. He really enjoyed American music ever since he discovered it in the underground markets of the Rukin. "Hey, wait up." Ginjo caught up to walk alongside him. "Where you off to so quickly?" "I'm going home, to the Urahara Shoten," Ichigo answered, pulling one of his earbuds out while he continued to walk, but at a slower pace. "You live with Kisuke Urahara?" He looked at the boy like he was even crazier than he originally thought. "And work for him," Ichigo stated in a carefree manner. "Do you really think you can trust him? Don't you think he might be keeping secrets from you?" Ginjo asked. "Listen buddy, we all have secrets. Kisuke has secrets, and I have secrets too that I don't tell, so what are you trying to get at?" Ichigo stopped and turned to face the guy that was starting to grate on his nerves, which was no easy task. "I'm not getting at anything. If you trust him then I guess there's no cause for worry." Then, he smirked and pulled out a black card before handing to Ichigo. "Here, hold on to this." "What's this for?" Ichigo examined the card suspiciously, seeing nothing but a phone number and the word Kyushin on the front. "Just in case." The man walked away but stopped and turned to face the 18-year-old. "And the name's Ginjo Kugo." "Aye." Ichigo smiled and waved goodbye as he left. On his way back to Kisuke's shop, he spotted an ambulance driving in the opposite direction. Someone must have gotten hurt. Later. "How the hell did you of all people get put in the hospital?" Ichigo asked, looking at Uryu, who currently laid bandaged on the hospital bed. "I'm not as infallible as you might think," Uryu replied with a frown. "But you're like the best Quincy I know, so how did you get cut down so easily?" Ichigo looked at him incredulously while playing with a stethoscope he found. I wasn't aware you held me in such a light, the Quincy said sarcastically, not really caring for such praise. He's still an amateur that recklessly let his guard down around an enemy, Ryakin said with a disappointed tone, walking into the hospital room. Would you be so inclined to tell us who it was that attacked you? Uryu remained silent at his father's question. He figured it was his problem to deal with and his alone. Was it that guy in the white shirt with the suspenders, always reading a book wherever he goes? Ichigo inquired, stunning the Quincy into silence. How did you? Ichigo just grinned at the question. I've noticed him for about a week now, he just pops up in the background every now and then, it's kind of creepy, the boy leaned back in his chair while he recalled the strange man. At first I thought that he might have been a spy or agent of the Gate 13, coming to see what I've been doing, or perhaps Central 46 wanted to keep tabs on me, but now I think he's not affiliated with either of them. Maybe you should find him and ask him why he attacked my son, Ryakin suggested. I'll make sure to do that next time I see him, Ichigo smirked, giving a thumbs up, knowing that such a meeting would result in one or two fists in a certain mystery man's face. He yawned and stood up. Rest up, Ryu, I'll tell Haim to stop by and see ya. Oh, and by the way, I figured out how to make my Quincy bow. About time, Ryu said under his breath. I'll show it you when you're out of the hospital, and with that Ichigo left the recovery room. He was stopped by Ryakin out in the hallway. Find that man, Ichigo, was his simple command. You know, if you stopped pretending that you don't care for your son, he might open up to you more, Ichigo said before walking out of the hospital. Once outside, he looked up at the night sky, breathing a sigh of relief that Uryu would be alright. Ichigo viewed all his friends as precious to him and didn't like it when someone attacked them for no good reason than to hurt people. Ichigo wasn't stupid, he noticed a pattern happening with all the strange things that kept occurring lately. First Itsuki tells him that Chad hasn't been to school for quite some time, then his book-loving stalker starts to appear around him, then a guy named Ginjo appears wanting to know about his father, and now his Quincy friend was attacked. The third thing reminded him of the card he was given. Pulling it out of his pocket, he looked at the number before deciding to find out what this execution thing was and why they wanted to involve him. Using his cell phone, he dialed the number and waited for someone to pick up. About an hour later, he stood in front of what looked like a normal apartment building. Glad you could make it, Ichigo turned to see Ginjo standing behind him. Well, I got curious, so I came to satisfy my aching curiosity, he said. I know you have questions, come with me and I'll answer them for you. Ginjo walked up the steps to the apartment building, and Ichigo followed at his own leisurely pace. They entered a room that he thought was going to be an apartment, but was surprised to see a dimly lit lounge, complete with their own bar. Well, this is cozy, Ichigo complimented, following Ginjo to the sitting area. His eyes glanced over to a kid playing a PSP, a dark-skinned woman, and a man with one eye working the bar. Alright, I'm going to need a who, what, and why. That should be a good place to start explanations, Ichigo said, plopping down on the leather sofa. Well, for starters, our group execution is made up of special individuals, we each have a unique ability, Ginjo started, seeing a look of confusion on the orange head's face. He smirked and decided to show him. This should give you an idea of what we can do. Placing his hand over his drink, the alcoholic beverage began to glow a green color before moving seemingly on its own, out of the cup and into Ginjo's mouth. Okay, that was pretty cool, Ichigo laughed. I'm glad you like that, what I just did was draw out the soul of the liquid in the cup and make it move into my mouth, he explained. How can a drink have a soul? Ichigo asked. Everything has a soul, not just humans, plants and animals. Even objects have souls. He then went on to explain how their abilities to manipulate and draw out the souls of lifeless matter and objects. This power of theirs was apparently called Fullbring and was rare in humans. Ginjo gave him a demonstration of how each Fullbring was unique, depending on the affinity one had for a certain object, by transforming his necklace into a large sword. I think I get, you can control the object's soul in tandem with your own, which is easy because it doesn't have a will or consciousness of its own. Ichigo seemed to understand the basic concept of this power. That pretty much sums it up. Ginjo was happy that Ichigo got the gist of this, which saved them a lot of time. However, the source of our power isn't exactly something we're pleased with. You don't like your own power? Ichigo sounded skeptical towards that, his suspicions now growing. Just then the door burst open, and a girl with magenta two-tailed hair came barging in, whining about how dim the lights were in here. Oh goody, a loud mouth, Ichigo said with heavy sarcasm. Hey, who said that? She shouted, trying to peer into the shadows at the new guy over by the couch. It sounds like Ichigo, the person behind her said. Sato walked in behind her, having recognized a familiar voice. Wait, you mean Ichigo Kurosaki? He's here. Now eager to see this person for herself, she went behind the bar, rummaging around for a flashlight. Oh hey Chad, Ichigo waved at him nonchalantly. Is this where you've been? You know Tatsuki's worried about you. You should really go back to school, education is important, he chastised the big guy like a mature adult would to a child. Ichigo, what are you doing here? Chad asked, shocked that one of his friends found this place. This guy invited me, Ichigo pointed at Ginjo, the man who gave him the execution card. So what were you saying about not being pleased with your powers? He asked, returning to the previous subject. Yes, as I was saying, Ginjo was surprised yet again that Ichigo didn't make a fuss about seeing his friend in a place like this. Our abilities stem from an event that occurred before we were born, each of our mothers were attacked by a hollow, and when that happened, the hollows left a bit of their powers behind which carried over to us when we were born. This makes us basically humans with hollow powers. I think you can understand how unpleasant that can be. Not really, I'm at a good place with my hollow, Ichigo shrugged. This is where you come in. We've figured out that we can essentially neutralize our powers and become regular humans by handing over our powers to a Shinigami, especially a strong one like you used to be, Ginjo explained, standing up and returning his sword to its necklace form. We want to restore your Shinigami powers so you can help us in return, Ichigo raised his hand with a serious frown on his face. Yeah, I'm going to have to stop you right there, Ginjo gave him a questioning look. Several things are about to come to light. Firstly, I still have my Shinigami powers. To prove his point, he unleashed a small amount of his Reiatsu that he kept tightly bound, making everyone gasp and the room shake. I just control my Reiatsu so well I can make it seem like it doesn't even exist, but it does, he grinned, answering the question he could see on all their shocked faces. Second, it's only my Zanpakuto that I've lost. That was a small eye, Ichigo just didn't tell them that it would return soon. Third, I'm far from powerless. To prove his point, he fired several black Quincy Senbon spikes from his fingers into the front door, jamming it shut to prevent any escape. Fourth, I could respect the noble quest of wanting to become a normal human if it was the truth, but I'm pretty sure it's not. Ichigo stood up from the couch and stretched his arms behind his head, then pulled the black fingerless gloves tight, with now white horn skull printed on the back of both. Now then, Ichigo walked over to the group of worried-looking Fullbringers, letting his Reiatsu increase just a little bit with each step. Before he could speak, the light of a flashlight hit his face, making him turn and look at the loud-mouthed girl from a few minutes ago. Haruka took one look at him and nearly passed out from surprise. Why is he so hot? Was her last thought before Chad caught her limp body. Yeah, I have that effect on women, Ichigo chuckled. Now where was I? Oh yes, getting the truth out of you lot. His eyes met Ginjo's now anxious ones. Ichigo smirked and stuck a cherry lollipop in his mouth before he continued his inquisition. No one said anything, choosing to remain silent rather than give in to his request. The only sounds being the annoying clicking noises of the blonde kid's video game. No one wants to spill the beans then, good. Now I try out my Sherlock Holmes techniques, Ichigo began pacing the room he sealed off, looking at each of the Fullbringers with scrutiny. Let's see, my suspicions first became aroused when you said you don't like your powers, Ginjo. Ichigo, the dark-haired man began, only to be stopped by Ichigo. No, let me finish. It strikes me as odd that you know so much about your powers, have apparently mastered them from what I've seen, and yet if you hated them so much you wouldn't have bothered learning all this. Ichigo grabbed Yukio's PSP out of his hands when he walked by him. Hey, that's mine, the kid said, narrowing his eyes at the tall orange-haired guy. Shut up, I'm making deductions, it's very exciting, Ichigo grinned, tossing the handheld gaming device up and down with a single hand while he continued. I'm just going to come out and say that I don't believe you all want to get rid of your powers. You said you needed a strong Shinigami to neutralize them, yet you never approached Kisukirahara despite knowing of him, and that he could help you easily. Ichigo leaned back on the bar where drinks were normally served as he stared at the group. My conclusion here is that basically you've each taken this Fullbring power and gone as far as you can with it, and are now looking to reach a new level, and need me to help you achieve that. That's your theory then? Ginjo gave him a dark stare. I don't believe that bullshit about you wanting to be normal humans. Not a single person I've met would ever willingly give up any bit of power they have for anything, even to fit in with society, so try another sob story please, because I'm not buying this one. Ichigo had to wonder why everyone thought that he was stupid and easy to manipulate. Sure, he was crazy and weird, but that didn't decrease his intelligence in any way, in fact it might have enhanced it. Alright, you got me, Ginjo actually chuckled at being picked apart so easily by an 18-year-old. I'll tell you the truth. Thanks for watching this video. If you really enjoy this video, like, subscribe, and comment down below, and turn on that bell notification. Don't forget to support and follow the Lord Wolfe for writing that awesome fanfic, and also make sure to comment on this story, link in the description. See you in the next video. Goodbye.